living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. 가고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Can't outspeed without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พวกมันได้พุ่นกันไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาพาวพาวพาวพาว Take it out back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกดังอ้าว Pick a pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of breasts for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้แพร่เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh you push me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day one life one dream one punch. If you have one shot but I have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, on the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. เพราะลับคือ I'm the best, right? What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh you push me.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome to VCT EMEA as we see some beautiful scenic shots of Berlin. It never looks that nice, but it is a lovely city, I promise you. And if you're wondering whose voice is this, that's not Yin Su. Worry not, Sue stands. She's here beside me in her analyst desk debut. So if you weren't already a fan of her hard-hitting opinions, you'll get even more because she doesn't have to be nice anymore. You know, when you interview a player, you got to be nice. Billy also joining to witness what could be a fantastic debut, but no, I mean, no pressure. Yin Su, are you ready for the spotlight?
Am I usually nice, you reckon? Yeah?
No, I think you have your moments where you're like really hard on people. Like
I think you're, yeah.
If I misrepresented.
No, Billy's here to keep me humbled. Keep me grounded and keep me humbled.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Billy's actually just going to say wrong every time you say something she disagrees
no, I'm gonna
with.
say I completely agree. You're so right. You're so right to everything, and just not analyze for today.
Too much power. There's too much power in my hands.
Yeah. Okay. Respect. It makes sense that you're in the center. We're
Yeah.
just the world is orbiting around you right now, Yin Su, and I think
As they should.
As it should. Well, some people that probably wish the world orbited around them are the teams at the bottom of the standings, because the pressure just continues to build here in Group Alpha and Group Omega. A lot of teams fighting for their life in this week. Who are you guys the most excited to see?
I'm most excited to see the darkest timeline, which I won't get into, but there is a possibility that this league does not end next week.
Which is crazy, and I think Apex are the one, right, that you're kind of referring to there with the darkest timeline. There's still a chance that Apex can make playoffs, which is kind of insane to me. So yeah, that group in particular is kind of all over the place. I'm looking forward to seeing how this week's kind of decides how next week goes.
And we'll see, again, if you're uncertain as to what is happening here, they're referring to a very niche, very specific circumstance where we have a massive tie at the bottom of Apex's group. But for now, we're going to keep it simple. If we get there, we'll talk about it. This week in general, though, is the week where the fates of many of our teams will be decided. So let's buckle up and find out what's at stake in today's matchup. If you are a FUT fan, things are really simple. Win against Heretics and lock playoffs, lose, and you still have a lifeline against BBL next week, although you probably don't want it to get there. Heretics, of course, are already locked for playoffs, but a win here helps keep Los Niños on track for the #1 seed in Group Alpha. The stakes are even higher in Group Omega, where Apex must win to keep their playoff dreams alive. That's right, must win if they want to avoid relegation to Tier 2. By winning, Apex do also do a solid for KC. They'll lock them in for playoffs as well. And then, of course, on the other hand, a loss today doesn't quite eliminate Koi, but they would need a miracle and some of those gnarly, darkest timeline tiebreakers. Their cleanest path to playoffs still relies on them winning out, and Na'Vi, of course, have to lose to KC tomorrow. So if that's a lot of information, we'll keep going over it. Worry not. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of things to go through. Other than the darkest timeline, any specific bottom table team that you're like, I want to see them make the run. I want to see them do the impossible?
Apex. Obviously Apex. We don't want to see them have to go back to Tier 2, but not only that, the only way for them to even get a shot at Ascension and being able to play in Tier 2 next year, being able to come back to the league, next year, is by making it to playoffs. So for them, it's do or die.
Yeah, for me, it's Gentlemaids, because it doesn't sit well with me that other regions make fun of us. You know, it's always us making fun of them. Gentlemaids, get it together. They can I just want them to win a match. Just win one match. I don't even care about the permutations. Just win something.
I think most people would be happy with one round, as long as it's after the previous 12 rounds having been won. It's a little bit dire, but luckily we don't have to talk about Gentlemaids today. We will have plenty of opportunities to roast them or celebrate them in the days to come. But the Turkish Derby is something hot on our minds. Even though it's not happening this week, it will be next week. We did want to start a discussion about who the best Turkish players actually are. Today, Yinsu, who do you think is, who is #1? Who is the best Turkish player?
I don't think there is a debate. The best Turkish player is definitively Alpha. However, Alpha doesn't play today, and people are going to harp on me for talking about Fnatic, you know, Fnatic this, Fnatic that, but let's be honest, it's Alpha.
It is.
However, I think there is a player who can maybe challenge Alpha's position as the best Turkish player. Now, what is better than Leo? A Turkish Leo. And of course, that is Rienz. I think a lot of other players in the league also look to him as the best in his role right now. He is so good that when he's on a team of Miniboos or Woods, his teammates are still dropping him a weapon on pistol round so he could buy shot darts. And he's winning rounds with that strategy. And I absolutely love the fact, the respect other opponents show him as well. Maybe sometimes too much respect. But Rienz, in terms of consistency, firepower, and just the read on the game, for me, you know, it's close to Alpha. It's close.
I like that you opted for a Team Heretics player, because I also went down the same path. I'm going to go for VOOT, of course. I mean, VOOT has just been so consistent for Team Heretics as well. Like you say, we mentioned this consistency. But I think we need to look at the kind of agents that VOOT has played this year. He's played 10 different agents, over 10 different agents. Remember back in Kickoff, he was playing Astra. I think he just has so much flexibility in his agent pool. And now he's being able to shine on that secondary duelist for Team Heretics as well, which I think is really nice. In general, though, the reason why we're having this discussion, I think, is the fact that 5 Turkish players from very different teams all finished in the top 5 of ACS last week as well. So we have a lot of talented Turkish players, but Woot would be my pick personally.
I actually think that's a great pick. And what I love is when we asked Woot and Rienz about this, Rienz said Woot, and Woot also said Woot. So I think maybe he is the best right now. But I think both of them, you know, I think we made a good case for both of them.
Look, But have you considered Ruxic? That's my question. All right, I got
No.
numbers. You have? What are you talking about?
No.
What are we talking about? Who's the OG? Who's the king of
Charles
Turkish players?
Neddington.
Charles Neddington, right? And who is beating his ass in numbers right now? It is Ruxic. It is so crystal clear to me. This guy, number 5 in ACS. Everyone above him on that chart, while there are some Turkish names, those guys are duelists or at least part-time duelists. They're not out here playing smoke. They're doing work with flashes. Anybody can do this. I don't know. I feel like this guy has been undersold. Number 3 in KD as well. Only Kiko and Aves are ahead of him. And then this is like, I don't know. I don't think there's enough respect being put here. I think you're distracted.
You're right. I think you're right. I think if this was the most underrated Turkish player, 100% I'm with you.
This is a sleeper pick, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I agree.
It's a
You guys are
sleeper
so supportive. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
but you're wrong. But
You're wrong, but like,
if the whole segment was different,
if we change the goalpost, I get points. Okay, well that's not
Well
really
done.
what I wanted, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
But is it just Alpha number 1? Are we all so sold? Isn't it just that last tournament? Isn't it just Toronto where we all started to believe
actually,
this?
yeah, Toronto and Istanbul and
But we're in
Sao Paulo and
Berlin.
Tokyo,
But we're
you
in
know,
Okay,
every
I
single
see your point.
tournament
I
ever.
see your point. Me being a noob is showing a little bit here in terms of the greater context. But you brought up Charles Neddington, so is FUT someone we should still be hyped for? Like, are we so excited for like the OG Turkish squad? Like, this is the team, or is it all just you know, Heretics, Fnatic? What are we looking at?
I don't like the tone of this question because I know some of you might be thinking, FUT, they're washed. FUT, they're not good anymore. What are they going to do this stage? Now, all of you are ignoring the law of FUT, which is they always make champs. And let me break this down for you, for those of you that aren't familiar with the law of FUT. I assume you guys are familiar with Sir Isaac Newton, you know, the guy that came up with the law of FUT, you know? Very famously known for the law of FUT.
News to me.
Now, according to Newton's first law, an object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by an external force. Now, since FUT has entered partnership, no external force, zero. Its external forces, whether Na'Vi, whether Fnatic, whether Liquid, or even Heretics, has ever stopped FUT's trajectory to champions. In 2023, they had no business making champs. That roster was 3 players that have only ever played against 2 Tier 1 teams, which was G2 and Guild, and got absolutely destroyed by them. They had a rookie IGL, yes, and Turkish IGL from a region where, let's be honest, they don't have many good IGLs, and a random smokes player from Thunderbolts Gaming. Have you guys ever heard? Do you know who the other 4 players that played on Thunderbolts Gaming was besides Atta Captain?
Can't say I do. No.
Exactly. And despite of all of that, with the odds stacked against them, they still made champions. Now, furthermore, I have more in this book. It's a very large book. If we turn to the newest clause, of course, under Article 1, Clause 3, the post-LCQ, the abolition of LCQ clause, where we introduce champs points. Now, the only reason the champs points exist is to make sure that FUT gets to champs. We sent 1 team from EMEA to champs on points last year in 2024. Who was that? Who?
What?
Exactly. They made champs again. And that is right. FUT, they always make champs no matter what. And here is the thing about the law of FUT. It is not a theory. It is not a miracle. It is not even a choice. It doesn't care about your predictions or your expectations. It doesn't even care about your beliefs, because no matter what happens, say it with me, FUT will make champs.
At champions.
Yes.
I mean, okay, so this is the question that I have, because that's really compelling. I love that the foundational principles of our universe demand that FUT appear at champions.
Yes.
That's cool. They are playing against Heretics today, and if you look behind you...
Yeah, have we seen this, Yunsu?
Yeah, but that's the
the
point
track
of the law of
record.
FUT. It doesn't matter. They're still going to go. It literally does not matter.
But are they going
They
to
need
beat
to get
Heretics
playoffs.
today?
Even if they don't beat Heretics, they can still go, she says. Am I right? But like, I think I'm right. Oh no, I am right. I've been confirmed. The law of FUT. They don't need to beat Heretics. They can still go.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at them. This is a champions walk.
All right, okay.
They're ready to walk to Paris.
On the one hand, Billy, we have primordial force of the universe. You know, before chaos, there was the law of FUT, I guess. And then on the opposite side, we have Team Heretics. And Team Heretics, right, should be the favorites here. But I think we judge them by a different standard than we do a lot of teams in VCT, which is we want them to be not dominant in EMEA. We want them to be dominant on the world stage. So what do we need to see in this matchup? What do we need to see from Heretics to get evidence to support that as they do? It's not inevitable that they make it champs, but it's feeling pretty inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Team Heretics, we do have that expectation of them, right? We expect them to go to global events, so we expect them to be able to shine regionally. So that's why we hold them to this higher standards, because they do compete at that global level. I think for them today, if they get a win today, they're of course closer to locking that playoffs #1 seed, which is what they're really rooting for. I think to say that they're not part of the big three would be wrong. I think that we definitely do put them up there. But again, like I say, we have this higher expectation of them. We've just not seen them looking flawless recently because they lost a map against Gentlemates. They lost a map against BBL. Like, they're not having a flawless run within their own region. And they need to kind of fix that before we do get to the global points.
Yeah, for me, they're the big two, you know. Oh, sorry, I had to. They are part of the big two, mostly the two part. But Miniboo, I think, has been under a lot of scrutiny. I think every time he makes a mini boo-boo, like we saw last week, my heart is like, oh, socials, you know, chill for a day, take a day off. But what I want to highlight is, yes, this was a mishap. Yes, this was a mini boo-boo. But what people didn't see is that every single time that Kovac went to ult Miniboo, he unleashed the clone. 3 times out of 3, Kovac literally ulted the Yoru clone. And I haven't seen tech and consistency and just resilience as well, as you can see here on your screen, from another Yoru player in the league ever, maybe. I think Durka had that one clone, but imagine if Durka did that clone play 3 times on one map. And for me, that's a very good sign that he could have a mini boo-boo and still be mentally strong and still be able to carry his team. And that is all we want from Heretics. Good mental.
Yinsu, then let's keep it on you, because I want to talk predictions now. Because it sounds like Team Heretics are the favorites here, but like, you have So this is what I'm trying to understand. This is kind of the duality of man here for me, Yinsu, because on the one hand, you have, again, this seemingly all-critical scientific or pseudoscientific book beside you. Yeah. But who are you predicting?
According to this book, it says that I'm not in a right sound of mind from a overdose of copium. However, I will predict FUT, because after all that, I don't think I can.
You did shout a lot about FUT to not predict them.
I think if the map vetoes will. I need to see the maps, and once I see the maps, I'll be more confident. But right now, honestly, Heretics is a different beast. It's going to be hard to beat them. But if it's any time that the Law of FUT is going to come into play and give us something illogical, probably now.
Yeah, I completely disagree. I think I agree. You're really like hoping here. You're like, yeah, FUT. You have to play into it, and I love that from you. But if Team Heretics don't beat FUT, that's an upset, in my opinion. We expect Team Heretics to beat FUT because of how they've been performing. The fact that they were finally able to close out a series in 2-0 fashion last week against Vitality of all teams, right? I feel like they've brushed up things and they know what they're doing now.
For FUT, we talk about them a lot as kind of the perennial 4th place team, the gatekeeper for the top. Do you think that's still true, despite kind of the up and down performance of FUT thus far?
I think it's difficult to put that on FUT because they've not had enough time, in my opinion, right? They obviously made a roster change. CNED is kind of stepping up to the plate. Zeus hasn't been at the top of his game in the way that he was at the start of the year. I think time is what FUT have been missing.
Yeah, and I think it does live and die by how the maps go. Do they let Heretics have that comfort? You know, who knows?
Well, we'll see what FUT rely on today. If it'll be the primordial force, the Law of FUT, or performance will just be better as they go toe-to-toe with the Titans on the side of Team Heretics. Let's send it over to the walk-ons. Here we are, getting ready for a crucial matchup for the side of FUT, and now finally we get to see, I said before, Yinsu, so much faith, belief, so many things that the Law of FUT does not care about.
It doesn't.
But map vetoes, I imagine, might affect the Law a little bit.
Yeah, and I love seeing Neilzinho and Jonta on this stage in the big 2025. These two coaches have been around for so long. Going up against each other is really exciting for me. And looking at the map vetoes here, I mean, you don't want to mess about with the Sunset against Heretics. The Corrode being taken away, and then Haven bind Ascent. This is looking like a Heretics favored map pool.
Yeah, it is. And Team Heretics have openly said themselves, you know, there's no map really that they're afraid to go up and play. They said that they feel as though the map pool is very comfortable for them at the moment. I do think, however, it's been kind of a power move from FUT there to make Team Heretics be the one to ban out Icebox. This has been their insta-ban throughout all of Stage 2. By me saying that them, I mean FUT. This has been their insta-ban throughout the stage so far. So forcing Team Heretics into that by leaving it afloat.
Yeah, and FUT won the coin toss as well, so they opted to go Team B here. Heretics picking the Haven, that is not going to be a surprise whatsoever. I do think the result against Giants from FUT was a little bit catfish, you know, when they played last week. It's very catfish, I think, in terms of the fact that there was like a million bajillion 5v2s, 5v3s that were thrown. FUT were able to capitalize on that. I don't think Heretics are a team that are going to throw that many 5vx situations today, so I think it's going to be a very different beast. And also, I wonder in terms of the comps, because obviously Heretics are not going to be playing into the ISO Yoru stuff. Are they still going to go B? They abused the hell out of B last week. They kept planting on B almost 50% of the times. They just went B. And this attack side, I don't think that's going to happen again.
I think for me, I'm looking more at the defensive side of Team Heretics, especially when we consider the composition that FUT have been playing. It's a very executive-heavy kind of composition that they've played on Haven throughout this stage. So yeah, I think when we look at Team Heretics' attack against Vitality last week, it was a 5-7-half. So on that defense, look out for Team Heretics having those retakes, having those trap plays set up as well, due to the fact that they will be playing against a heavy execute comp.
Yeah, and I think both defenses are very interesting, right? FUT, they were re-clearing a lot. They were so patient at times as well, even though when they were in some weird, you know, that was a weird match, I think. They were in some weird situations, but the re-clears were really nice. Krax's util, how patient he was in every advantageous situation. I think that's going to be a really nice head-to-head. And also, as you mentioned, for Heretics as well, what I love is it's so easy to be like ISO Yoru, but I love the ISO paired with the Sova and then the Yoru paired with the Omen. They're so smart. They have so much crunch plays, wombo combos going on. And there were times that Rian's cross-map darts, I don't even know where it's coming from. Sometimes I see a dart, I'm like, how on earth did Rian's manage to get a dart over there when he's miles and miles away? So FUT, they have to be prepared for the beginning of the round, you know, they can't relax.
Yeah. I have to agree. I think that also just speaks to the kind of synergy that Team Heretics have. Obviously, the only team coming into this year that didn't make any roster changes from last year. And I like that you're picking up on the Rians and VCT, because that's something that we saw a lot of on their defense on Haven last week. You see those combos, like you say, and then of course the Boo brothers together on that Yoru and Omen. It is really nice to see.
Honestly, if I were them and I see any piece of ISO util coming at me, I'm either gonna run forward to avoid the Rians shock darts, or I'm running into spawn, because they were getting away with murder last week, just being able to have those crunch. But I want to copium a little bit for FUT as well, because I think we're talking a lot about how great Heretics Haven is. Is that for FUT? That their patience, I think, paid off a lot, because they were in sticky situations. They didn't make like really terrible mistakes that I could see. And sometimes for Heretics, if you are patient with them, you know, the way some of the other top teams play in this league, you can find mistakes. They're not invincible.
This is the issue though. How patient can you be with this composition that FUT are running? Like I say, they're relying on hitting those sites very quickly.
Boom.
That's why I mean though, they have to overwhelm Team Heretics. And Team Heretics, they're an experienced team. They'll recognize the positions that they need to play because of that overwhelming utility. So I think for me, I'm looking particularly at Zeus. I think that Zeus is going to be the heavy reliant one on FUT to be able to make those plays, get those first picks, and the trades seem to come in after.
He's not had the nicest time though, has he?
That's why it's difficult.
Really not had the nicest time. I want to see that confidence back, and I think he's in a particular situation where the expectations were so high. Usually when you're a tier 2 player, even for the likes of Benji, VCT, Rians, you know, some people are pretty excited about your tier 1 debut and how you're going to do, but for Zeus, it was kind of like, this is the second coming of Christ. He's going to be the best player ever. And if he doesn't get less than 30 kills, it just feels like he gets into his head. Almost like Miniboo. Almost a little sort of times where Miniboo gets in his head and they start whiffing and making mistakes he's not supposed to make. So I just want to see him stay calm, you know? It is Heretics, but it is not unbeatable.
Well, it's also difficult, right? Because we talk about Team Heretics being a team where we wanted to see that emotional leader. We wanted to see them come back in situations where they were falling behind. They've started to show us that, but there's not really that much pressure on them. Again, the standard we're holding them is how bad can you beat these guys in a way that will convince us that you are a clear top team in this region, where for FUT we're grasping at straws. We're trying to assemble some sort of plan, some sort of theory. We got a book full of arcane knowledge wherever it went. It's a difficult task, and I think the pressure is disproportionately on a player like Zeus.
Yeah, and they're going to have the VODs too, right? Jonta is such an old school coach. He loves, you know, the defaults. He loves the util layering, you know, getting his boys disciplined. He called one timeout last week, and FUT won 11 rounds in a row after that timeout. So he's going to have the answers. Hey,
where's my second timeout? I'm just saying, if correlation causation, where's my 22-round win?
But I think he's going to be able to know from just watching the VODs of what Heretics did last week and the week before and the 80,000 times they played on Haven and come up with not one game plan, not two game plans, but I'm hoping 3.
I like that you mentioned pressure though, Dracos, because you're saying like Team Heretics, they maybe don't have sort of pressure on them. They're already going on a flawless run. I feel as though VOOT has put that pressure on them already though, with what he said on Postplant last week about how they always go flawless in the group stage. Now they have that expectation of them of, oh no, VOOT said this last week. We need to continue this flawless run in groups. And of course, the #1 seed is something that they've got their eyes on as well. So that is kind of the expectation for Team Heretics going into this one.
And of course, if you're wondering at home why we're still looking at that wonderful whip pan Benji Fishy, it's because there is a player audio issue on stage. League officials are resolving it as quickly as they can, and then we will be quickly into agent select. I'm saying quickly a lot because I'm trying to manifest.
I think it's the caster's fault, because you know who's in the building.
Oh, of course. Didn't we send her to North America to get rid of this problem?
We did, and she betrayed us. She said that NA
they
was
had
better.
Yeah, I heard that on the interview with Liz.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I can't believe she went to watch one 2G versus Furia game and is like, this is better.
Yeah, that does not feel like our golden era at the very least.
I don't think Boostio is a rat, you know? Personally, I don't think he's a rat.
Quite definitively a human being. I think it's safe to say.
I think he might be a Twitch main though, dead ass. Like he does play a fair amount of bot lane. He does play a fair amount of bot lane. But
okay, Billy, you don't play high and mighty here. We've seen, yeah, you know.
We don't have to bring up.
I have a question though, because I've been watching and I've been slightly influenced by Mini. I will preface it with that.
There we go.
I don't like double
No. It's not about that. Well, yeah, he doesn't. That is exactly how he sounds though. That's a dead-on impression. We talked earlier about overwhelming the site. Isn't Yoru just like the biggest counter to that? Because he just pops out the teleport, can just be on a site in an instant. Like, I feel like this character is ridiculous. Am I crazy? It's just like,
You think Yoru is like a counter to the overwhelming?
I mean, I think the thing is like Yoru just lets you play on so many different places on the map in a way that I don't think any other, like, everyone else has like a pretty reasonable range limitation on what they can bring to the table, right? In theory, Yoru has a timer. I'm just wondering, is that, and we already talked about the combination. You've got the Omen, the Yoru. It's so clean on defense. I'm just wondering what you actually do to, it feels like the window is small.
I think it depends what style you like to play, right? If you want to flood and Yoru happens to be in the right place at the right time and you have enough util left, great. But there's 3 sites. So your odds are pretty good. Your odds are pretty good that maybe he's not at the one that you're going to. But even if he is, I don't think...
It can be at 2 sites.
I don't think for FUT that's going to be much of a worry. If anything, I think the opposite in terms of Heretics' attack. I think for FUT, being able to actually do something on B is going to really help them. I think Heretics even were going B like it's nothing last week. They had a lot of really cool mid-round pivots. We could just go B. Here, with the way the Cracks plays and how far the breach stun is, how far that reaches, I think they're going to be okay. I don't think they're going to be scared of the Yoru.
I think when you're looking at FUT's defense specifically, you want them to be proactive. You want them to seek out information with that double initiator composition that they've got going on. I think on FUT's attack and speaking to Team Heretics' defense, having the Yoru, yes, is great for those quick rotations, but like I say, FUT have such overwhelming utility that they can just overwhelm a site, right? So yes, you want to be able to rotate in and be there quickly to support your team, but then you can also just as quickly TP out of there. Do you know what I mean?
I appreciate that breakdown. The lights have turned on for us.
So what is your favorite thing to yap about when you get to yap?
It's difficult because it's mostly things that are so completely off topic that I fear.
That's okay. That's the whole, like, we're
be...
yapping. I mean, they're watching. Can I just say, there are people in this world that chooses to watch Shank's watch party. So we're fine. We're okay. If they're choosing voluntarily to watch Shank's, we could talk about whatever we want. In my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we talk about what you had? What did Shanks do to you that you felt that call out was necessary? Why? Because that was so personal.
I mean, he knows. He knows what he's done. But also, like, he's got the 2-day contract, the 3-day contracts. You know, Orgs are still signing him at this point, which is insane. I know FNS is watch partying as well, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't. You know. His hearing is not the greatest. Yeah. Like he's getting on a bit. So
last Valorant question, and then we can go completely off the rails.
Yeah.
You can all join us for whatever absolute fever dream of a podcast we're about to make up on the spot. I thought Breach was terrible. People keep telling me Breach is terrible, and I keep seeing it.
Minnie definitely told
he got nerfed. Yeah. You have to understand. Like I started learning about Valorant, you know, at a high level after I stopped playing when like Killjoy came out, you know, 3 weeks ago. So he's kind of my sensei. So I need another take. You know what I mean?
I think it's because you missed Bonkar's Breach once upon a time in our region. It's hard to.
I don't think it's like I don't think it's like I think it's a recent development. I don't think Breach has always been.
Okay, maybe he means solo Breach.
Maybe that's what the thing about Breach is he's kind of had a bit of a shadow nerf in the sense that Teho has had like a big nerf. So now we're not seeing as much Breach being played. Because of course, like at the start of the year, it was like Breach, Teho, Yoru, and that was like what majority of the teams were running. So I think that he's taken a bit of a hit in the sense that people aren't really choosing to play him because of these nerfs.
He's not in his golden era. That's such a deep. There's a lot of layers.
There's so many layers there. He's not in his. He's not in his golden era.
He is not in his golden era.
I think that sums it up pretty well.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm glad I cleared that up for you. But just don't listen to Minnie, because we see a lot of Breach and Game Changers EMEA. Like a lot of Breach is still being played there.
Okay. Don't listen to Minnie. That's
viable.
the takeaway.
Yeah.
I'll put that in my book. Hold on.
Follow up.
I think most of this book is don't listen to Minnie.
I think normally we avoid firing strays on this broadcast because it feels rude. But I'm, you know, gonna disappear at a certain point. So I feel like I can get away with it.
Why?
Oh, because I mean, I'm mainly on like LEC, right? So I feel like are G2 a good team? Because they made that really confident trash talk video and I loved it. Shout out you G2 for that. And talked about the golden era. And they did win domestically, but then they kind of biffed completely.
Okay, G2 are the best team in the world right now because they have the Schmeeg. They have Baby Bay. VCT player 1, VCT NA, whatever the freaking thing is.
Yeah, player 1. His name wasn't. They didn't even need like. His name is so universal. He doesn't even need any account he's playing on becomes
honestly,
Baby Bay.
Yeah, and it's just the Schmeeg. Like you can't not like G2. I think it's the opposite. I think
this does feel a little Law of FUT though, in terms of.
No. Like, am I wrong? Is Dre not just the truth?
I'm more of a G2 Gozen girly, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I mean G2 Gozen's obviously better.
Yeah, I'm not gonna root other regions, I'm gonna root my own region.
G2 Gozen's the best, but I'm trying to give you like a good analogy for just how... Imagine Kadril came back and subbed in for G2. You would love that.
I would love that, but that would obviously be terrible. Is it the same thing?
Yes, but it's like, but it's great, you know. And he's given it, and he's given it on stage. Okay. And I think that I don't know if that's a good analogy, but I feel like we're in the ballpark.
Probably, but I think that Baby Bay might be getting done dirty here because I assume that if Kadril got subbed in, it would be purely for content. Yeah,
not mid lane, jungle, actual like he's in role.
Like OG, he doesn't have. Girl, he hasn't played competitive in like 5 years. He doesn't have a role anymore.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
With a girl.
He has not played the game competitively.
So I feel like that's also a terrible. Okay, maybe a nemesis.
Sure.
Maybe we wheel Nemesis back into...
No, that would be hype. That would be hype. Is that what you're saying? It's like it's a hype return, not clear how well he'll do. Okay, got it.
Exactly. But I'm a big fan of G2. I don't think they're in their golden era. I think they might have pulled the trigger a little bit too early about the golden era stuff. But then, like, has any team been in a golden era in Valorant? It's so hard, right? This is the thing, like, it's so hard to win everything back to back. It's just impossible.
I think as well, like, I feel like our esport is still young, right? Like 5 years of Valorant we recently celebrated, so it doesn't feel like there's been...
And like 10 people have retired.
Maybe like 2020 Fnatic, but I can say that. Like, I feel like, you know, like...
Maybe Gambit.
You want to say that, but okay, here comes Gambit.
I'll just say, personally, be grateful there's regional parity. Because at 5 years, League of Legends fans, Korea was already just dominating, and then China came back a little bit, and then it was just Korea, Korea, Korea,
no,
Korea.
It's happened to us now. We're there.
Yeah, it's
You're getting there, but you're not there yet.
We're there.
Enjoy your time while it lasts. I saw Fnatic in that final. They may have gotten bodied, but they were there.
No, we're for sure there. We're for sure there.
I'm going to call Nico over. He has a wheel for
we
pauses.
have a wheel?
I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Before we spin this, who's twerking? Because there's a twerker mode.
It has to be me. I cannot be
it has to be
conscious.
you. We're wearing skirts.
Yeah. I'm all for gender equality, but I don't think that's a good call.
I can Otto. Have you ever Otto'd? Is that a thing in your wheelhouse?
Wheelhouse? No.
Yeah. Any Otto knowers?
What the heck is
I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'll show you later. But go on. What are we spinning
Is
the
it
wheel
K-pop?
Is this?
No.
What are we doing? Can someone in production
I think
please
we
explain
ask
the wheel to me?
We ask the question, and then and then it answers for us.
But shout out to our producers. They're like, the wheel is ready. You can call the wheel whenever you want. No expectation. Okay, so we ask the wheel a question, and then the wheel.
And it's biblical.
Got it.
It is biblical.
Should we ask about the Law of FUT?
Yeah,
or should we ask about Baby Bay? Or G2's Golden Era? There's a lot of good questions.
Yeah, but I don't. If it gives me an answer I don't like about Baby Bay, I will feel very emotional. I have a strong emotional reaction to that.
Okay.
Whereas the other stuff,
do you want to ask about the Law of FUT? Or do you have any question that immediately comes to mind?
I'm trying to think. I think the last time we pulled the wheel out, I asked if any Clove was going to be played.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it's no.
It?
Yeah. Do you trust my spin?
I trust your spin.
Okay,
yeah.
tell me when.
Well, any Clove.
Say 3, 2, 1, and I'll do it.
3, 2, 1, go.
Will Clove be played?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh. Wow, okay.
Did you ask will Clove be played in Americas? Is that what the question was?
Yeah, it wasn't very specific.
Yeah.
It's just will Clove be played.
Yeah, you gotta
Americas.
be specific. If we're in like the cursed like genie / monkey paw situation.
That's how I'm gonna manifest that.
Like when you ask to be rich but you don't specify how, you know?
My question is, will Charles Neddington absolutely diff everyone else on the server today? Is this the return of Charles Neddington? I hope it's a yes. I mean, he's got something to prove. He's the OG Turkish god. You know, he's got to show these kids. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. This is the other...
All I want is for Pansy, despite her betrayal, to sing CNED's on Fire. And that's apparently not going to happen today.
Can we get her down here? Because she loves coming to the desk. What I will say about Charles Neddington is this kind of reflects on how, I guess, young the esport is, but also how old it is already. Because once upon a time, you asked a Turkish player, who do you look up to? Who do you want to become in Tier 1? They would all say CNED, you know? Yeah. CNED. And now, even with VUT and Brians, they're no longer saying CNED. We're kind of, comeback was kind of like, I didn't even watch CNED win champs. I don't think he even knew who CNED was when CNED won champs. So I think there's something to be said about seeing someone that was the first ever Turkish player to win champs. And by the way, still the only Turkish player to win champs to come back and show these kids, just to dunk on them, be like, you forgot me.
It is crazy.
Yeah, I love that narrative.
Crazy. When you put it into perspective like that, like, it's crazy. Because, like, even me coming into this league for the first year, like, I've had to catch up on my history as well. So hearing that from the players is just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It almost makes you want to shed a tear.
There used to be a strat, which was popularized by 100 Thieves back in the days, where they would find where CNED is on defense. They're like, oh, CNED's here, and they will go to the other side. They'll just dump a drone, you know, an Arab be like, oh, that's CNED, run. And then that's how they win. So I want us to bring that back. I feel like that was a great strat that people...
Is there any player now that you think it would be appropriate to take that strategy?
I think a few. I think there's a...
Like Alpha, Durka...
a handful. Problem with Alpha is if you find Alpha, you run to the other side, there's Kayak. Like, pick your poison. Whereas back in the days, it's just like, oh, CNED, run. Yeah. But I think Durka still. I would still say Durka on Vitality or less to a degree. I would probably install that too.
I'm trying to think if there's anyone...
Maybe like a Kiko. You find Kiko, you're like, oh,
Kiko is a good shout, to be fair. Kiko,
but then it's Nats. Then you run into Nats on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've progressed. We've progressed, yeah. It's your question now, anyway.
Could Sliggy beat Mini in a fist fight?
Mate, my foot can beat Mini in a fist fight.
He's working out.
He can work out, but he's still a potato. I mean, he calls himself a coach potato.
Did I say, can Sliggy beat Mini or can Mini beat Sliggy?
You said Sliggy beat Mini.
Oh, damn. Then this is a very expected result. Yeah,
I was like, I don't think he's cheering for the right
What's Mini going to do? Just bite your ankles?
I'm not sure. Production, did you say something in my ear exciting, or did you say buy more time?
More time? I mean, this is why I'm here.
I won't confirm anything, but the number until Agent Select seems to be getting lower. I don't want to jinx it. My question was very simple, although I do think we'll have to wait for the actual cage match. Maybe Sliggy can inform his co-stream how he'd win. I don't know.
You want to watch that though? Like, I mean, dead ass. Is that something you want to watch?
Yeah, are you kidding me? That's all I want to watch. I want us to be like ice hockey, where like halfway through the round, when they're yelling at each other, the refs are like, all right, timeout, fist fight in the middle.
It's bullying. Like, you just be stomping on me.
I am not advocating for bullying. I'm advocating for some good, honest, on-stage mixed martial arts.
Okay, here's a question.
Mixed martial arts in the sense that no one probably knows martial arts, so it's a mix of nothing.
Actually, Minnie does watch a lot of MMA. He loves that stuff. Who, realistically, out of the coaches, can Minnie beat in a fist fight? Like, dead ass, if we had to choose somebody for a fair fight, because Milan is like 8 times.
He's not even here, and he gets so many strays. I love it. It's like the one consistent. The Law of FUT and the Law of roasting.
I reckon Pipson will make him cry. I think Pipson will just look at him and make him cry.
I actually have a shout for this.
Oh yeah, go on.
BBL Pal, he's not going to hit Minnie. Like, he's just
He doesn't have it in him.
Then that's even more
Dude's kind of...
He could just, like, sneeze on him.
Kind of built, though, no?
Yeah, but he could. That's what I'm saying. He could just sneeze on him. It wouldn't even be a fist fight.
It's like a...
Minnie's knocked over.
He's like the big bad wolf.
Someone that Minnie can actually beat.
Oh, you... Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Waylander, no chance. Pipson, no chance. Ooh. Gokid, I don't think so. No chance. Lohan, although I feel like Lohan is not really a fighter, but let's be honest, no chance. Who else we can throw in there? Maybe Yao. Maybe Yao versus Minnie. I think Yao versus Minnie make it. Yao, I know you're watching.
Attacking a lot of people's characters.
Yao, you're watching. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Here's my other question. Just until we get to Agent Select, which is hopefully soon. Like, you have to pick one Valorant member of the talent team anywhere in the world to be on a deserted island with. You have to survive as long as possible. Who are you picking?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Who do you trust the most to be a proper, real-world, touch grass kind of human being?
Can I tell you who I wouldn't?
Is it Minnie? Because
no, it's Mitch. It's
obviously Mitch. I've known Mitch for a week. It's obvious. This man wore a wingman costume for an entire story meeting day.
You could eat him. You wouldn't feel bad about that. I would say, like, real answer.
Okay, just to be clear, the question wasn't, like, who will provide the most food if we resort to cannibalism.
I would say...
that was not the intent of the question.
I would say Kakuka or Mika. They're both extremely multifaceted, resourceful women. And I think we would actually also have a very nice time. We will make it a fun island and we would live.
I think Mika's a good
yeah, Kakuka and Mika. Lauren I would throw in there as well. Lauren, she knows a lot. She reads a lot. Not Mike. Sorry, Mike. Probably not Michael. Not Hypoc.
Well, I could see Mike. He's like motorcycling around the world right now. Like,
yeah.
Well, not right now. Obviously, he's in the studio.
Yeah. Probably no. I mean, maybe Golden Boy. I think Golden Boy would also be very resourceful.
That man's gotta know things. He's like probably worked on some like survival crafting game and picked up
Ender?
like crazy
I feel
skills.
like you would know more than me.
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Ender is. Let me think of his accomplishments. Playtest League of Legends, Valorant, coaching, drum major. None of those things, all very impressive, none of them any use in a survival situation.
Okay, so I think...
He's pretty low down.
I reckon.
Also, he's a big dude, so, like, and I'm a pretty big dude, like, I would want I need someone who can, like, hunt if we're both gonna be big guys, because there's no way we can feed both of us.
But I think he would also hate the island aesthetic. You know, he would just hate that.
It's just not.
Yeah, it's not his vibe.
Believe it or not, I think that if he was in a life or death scenario, it might not be the first thing that comes out of his mouth. Might not be the first thing that he talks about. Could be. Maybe number 3, my outfit doesn't vibe. I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
That's my number 1 concern. Yeah.
Mimi, probably no.
No.
We're just going through all of them and saying yeah or no now.
Yeah or no. It's an entire tier list. Folks, I have an update for you, and unfortunately it is not the most fun update, but we're trying to keep you up to date with the most recent information we have. So while we wait for the issue to be resolved on stage, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side, and with any luck, we'll be right into Agent Select. Worry not, we'll be back as soon as we can.
Can I play them out with a question?
Yeah.
We can see the answer when you guys come back. Is Shanks a good streamer?
Shanks, I don't know you personally, man. Welcome back, everyone. We have now resolved the issue, and we are getting ready for agent select 3 minutes ahead of the time. So apologies for the delay. If you missed map select, you can always scroll back or find it somewhere on the internet as we get ready for our first map, Haven, which is really all that matters because we need to see these compositions. I can't imagine there will be any changes from the last time we've seen these two teams play this map, but you never know.
We're actually talking about the game now. Sorry, I'm still
No.
still in degen mode. My brain hasn't been rewired yet.
Yeah.
But yes, comp, ISO Yoru, Heretics good at it. Did it loads.
Boom.
They love taking someone's comp and making
Analysis.
it better.
Boom.
FUT, different comp. Little bit more unconventional. Cracks playing Breach, not the most experienced Breach player on Haven, but looking good. What do we think, Billy?
I like that breakdown.
You like that? That's a good summary?
It was very, yeah. I mean, we've already kind of glanced over how we expect this Haven to go, but just to remind people, if they hadn't been listening, FUT are playing that very site execute heavy composition, and of course Heretics, they've made that comp look amazing after pinching it off of Fnatic, of course. So yeah, I think going into this, we've already kind of highlighted the players that we expect to see thrive, we expect to see shine. So yeah, it's just a matter of getting into the server now.
I do wonder which version of FUT we're going to get, because again, Heretics are not going to throw like 8 5v2s, 5v3s. I think FUT might have to work a little bit harder compared to what they did last week to capitalize. And I don't expect either of them to just change their comp within the week. Definitely not Heretics. They make this look so good. They make it work so well as well. And yeah, Billy, you know, this is what you were talking about earlier too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like we say, my eyes are on Zeus. I've said that earlier on. I think I just have to hammer home again that Zeus will be the person that we have our eyes on. You mentioned Cracks. Not always having the best performance on the Breach. We're so used to seeing him on the KO, but the Breach and Fade have been lacking a little bit more recently, in this stage at least. So it's just a question of how quickly is Cracks going to be able to keep up with Zeus's pace.
But that's enough from us, unless they want to bring back the wheel. Otherwise, let's send things over to Pansy and Hypoc to get into the game.
Yeah, terribly sorry about the delay there, folks. Had to get one in. I had been absent for a little bit of time, so that one's on me. That was a little ode there, but we do.
When did we get our own wheel? It's been a
Nick
while.
Bears, couldn't we?
What? We need our own wheel.
Okay.
We need like a Pampog bingo wheel.
Yeah, fair play. No, I think
although
we
that would curse the entire.
Oh, it'd be brutal, wouldn't it? No one actually wants that. But speaking of Haven, right? Strong point for Heretics. Kind of got to know and love how they've done this. They've taken that, as said, Fnatic-esque comp and kind of polished it in the right way. Now, on the other side, yeah, I guess recency bias. FUT looked all right here.
It's never good though. It looked all right, didn't they?
Yeah, because it was like a bit of a red streak.
Yeah.
Then. It was like, let's get the game sound ready to go for you, hopefully.
Well, hopefully you've got it. We haven't.
I don't, but maybe you do at home. Let us know if they shoot anything.
This is spooky, actually.
Oh, it's a little bit intimate.
Slow start to the pistol. I'm not sure if anything's happened.
Why did you ignore that?
Well,
why did you move on swiftly?
Because I'm desperately trying to concentrate, see if anything's happening.
So far, very slow stuff, eh? It's a bit odd. It's probably the AD. The analyst desk has probably messed this up.
Say that though, Heretics are moving. This is very strange to cast with no audio, but Heretics making their way towards a site now. I don't think CNED's actually confirmed anything just yet. Obviously the camera a little deeper as well. We can't laugh in round one.
I'm not laughing.
Okay, sounds back.
This is very serious, Michael. Focus up here. Very, very serious scenes. And you know how they were like, oh, you betrayed us by going to Americas and saying it's fun. It's 30 seconds and they're not gone anywhere, mate. Like, what do you expect?
30 seconds left.
I left Counter-Strike for a reason. It was bloody boring. Now, here we go. 25 seconds, we're on a site. And Mr. Fallen already going to catch Benji off, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem potentially down the line. For now, though, they've got the plant. And we've got to be looking at the post-plant to work, what we've got to work back in with. CNED still has the Paranoia, Mr. Fallen. Nice bit of kit there to play with too, and Cracks as well. Let's see how Zeus performs on this Neon. That's something that'll be at the forefront of my mind. But as it stands, Woot's still going to be trying to posture up on this lovely Paranoia to force him away from the angle. And, well, you're kind of hoping Zeus would have landed that one. Looked a little teed up for it, but it's Rien's keeping Heretics safe. Standing tall, up against just two now.
He's going to find the first. Boo here inside the smoke. He gets taken away as well. Yetsuj to shut that down. Just mini Boo left. Does catch a headshot there. The flash has got to land. Half's going to come through. Needs to make a move here. We'll find it, but
Has he done enough?
Gonna be close. I think he has done enough, yeah. Right down to the wire. Found the kill at the right time, though, for a Red Bull clutch here in the pistol round. Slow start, but things dragged out in the post as well.
Replay of being flashed. Riens does well, though. Again, I kind of thought they'd get a little bit more off of that paranoia that CNED sent in, but again, my eyes do turn towards Zusik. One of the top prospects when we started to talk about him joining these rosters, one of the most looked at young players coming in mechanically, and I'm never too sold on his Neon yet. I want to see a little bit more from that, but it's early days.
Yeah, the fair criticism has been consistency. We've seen what the peak looks like.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. Mechanically gorgeous to watch.
Haven't really seen the ability to stabilize. Heretics will probe here in round 2. No stack really on the side of FUT, but maybe a little trap towards long here with Zeus and Yetajay set up. Potentially a fault line to come through as well from A-Link. Just on the back of this camera. Heretics very cautious about their approach here on the anti-eco. Again, fair investment. Benji to try and find something here with a pistol, and he has done. Yeah. That might draw them away from this A setup, or actually, as it looks as if Heretics are going to bank on the full rotation here. A little sloppy, but CNED will fall.
And it's been quite nice seeing a little bit of a return to form for Benji as well. Someone that I think, for being fair, in certain ways was deserving of a little bit of criticism. You know, the fall from that high peak performance.
And has received it.
Yeah. And it feels like he's started to get back into a little bit of that kind of, top quality form. Looking forward to see if that continues, if that can be rekindled. Because again, when Benji's on, there's something quite special about him. Again, same to be said for the Law of the Heretics roster. This time around, it doesn't look like there's too many threats here. But kind of understanding the scenario well enough, and a nicely worked nav. Again, it looks like Heretics just kind of working on these defaults, really. Yeah,
Rien's going to push forward here because he's only 2 away from Hunter's Fury, but down to 20 HP, going to get shut down. Just be 1 orb away, though. Mini boot rewarded elsewhere. The last 2 just looking to give up to the spike. So you've got to be conscious. Well, now that Rien's has fallen, really, that's going to be the closest ultimate available. As they will find a 2-0 start here.
And it's not pretty.
Yeah, so far, kind of ticking the boxes. Again, not much to take away. I guess eventually we do start kind of putting the lens towards FUT. That Giant game would be hard to take a little bit more away from. I'm not sure what the game plan is here, though, as this is a relatively brought-up round as well, coming out from Heretics. A couple of rifles now. We have Rien's on that Marshall, but the early ult progress, I mean, Rien's is only 1 away, so that's something to keep an eye toward. Just 2 on the A site.
Yeah, got to be conscious here, but with the purchase in the previous, and I guess as well the plant coming through on top, Rien's pick up the scope himself, but there are rifles across the board. Bulldogs, yes, but fairly even purchase here. Very, very slow approach. Not used to seeing this level of caution, displayed by Heretics. FUT definitely going to be asking questions in terms of the prep, in terms of some of the expectations, in terms of timings here, but CNED going to have his hands full.
Yeah, but he's really calm. He's been able to isolate Mini Boost. He takes him away, takes a fair fight, and doubles down. CNED, exceptional under pressure, and Zeus right there with him. Lovely little follow-up. And look, this slow and steady pace is fine if you can make sure you clear your corners, you don't get isolated. The scaling looked wrong there, Mike. They should have been able to have a fair fight on that TP towards site.
Absolutely should have, but CNED almost given the first, and I mean the second at this point, it feels rough for Boot to even swing onto that.
Let's go!
Absolutely punishing the gap in the front line, I guess, of this execute. Said won't necessarily affect the purchase too much. I mean, it's a Guardian for Rien's, but the Hunter's Fury now in play. Heretics maybe looking to pick up the pace a little bit as the barrier falls. The FUT just not entertaining these early fights.
Giving them very little. I guess you've got a Neon, you can just fast rotate still, right? You can, plenty of ways to approach this game. This map specifically. High emphasis towards Garage so far. They're on a little bit higher tempo now, about the minute mark, taking through towards Garage control, but once again, CNED's here, and that 100 Thieves rule. Gonna have to remember that one, as he's already having a good performance. Again, the return of CNED to this level has been quite special to watch, actually. I've seen that operator even coming out a little bit in those previous series.
So he's just holding the trap outside B. So limiting the options, really, but you can see elsewhere on the map. Minibu actually going to maybe try and sell something towards A. The moment there where Mr. Fallen and Cracks are considering the rotation. Actually, it's drawn a lot of bodies over here.
It's just really CNED and Cracks not quite taking the bait. They might be feeling something's off. It feels like they've only seen one, right? And it's Minibu who slipped way deeper than they expected. So Zeus going to be punished on this, but the pop now comes towards C. A lovely played out fake here. Does leave it late. It's 10 seconds. Things can go wrong. And they need to save plant. 5 seconds, and they're planting now. This feels a little too Fnatic-esque for me, but the plant is in. And the retake a little out of sorts there. They've just missed a fall in, and it's a formality now. Heretics up to 3.
A chance here, I think CNED's probably very conscious of somebody being left in Garage, but can't find a backstab here. Again, another one of those rounds we talk about where just one kill could have really tore this whole thing apart, to be honest. A little ahead of the paranoia. Riens finds the headshot. And we can see CNED has to respect it with the gap then between him and the rest of his teammates. You can't expect him to gamble on finding a kill. The Fallen reaching a milestone, 1,500 kills.
And a Shiko.
Yeah.
Oh.
So after a good start, Cracks has just eaten a headshot. I don't think confirmation of second or third player from FUT there. I'm not sure of the sightlines of anybody else, but Heretics already orb retrieved. Again, very, very cautious in another anti-eco here. Mr. Fallen needs a lot from this position if he's going to stop the onslaught.
Yes, that's not the sort of thing you like to hear coming your way here. Tucked in the corner. I guess it clears space, if anything. And a good try, but that's all you're going to get for it, really. It was a gamble stack mostly towards C, kind of lives and dies there, it feels like, as the rest of FUT.
Heretics is just playing with them. They're just playing with their food in this round.
30 seconds left.
Now a fake pump, which will make FUT believe somebody's lurked up elsewhere on the map, but again, with some crucial information here on the camera as we check in. Does watch the C-long walkout as well as Garage, so 15 seconds now. Could get a little messy here.
Feels like they're actually just trying to
play. Does he go straight for the planter?
I mean, they...
I
hate this. I hate this so very much.
I was going to say, in that situation, like, you don't even need to go for the kills. You kill the planter, somebody on FUT just needs to live.
Like, again, I feel like...
Was it a smoke timing or something? I mean, because obviously we're in POV, but I didn't see if...
guns, just get
if there was something that happened, like I said, a smoke falling at the wrong moment, they just didn't feel fully confident. Because there's no util in this round that you've got to wait on in a 5v4 when you have the entry to site.
I really don't like it. I can't stress it
I mean,
enough.
an incredible 50 round from FUT.
Oh, like, brilliant, yeah. Fair play to them.
Within 4 or 5 rounds, they've already figured out Heretics are trying to pace the game.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to pace the game now. Looking to flip the script a little bit and not necessarily winning out.
No.
And that's Boo and Woot down.
Yeah, and they are going to be on Sheriffs themselves, so it's not even one of the big rounds, but this is going to be a stabilizer for FUT. They can keep 5 standing, get some of those ults building. Zeus only one away as well. Keep that money, trying to find some stability with it, really. As it stands, they're in the right place here. 3 of them from FUT on this side of the map. And should be handled. I think they are really kind of left there. Nicely handled by FUT, losing one. That's not the end of the world. You already got some decent bank on Cena to spread it around.
Yeah, if you flip a Thrifty this early on in the half, it actually gives you a cushion when you come back into your buy round.
Yeah.
So FUT going to feel really good about that now. Looking pretty healthy in terms of the ultimates as well. It's only cracks about halfway towards the Rolling Thunder. And that's with this one that I'm going to have to go back and watch and just have a good look at the minimap and figure out what it is at 30 seconds they hit the abort. Because there isn't a lurk. In that situation, if
that's what
potentially Miniboo had found space elsewhere and had a TP back to make sure they were 5 again onto the side.
Straight up mid, Zeus is going for a run. Mr. Fallen's the one to close it down, but still, they've taken over half of the map so early here.
Trying to capitalize on that downtime once the round starts, or dead time, I should say.
Yeah.
Heretics have got themselves control of C, but FUT a man to the good here in the retake. Definitely make this interesting.
Good info as well. Should know there's probably 2 on the site, seeing that owl drone as well as tagging.
Oh, who was that tagged up? He TP'd into the shock dart.
That's unfortunate, really. But Zened still holding good ground here, making sure none of this threat on CT comes further. But Miniboo's still up for this fight. Dart goes in, but it's going to finally ping this. And yeah, he's on the back pedal now. Hard to get away from as Rien's last man alive. Great shot. And a very good attempt. Took down 2 on CT, but the defuse is there. And the pacey beginning from FUT, I like that.
And I love the way the Yesterday plays this as well, with the man advantage, actually even more so once that retake gets rolling. Yesterday plays the timing perfectly on long. Knows that he hasn't got to pick up the pace. There's no urgency to what he's doing. This is the TP in here, yeah. Boo tagged up, spam down on backside. And that really opens the floodgates for FUT. To get the freebie off utility on the way in here, after having a man advantage, makes it so hard for Heretics to hold on to the site as FUT. Actually one to the good now. 4-3, Heretics down on Stingers and a Sheriff.
The G2 buy. I mean, for me, this is where you want to see that slow default.
Oh my god, look at it! Pop as well!
FUT has absolutely kicked the door down on whatever Heretics was trying to do. And it looks simple. This is where that slow, steady default would be nice.
Timeout. Heretics have got to discuss the early round now, because FUT have come with some really good answers here on the defensive side of Haven.
Bang on.
A steal of the ace, though.
Yeah, I saw that.
That is questionable.
So the breach looking pretty nice.
I mean, to come back to that discussion, Neon, I think, is still one that works because, I don't know, Dracos was kind of getting to this point, but it's the ability to kind of, breach is only good with a very good space closer, something that can actually get onto the back end of the fault line potentially. And I think Neon's probably, in terms of, well, particularly on Haven, in terms of some of these lines that you'll find the stun coming down, Neon can kind of get around them very, very easily. So it's not the same issue you have with like a Jet Dash or a Raze Satchel. It works a little differently. So I'm all right with it.
No, I'm genuinely
I personally, many will disagree, but I still like Breach.
There you go. That's a bold claim. Honestly, though, I have seen some real validity here.
I think this is interesting to see as well. Heretics, slowest plant speed, but what we're seeing here is a much slower default.
Yeah, but also planting at 38. We've been seeing plants at 5.
Yeah, but it's everything that leads up to that. This has been, I mean, Heretics in a few of these rounds haven't really achieved anything in that dead air.
Yeah.
Whereas usually we would see them very proactive with a widespread slow default, yes, but they're finding contact, they're finding information, potentially even finding kills in scenarios. We haven't seen that today. But have played that very well.
And that's the thing, is I do want to kind of lean it into the fact that FUT seem very prepared. They've rarely over-rotated. They've generally been in the right place for it. They seem to have a very good read on this. Again, there's plenty of tape on Heretics on this map.
Well, they over-rotated one round, and then Heretics still hit the site, so...
That is very true.
Decoy.
Should be the stun. Yeah, unfortunately, it being Mini, but you can't really catch him in that trap.
Slippery. Nice try, though. I quite like that little trap play off the back of it. And it feels very obvious of where the main bulk is going towards, but CNED, I imagine that was a shot in the dark, maybe just a spam through, but a catch has been had, and Zeus does get handled. So not going to be making too much of a fuss of this one just yet, but CNED's still alive, and as is Krax. They haven't fully given up this site either.
Krax 1 kill will give him the rolling thunder as well, but Boo's going to find it. CNED now
30 seconds left.
in a 1v2. No paranoia. Just have the ultimate to check for a rotation. Actually going to stick it here. On the back of that, Heretics have the confirmation that he has bailed out. Now the question mark of where he's checked with this TP.
These sort of rounds sometimes do drag my attention back, because Mr. Charles Neddington, when things get weird.
And this is always a rough spot to play as well when you're on backside here, because it's so easy for CNED to isolate one.
Yep. He shouldn't win it, though. He shouldn't.
Cover going out.
Now that clock is getting low. He's looking for that one. Has the player spotted, but now... the timing not there. Well played on the spacing, felt dangerous.
I was going to say, you can even see there, CNED's thinking, well, there's one backside, surely somebody else is in a complementary angle to it.
Carry that weight.
Unfortunately there, I think that the clock ultimately going to decide that one, but CNED not left with many options. Roll of the dice with the TP, sure, but... I said so much time has passed here that there's no real urgency for Woot to get onto that trade.
Good break in rounds now. 5-4. Obviously, early rounds did go to Heretic's side, but a lovely response. Now we get into the kind of, more regular rounds, but Zeus with that operator here, that is a change-up. Very different setup on towards C as well, so a lot of faith in Zeus. The shot initially does go astray.
At least Heretics know early enough on in the round the operator's location. Zeus hasn't actually rotated, so see here, Heretics still with intention. I guess with the TP from Miniboo, but it did expire. They might try and follow through with this.
Let's see what they've still got to clear him with, isn't it? Great deals. The Aldron's posted up towards long.
Still got a recon, a paranoia. Yeah.
So it does stick around, but that's pretty telling. They are coming towards his site. But look, we've seen the Heretics are willing to make those late round changes. But as it's wait,
Wallace found one through the smoke.
That's got to be a blind shot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a freebie and a half there. Should be a bit of chip on towards Benji as well. It is. Down to 79, and now the ults are on board. Now there are problems as Zeus tries to just take back space on the side. Going to see a couple players here, but it gets messy.
Woot's found one as well. That was onto Mr. Fallen. 18 seconds though, still not necessarily safe on site just yet.
They need this plant though. Be next up, Krax. A lot of util. CNED, a lot of util. Try and maybe springboard in. Push them out from hell. Put them under pressure towards Graffiti. The paranoia's gone. You've got to make your play now. Yeah, the J going to find Woot, but still, positioning is great. Maybe feeling they had more of that util than they actually did.
It takes them a little longer to find the kill onto the player on default, expecting the swing on the back of the paranoia, but and the coverage on Graffiti was good. Just need to get onto that angle quick enough. So after 4 rounds in a row, cosmetic. Yeah. That's rough for Zeus. After a run of 4 rounds, Heretics now will find 1 consecutive. Still some money in the bank for FUT though. I mean, a lot of ultimates actually invested in the last couple of rounds. Tough to see. Miniboo though. Same time, there's bodies here for FUT to greet that. A 2 for 2.
How's it a 3v3?
Yeah, that's... Again, Heretics once more playing with the pace or the tone that they've set early on. Swing off the neural theft, potentially.
My God, Benji, you are a lucky boy to be alive. Nice counter paranoia, actually. Slows down the hunt. So Benji gets to back away. And all in the meantime, that spike is being ferried over towards the A site. So plants in, TP gets taken. Riens, he's been solid as a rock so far, leading the fray for Heretics, 10-8. Going to secure a little more space on towards CT.
Boo's got to be careful though, because At least have the... Oh, he's droning here in it. I guess Boo expecting a swing off that, but he's put into a rough spot.
Yeah, kind of forced out, maybe overthinking it, but you can imagine rightly so. Normally, anyway, bizarre outcome as Rienz and Benji now forced to try and handle the pressure. Good chip damage, but doesn't deny the defuse. Benji's timing was fantastic. Now both have to put bodies on the line. Half was not achieved. He's kept them from that, leaving Rienz to secure the deal, which feels like it's absolutely fated now as time is a factor. Heretics win it out.
Rienz doing really well to draw enough attention here on short. And it's actually still impressive to see FUT in the right spots for some of these rounds where Heretics completely switch up the early timings. And even here, I mean, you take that 2 for 2.
Yeah, you do. 100%. And a last-minute timeout here in this first half, right? 5 to 6.
Lots to consider.
Certainly isn't. And there's a man kind of in the moment, at least for Heretics. Rienz, top of the board. Lovely performance from him thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's needs no introduction now. I know there was a time we were kind of waiting to see how good Rienz would be, but I think certainly more recently as well, he's come into his own. He's become such a pivotal part of this roster. It's so exciting to watch as well sometimes.
No, it is.
Which is, with that pool, it's not often you say somebody's exciting to watch.
I know, and there's always those kind of echoes of Leo almost in a way sometimes. Not to the same extent, I think, but Rienz certainly has his very own kind of approach to it that you can't help but enjoy watching. However, for now, go back in. But with their last check-in of this half now, let's see what they decide to do.
Yeah, curious if that time I was just to maybe correct something. Well, certainly not on a macro level, because like I said, FUT have actually had decent reads and pretty good decisions based on what they're seeing around the map.
No, I'd be quite curious what that timeout was actually for, if I'm honest. Ult ready between Miniboot and Woot. It could be to try and make sure they're aware of what's coming their way here. As we've seen something similar to this before. I couple the ultimates here. As we have players spotted. Miniboot, full commit and dive out. Okay. So he's kind of on his own here. Doesn't clear Zeus. So there is a world where this could be an issue. Cena did play from a position close to this before and was rewarded. Now he's going to have to really go wild. There's too much on his plate. Simply put, Heretics found him at the right time. Woot now can invest that on. Catching a player. Will be Benji. Oh, sorry, Yet Jay swiftly dealt with. And leaving them just with 3 now.
A lot of work to get done here. Paranoia available. Not sure about the recon from Mr. Fallen. Not many tools at their disposal here in a 3v5. Heretics going to able to just keep them at bay for long enough. CNED will be the first victim here.
One enemy remaining.
And all but a formality now for Heretics to close out.
Taken out.
Mr. Fallen, valiant attempt, but just too much time has passed. Well, I mean, could pad a little harder, gets a third, but 7-5 on the half for Heretics.
And credit to them, I think we were a little bit putting a couple of question marks towards that tempo. The choices they were making in those slow defaults coming in, couple fumbles, but they found their rhythm in the end. And as you said, leading at 7-5, they will be leading into the second half. And we'll wait and see if they can close this out cleanly.
I will see you again.
Is 5-7 enough to convince you of a game here, Mike? Because
well,
I mean, they went that lovely run
convinced
around.
me of a game.
Okay.
Elaborate further.
A good one. A close one.
I mean, I think, yeah, we've been given a good half. And like I said, FUT had a...
No, but I mean, going forward. Is that enough to then convince you this half will maintain pedigree?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, that took you some time.
Yes. I liked how FUT approached some of those rounds.
Standing ahead.
It's a tall. Look, we're talking about Heretics on Haven.
Yeah.
It's. I expect this to be competitive, but I think this is an example where Heretics are able to excel repeatedly and consistently. So, do I think FUT are going to come with ideas that are going to be able to win them a second half here? No.
Okay, I like that. A realist. I was going off just this round alone. More Sheriff, more win.
More Sheriff, more win.
That's
That's a tough equation if you break it down a little bit.
No, there's layers. Most people don't even understand.
How many?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
the odds.
a bit ghosty on FUT. Ghosty around the edges.
Don't start me, Michael. I've slept like 3 hours in what I feel like is 4 days. I don't understand time. And now 45 seconds. Slowly building towards A, but the issue is, again, Heretics still have 3 players here. Nothing has taken them away from this or made them want to rotate away. So Boo's going to try and cut off at least the approach from long. Now Zeus will disrespect that. Play it forward and YellowJ finds him. So FUT just kick in the door, apparently. They had players here. It shouldn't have been that clean.
Absolutely not, but 3 kills in quick succession here. That's Benji and Woot in a tough spot to navigate now. And YellowJ and Cracks a little chip damage, but doesn't necessarily make it comfortable. But Woot's found another one. 24 HP for him, has to reposition. Now requires Benji to go huge.
Now, back in the day, Benji would get you 2.
Well, it's not Sheriff, though.
I know, but back in the day, Benji would get you 2. Zeus just... I mean, he got me 1. How about a second? No, a little too far. Zeus there, solid in the end as well. Good to see some diligence from Zeus here. At least a very warm start from him, getting those numbers pumped up towards the top of the board.
When you see the stun not land on Boo, you almost think that actually that first line of defense, maybe they can come out even, maybe even a 3 for 2, but it's so clean from FUT on the way in.
Yeah.
Even, I mean, what was the extra player to even rotate across here that fell for Heretics? There's just no space to find a recovery.
Revealing area.
Or Sheriff didn't win.
Said that.
Wow, it's proven now. A wise man once said, stats don't lie. Luther?
I don't think you can actually talk about him. He's currently banned. So
He is Twitch banned, yeah.
for his takes recently.
Our collective hearts weep.
Classics. How do you feel about them? Good?
Probably, well, I mean, considering how the Sheriffs did. FUT haven't found...
Don't talk bad about my Sheriff.
FUT haven't found anybody just yet. Heretics very quickly looking to set up here on C site. I'm not CNED's going to be able to find somebody actually. So he's a little exposed potentially.
Foolish.
Speaking of, Mini Boot caught in transition here back on the site. I think a clear indicator for FUT. Well, maybe not so much. They might be thinking C site's empty, but
ooh, Cracks. I mean, that Sheriff looked good. It's just...
Classics!
Ooh, how have you done that? The first thought I'll let you have.
No. Spike say you can run this down.
Just play time. All good.
Oh my god!
Oh, it's a Red Bull clutch.
You heard it here first. EMEA, the only region where classics are better than sheriffs.
What did Bo do?
It's just...
What's happening here? That was nice. Right.
But it's like that almost looks like a different round. It looks like a different round where Krax has walked in, found two, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, they've only got classics, so.
Nice! Sit the fudge down!
Sit the fudge down.
Didn't catch a bleeper on that one.
I'll get on my phone. Oh, family-friendly Benji's getting rinsed on that. His whole brand. He wanted to go into Disney movies, he did. Ruined that now. Weird leftover buy for FUT.
Well, it's a hero rifle. And some sheriff. There's the hero rifle gone.
It's all right. The sheriffs are here. Oh, Benji. There we are. No farming moment. Feel good round.
One dead.
The classics are hitting. The classics are hitting.
What the hell is going on? Why does he do it? Why doesn't Wayne do that?
New patch.
It's got to be
a new patch.
Probably what it is. Can't be anything else. Wow. Oh, it was pretty ambitious.
I mean, what? Yeah. The issue being, Zeus has gone so far forward that even if that rifle falls, somebody finds the trade. Nobody's pushing forwards here to find that rifle. But I guess, well, I was going to say, almost back to normal now after a weird round 2. But Zeus now bringing in a Guardian. Not great on the Neon, but
best. And I think
Heretics looking to get very aggressive here. Minibo's rewarded.
Yeah, he's feeling confident enough to take this space. I mean, and they've done it with numbers too, right? This is 4 players.
Nobody to clear onto that second angle either. It's a rough start here for FUT in this round. Curious to see if there was any follow through here from Heretics, but again, look how active they are on the defense.
It feels like almost they're playing attack on defense. After what was one of the really slow, methodical approaches, now they've gone, right, we want map control, we want to do it early, we want to try and get that man advantage and then dip back. Now, obviously, that's the ideal outcome, right? It's like, cool. But they've actually played with full intent behind it, and they've got, again, such a quick rotate. They just started with 4 on A long, and now you can see what they're starting with at the kind of 40-second marker. And for FUT, a lot of question marks to re-clear.
I mean, they're basically, I mean, their hand is forced almost here to head towards A site. Only one member of Heretics is Boo down on 10 HP,
Does he get a kill?
Yes.
Big shout.
2.
1. Mega Mind Michael.
Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. As the solo anchor.
Oh, let's get you a little crystal ball, mate. What was that about?
That's an age-old meme. Mystic Mike.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm actually bald for it as well.
Oh, the second he just gets it straight through the smoke. I mean,
just to come back. Absolutely diabolical that Boo's found the second here in the smoke
have had to there.
ahead of the recon ping. Again, maybe, well, with that much time left on the clock, you can't really wait out the dart. They want to be swinging at the same time to kind of break some of those crossfires, potentially, somebody having to deal with that dart, but Heretics on 10 now find themselves back down on a Shiko. Woot and Minibo both finding kills here. A little bit of chip damage, but nothing to really follow through on. Sure.
It's a pretty one.
No, not beautiful.
Highlight reel!
That's from the Benji school of discipline there, what the jump spray.
Okay, it's all good, it's all good. I want that with like Fort Minor on it or something.
Yeah?
You know what I mean? I always love it when someone zeroes out in a game and you get the like drag movie of their 0 kills. It's so toxic, but I watch it every time. I see that on Reddit. I'm on that thread. Oh. It's a wild spray.
I love as well, Benji, POV, he literally just swings in, just finds the one tap immediately as well.
What's been the issue? Timeout for here. Kind of been held on 6. And
I mean, a similar timeout position really is the first, because this could be over in 2 rounds. I mean, it rides on this buy round effectively. What's left in the bank? I mean, cracks down to 1400. There's still going to be a purchase behind this. Ultimates-wise, sure, you can have Zeus as well to offset potentially. But
can I ask you a question? It's a little bit more removed from
I never ever like it when you lead with that. It's going to be weird. It's going to be sus or just like...
It's really not.
Of course you can, yeah.
Does it worry you in any capacity that CNED has hit the ground running like this more than anyone else in the team? Do you see a downside to it, or are you just happy to see him back?
No, I don't think so. I mean, even if we're purely to look at numbers here on this map, other than the scoreline, FUT have played a good map at Haven here. It's like I said, we're talking about Heretics here. I mean, even Cracks now. If you breach 7 and 14 and you got 15 assists,
you're doing your job
all day long. I'll take that. So,
this is a nice
not at all. I think if anything, the bigger question, historically, what was always the criticism of CNED? We come through meta changes. Does he look comfortable on other agents? I still apply the same logic when I look at CNED play. So no.
So you're fine.
Yep.
I mean, Baby Bay's doing well in America, so you know, who knows how performances work these days. You can come back from any era.
We're in a weird
timeline
period of Valorant.
Couple teams I can imagine being hopping in as the 5th port. Dreams that day. God, I played them so beautifully. Oh, stolen those, Mr. Fallen. Oh, that was quick, wasn't it? That was quick as anything.
And that's the end.
No real chance to work around that either. The difference is from this side to, well, the first side to this from Heretics, it's so decisive. Now, for FUT, they do have a plant.
Well, yeah, and looking at the map now, actually, able to mitigate most of the Rolling Thunder, and actually, Riens finds the kill.
Yeah, so Zeus goes down. Now the time is going to become a factor. They do need to start getting those kind of boots on the side, but a 180 is going to help him out. Cracks with an outrageous final stand, but it's Woot to win out in the end. Diffuse going to be there, and Heretics kept their cool under some really pressured spots.
And even here, the contingency of actually, the paranoia doesn't land, the TP doesn't catch them off guard, it's dealt with. But the numbers come through for Heretics. Plants found, like I said, they were going to get a purchase here. I think the plant make it a little better, but it certainly isn't pretty. Ooh, another win out. Cracks in a few of these situations, but I was saying he's 7-14. He had, what, 2 entries with the Sheriff on that round. Here looking pretty comfortable as well.
Valuable.
So take that all day long from your Breach player. But 5, I mean, what was it, 4 for FUT? The string around in the first half, 5 now for Heretics, and haven't found a way to really break through in the second half here for...
And this kind of plays into the bigger picture in my mind, though, of the... It was kind of said in interviews recently, I think it was Niels who gave the interview, kind of talking about the fact that they're trying to get used to kind of building back up, and also expecting at some point there to be a loss, because Heretics have been on a streak of runs now. You know, wins coming in, doing very well for themselves.
I think it was there, a similar thing, talking about the loss to Fnatic, right? The fact, I mean, obviously
going
the
back
3-0, but again, how it almost rattled them a little bit.
And I think
you've got to get better at dealing with those losses.
Yeah. Because right now, you can see what
God.
happens when they're confident. When everything lines up for Heretics, they become near on untouchable. That's the scary factor about this team, is the quality when they hit their peaks. It is just that mental fortitude. It looks like it's all in the right place for now. Now, whether or not FUT can be a team to shake that, I don't think it's going to be happening, at least in map 1. We do still have Bind on the horizon, so that could be somewhere you could have a bit more fight. But a good record for Heretics pretty much anywhere you look. So Yellow Jay now has to go nuclear, and simply not a chance in hell. Some of the strong suits from Heretics here showing today, Michael.
Absolutely. I mean, looking so comfortable. Whereas earlier, I think, well, earlier I said the first half actually able to probably force some adjustments, some adaptation from Heretics. And like I said, credit where credit's due to do that on Haven. Like I said, I look at this Veto, I don't necessarily look at FUT starting strong.
Yeah, so as it is 13-6 will be where we're pinning map 1. However, after the break, we'll be jumping into Bind, so it's far from over.
I'm Benji Fishy, bro. I did Benji Fishy pose.
What's Patty's? Is Patty's this? Right, so Patty's this, no? Oh no, wait.
Bro, can't you do that, bro? Isn't it so hard? Isn't it so easy? Why is it? Why your fingers are in different positions, bro? Why is this one goes up like it's weird?
My hands disabled, bro. Bro, you know, listening to Ennis's voice, even if I didn't see him in person, I could tell that he's sexy as... Yeah.
Even if I didn't know how you look in real life, your sound would tell me that you're
I'm a Fortnite player.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a ride, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA, and no surprise to see so many happy faces on the side of Team Heretics as they pretty handily beat FUT somewhat as expected. We'll see when that law kicks in, Yunso. But the aggression, Billy, certainly did kick in. It feels like FUT, they started to cook a little bit that game.
Yeah, so I had said, like, going into this, I want to see them be proactive with their utility, especially on that defense. And round 8 was something that they did, this in particular, where it worked out really, really well for them, right? I was saying I want to see Zeus pop off, I want to see Cracks follow up with the trades. If we take a look at this, you can see how much space they were able to take down that C-Long site. It was just a complete annihilation from Zeus, to be quite honest. He very much did step up during that moment. So yeah, like I say, it was the proactivity that I was looking for. In times like that, it worked out well, and it's quite funny because we see Team Heretics do those kind of combos down C-Long as well, and it kind of worked against them in that situation. But there was also times where FUT were trying to be proactive, but they were getting caught out as well. If we pull up round 11, you can see that like they're trying to take that mid space, especially because Team Heretics were fighting for B a lot of the time. You know, you said to look out for that, so if we pull up round 11, we can have a look at that kind of aggression and trying to be proactive as well. where they all just kind of get cleared by a mini-boo flash, which is kind of crazy. He just flashes right out of window and there's 3 FUT players facing him and he just takes them all out.
Yeah, you would think with the amount of util on the side of FUT as well that you don't want to see that happen a lot. And Jonte instantly calls a timeout after that. I really like the plan they had into a half buy. You know, when you take risk like that with Zeus into a half buy, it works beautifully. But they have to be so frustrated because out of the 10 first kills they got, they only converted 5. 50% first kill conversion against a team like Heretics when you've done so much hard work in that first half. I feel a little bit sad for them. You know, they're going to be frustrated. But the good news for Heretics as well, absolutely unshaken, unbothered, even though the first half probably didn't go to their plan. In the second half, Billy, they're just sick of it. They're like, we're closing this out. We got somewhere to be.
And it was the defense I said, like, for this Team Heretics side, was that they're going to be so prepped and planned, and playing against a team like FUT, you recognize that the composition that you're up against, you know exactly what you have to do against it before you even get into the server, not just from watching the VODs, but just from recognizing the play style of the players, but then also the agents that you're playing up against. I think we kind of highlighted that before going into it.
I mean, you mentioned the ISO Yoru interaction, obviously able to block the clone. They don't have a Yoru of their own. And how many times do we see that combo come through where it's just like, I guess there's no counterplay. I guess you're trapped in the 1v1 and the Sova is immediately just going to wipe you out.
But the ISO, I keep wanting to say Rians instead of Sova. You know, he's just Sova now. Yeah, like when I'm saying Rians, I mean Sova. But the VUT Sova combo, you know, even towards the end with the double damage into the ult, that's just what we love. We love to see as well. This duo, I think probably one of the best duos you can have on any Valorant team, full stop. And going into Bind, it's not Rians that plays the fade. Because usually when you run the 100 Thieves comp, which is the Gecko fade into the double controller comp, that Heretics stole from 100 Thieves and then beat 100 Thieves with it, and now they kind of still have it.
It belongs to them now.
Yeah, but also nobody else runs this comp anymore. I think they might be the only one. In this particular scenario, you have to have an excellent fade player. There's so much on the fade, and it's not Rians that plays the fade. They give that duty over to VUT, and Rians goes over to that Gecko, and I think having that kind of depth is pretty scary.
And this is why he was my Turkish player, one of my favorite.
CNED.
We show CNED on the screen. Yeah. That's just iconic. But actually, speaking of CNED, I think going into this Bind, I'm intrigued to see how he's still playing with that Omen. I think the last time that we watched him on Bind, he was being very self-sufficient and almost not stingy with his smokes, but just kind of using them for himself in a way that wasn't always benefiting the rest of the team. Don't get me wrong, he was having some pop-off moments. He has seen it, he always will on every map, but I think on Bind in particular, it's kind of difficult, right? Because he's trying to use them so selfishly in a way.
Well, I will say that I'm not opposed to all the controller players in EMEA being fragging players too. We have a lot of Omens who like to shoot, you know? But at the same time, I do agree that the team play, you know, might be more important than the solo stat line. It's debatable, but
they're still sticking with the 100 Thieves comp in a big old 2025 going into Champs. I'm surprised, but this comp is still very tried and tested. It is a very, very difficult comp to play into, and of course, Crackstone on the KO. We love to see that.
Yeah, we do love to see Crackstone KO. Although in saying that, his bridge was looking pretty good on Haven, so hopefully he can kind of find momentum going into this Bind so that we hopefully get to that last map. Of course, FUT hoping to lock in playoffs today. I think when I look at Team Heretics composition, it's not often that we get to see Benji on that Viper, but time and time again he's proved that when he is on that agent, he's just such a great site anchor. It doesn't make a difference whether he's on the Killjoy, Cypher or the Viper, he's just always so strong on those kind of agents.
I think Benji being reliable is one of the most important part of this recipe for them.
Need to see how Benji performs and see if Heretics can close this out easily or if it'll be a chance to fight back on the side of FUT as we send it over to the casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment as well. My eyes do turn towards Benji, again seeing a little bit of that kind of, I guess, reignition of form. In the last couple of games, you started to see him look better and better. Let's see how he suits on that Viper, of course. And on the other side, yeah, Cracks now slipping off of the breach. Actually did very well in having to sit onto that KO, so no slouch when it comes to that. So we dive into map 2. Bind now coming up. And if it wants to go 3, it has to really start here. But I've got to say, that second half from Heretics is still fresh in my mind.
And it will be in FUTs as well. I think the ability to, like I said, force the adjustment, make Heretics sweat a little bit in the first half. There's a stat up on...
Team name that I remember once upon a time.
There was a dramatic pause there. I thought you were maybe
it wasn't that exciting. It's just because once upon a time I mispronounced
It was on this map, actually.
Yeah.
And it was right here outside the TP.
I'm so glad you remember this so accurately.
Vividly, yes.
Yes, you really held on to that. Oh, Zeus! We pinning that one down as well. Miniboo going to be decapitated at the start. The paint shell rewarded. He can't do enough. Zeus having an absolute tear here. Go on, have the sword. Beautiful work. And look, I question maybe not all of his performances on the Neon, but you put him on something like the Rays, he is a damn good player.
Look at a little bit of a throwback here, actually, with that scoreboard. I haven't seen that in years, but
here is this.
Crispy as hell from Zeus. Even the paint shell catching, I think, was that on the back or the front of the box. Actually, I didn't catch it there on the replay either, but again, the freebie just out of sight. Getting comfortable start here. Get himself on the board here on Bind. Now, Classics on the other side.
Classics.
What else is fresh in your mind? What wound is still fresh?
I think I'm still hemorrhaging.
A distinct lack of sheriffs on the other side, though, so...
Oh, there's one. Sheriff. It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
You know what? Nothing's ever gone wrong with Classics.
If I speak.
Oh, no. Look at this. Wait till you see it. So easy. So easy. Three
I mean,
players
there's a wall here, there's a Zeus here.
Grenade! Pretty good.
Won't actually fully catch on the nade either, though, so... We'll hear the TP coming through. Mr. Fallen, the only sheriff, as we noted.
Working them up. I mean, pretty sure Zeus is going to be here in the time. You feel like he's got another, right? Yeah. So you think you have that, oh, he's going to be here so early. Rien's bounds forward. That's what he's like, Mr. Fallen. No more, though. Let's not get silly. Let's not get silly, Michael.
I don't think they get the plant here. This will be the bonus they're looking for.
No.
10 seconds
now
left.
It's weird. One has to commit. Yetsuge on the flank. Will spot, but won't catch Rien's.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's okay. It's all okay. Everything's fine.
I was... Okay.
How you feeling?
I mean, there's a moment there where it's a Guardian on triple you're thinking, well, if the timing's not right.
Oh, very dangerous, didn't it? Blimmin' egg.
But 2-0 start, though.
Yeah, Zeus farming up. He's got his ult now as well. I think he got the defuse for this one. So yeah, gonna have that ready to go for that bonus round, which now won't have as much bite to it anymore, but those Classics, bloody hell. But
well, certainly drawing blood at least.
Yeah, God.
And I guess as well, it will kind of impact the purchase for FUT. Guardian, Bulldog, Vandal, a couple of sheriffs to round things out. Like you said, the headline being the showstopper here for Zeus.
7-0.
Again, it's something you can throw in to make a buy like this work, potentially against full rifles from Heretics. Reveal will catch, it will keep Zeus at least entertained here in showers.
That's 2 players now noted. Zeus wants to punish if he can. They're quick on their feet, though. Miniboo tries to get out of there. That paint shot. He's dead. He's absolutely dead and buried now. Fortunately enough, Woot was at least able to take away Zeus, but still.
Yeah, it takes away Zeus, but he's down to 20 HP. So you've got to feel like that's a bigger win for FUT in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, still 4 members, but 3 and a bit, call it, for Heretics.
Yeah. Got 1.
The issue now will become the purchase.
Yeah.
They can find themselves Yetsuge or Cracks. It's looking like it might be Yetsuge. He's going to be under a ton of pressure here, but the Sheriff can do work behind this wall.
Certainly can. Yeah, and still with full kit, gets to kind of play in this smoke more than anything, but yeah, decides to get
his chances, yeah.
I thought he might take a little bit of a punt on that one, but didn't fancy his odds. So fair play. But the plant now in, you can see that hopefully for Heretics, they can stabilize here. FUT going to find it harder. Get that impact going now. Waiting on little bit of util from Mr. Fallen to try and set this in. They are still dedicated on site, so
I'll find you.
Kind of tuck in towards site here. Little high dizzy, but as Benji's finding cracks in, there we go. Heretics finding stability in the post plant, not really looking too fussed yet. Keeps them locked out by the choke on CT.
Yeah, I mean, at this point now, try and keep Heretics interested enough where they can take away a couple of these rifles. And I was gonna say, might have a chance at one of them, but Benji on the swing will find his second and third to close out. So where did this damage come on to? It was actually Zeus, I think, before falling.
Yeah, probably. Because it didn't look like the showstopper was actually that close.
And Benji, I mean, you even said it, yeah, has times where he's looking. It's one of them those for him.
Yeah, he's getting there. Now, stinger for Mr. Fallen. A little rough to kind of come in on that one, but what was that?
Reveal down long. As well, in terms of old progress, I mean, Rien's being the focal point here for Heretics for sure. And outside of the showstopper, no notable progress for FUT either. So first ult cycle going to be a little further behind, I feel. Maybe in sync with the buy rounds, potentially. But just, yeah, I mean, yeah, keeping Heretics at bay on long, which will set things in motion towards A. But that is where, I mean, they've done the hard work in forcing Heretics towards the site with 3.
This late showers crunch is going to be horrible. Benji's timing. That seize is great, but
the flash was beautiful too.
How are they winning that fight? That's wild on this one, but Benji's positioning was the checkmate. Finally comes in. They do lose 2 for it, though.
Should be in. Look elsewhere on the map. Miniboo's found space out onto B.
30
find
seconds
CNED as well.
Yeah, beautiful. That opens up so much room for this rotation now.
Oh, was that actually? Was Crack spotted there? I was looking towards the minimap, but again, they'll know they've got timing here. Issue being is digging this play out. The clock running out here. Mr. Fallen able to just win out versus Benji with a stinger.
Spike planted.
Make things really hard now for Heretics.
Oh, Mr. Fallen, it feels like his chance was there and then, and it goes by.
Just spotted him, but Pooh's tucked into a crouch, and Miniboot will clean up. Tied up 2 apiece. Very well played round by Heretics here. Like I said, FUT did the hard work in forcing Heretics towards a site, but even with 2 on the back, I mean, this flash is beautiful.
Yeah, that was lovely.
Again, the sideline, they know they're going to be swinging onto showers, so the flash is placed where it pops right above his head.
Nice! Domi, good job, bro. Nice.
The recovery is there, and Heretics stick the landing on this B-side post plant.
2 sheriffs.
Which, as we know, is a winning formula.
There was a lot seen on the
There was a big ping, yeah.
I found them all.
Toxin screen down.
What's happened?
You can see already, FUT want to take advantage of that information, take space elsewhere. Issue being, I mean, what is the threat if these guys get behind the back lines? I mean, there could be threat if it's just one member in the form of Benji, though. He could be overwhelmed by pistols.
Classics are closing in.
Getting worried now because they're swinging back on this way. Yesterday, getting a little overzealous.
And now you start
question,
clearing
yeah,
this, right?
yeah.
Now you've got to be on red alert. Like, well, if one slipped the net, there's probably more.
It's tough because you don't, if you FUT here with 3 members so deep on the map, you don't want to commit towards just tucking in somewhere and sitting, but if there's no further contact towards site, Heretics have all the time in the world to wait things out.
I kind of believed in that follow-up shot then. I don't know why. I was on board. I see CNED's name, I believe. That's what it takes. I'm a simple creature. Classic though, tough on this. Making a step, but still staying very locked in.
One enemy remaining.
It does take a bit of damage, but it's fine. CNED now last alive.
Constellation. Well, spotted Miniboot.
Saw your hat. It's getting tougher and tougher, really.
Oh. Miniboot beheads CNED.
Yep.
Third on the board now. We'll come back on the purchasing. Let's check back in with the ult cycle after this replay. And like I said, this, like you noted it as well. That first player shows they're clearing all of these ratty spots.
Yeah.
Why it makes it really tough. Not to discredit FUT's, I guess, proactivity here in this round.
Hold on, I need to do a little bit of this.
Yeah.
Red alert.
Red
Red alert,
alert.
ladies and gents.
Sound the alarm.
Yeah.
Turn the stage red.
Charles Neddington does have the operator. Ladies and gents, lock in. Lock in for it. The magic.
My ult is ready.
Against him, though. That's a really tough position to make this work.
Yeah, and as I was saying, the ult cycle here for FUT, they are slightly behind as we almost anticipated. I mean, Woot, it's too short for the full house for Heretics.
Oh, he's been played in. That's a leg. But it's not a kill, but he gets to keep his life here. There are... Oh!
Well.
Shot in the dark and it works out maybe a second before the wall went up, but I mean barely. So Miniboot going to be silenced for now. Players on this site as well. FUT, right place.
Obviously have a chance to reset with re-ends, but wait out the second wave.
Is ready.
Maybe something to combine here with Boo's ultimate if you don't want to use it for the post plant. But already, Heretics choosing to back away.
Yeah, opting out. So, bit of a walk back here. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Here's more.
Second go of the ult. It's not been seen on B at all. The util now coming in over towards the A site. Jay's still been holding this space by Shower, so this will maintain some control. You can see a little bit of curiosity for Woot at the very least. Shoulders it, nice. Gonna catch a glimpse on that. Viper's Pit then committed on towards the A site as well, really trying to secure this. Now Mr. Fallen does have his ult as well on the other side, so that could come into effect, but let's see. There it is, straight away. That's gonna catch at least 2.
Does it tell you much? We'll cut sound, sure, but again, Heretics have the advantage here with what's the fog of war inside the pit. Well, to say that, Zeus has found one in there.
Yeah, they're starting to close the net now. Benji, lovely position to play from, still going to have that shorty. Nice attempt, but still down to a 1v2. It's close, but Boo is still that checkmate. If it ever gets a little too close, the Molly's
landed
there.
As well, yeah.
You've got the ult. There's nothing more to be done. Trying to back away, keep that operator, and look for another win con. Heretics slow and steady forward now.
Yeah, like I said, it's rough here. You don't really get much of an advantage by posting the ultimate into a pit. And the, oh, okay, yeah. What's the Brimsurance policy? Especially with the Molly landing when it did. Actually, Brienne's getting a freebie inside it as well.
Well, that was
I guess on the back of Decay taking effect.
And to be fair, it feels like FUT in a couple of these rounds have been in the right place. They have been kind of trying to be proactive as well, but they simply haven't been able to handle Heretics towards the end of the rounds, and we've now had 4 in a row. So,
well, also made a point how FUT were kind of still delivering in terms of engagements and winning gunfights here. Zeus is the anomaly. If you were to look at the scoreboard for FUT, this time around, nobody really finding success in terms of individual engagements.
Yeah, and again, just keeping your eyes on that group alpha there. It is 3-0 for Heretics so far and 2-1, but that one loss I do believe was to Vitality.
But did we see as well, FUT lot playoffs if they win this series as well, so it's...
RCME is
yeah. Really? It was just up on screen there, you could have figured it out.
I can't see that.
No? Oh, you can see the top half of that screen.
No, I'm very vertically challenged. That's why you're here. Don't bring up plant times.
I do love a plant time stat, especially in this region.
Oh no, Charles Neddington doesn't have the operator. I'm devastated.
This is actually sacrilegious.
Yeah, why are we doing that, man? He's already got his showstopper. Let Charles have it. He's gonna get 4 this round.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Just to spite you.
Yeah, nasty. Well,
I mean, Heretics
right
obviously
place.
they're conscious of the fact being there is an operator in play. Big info here off the knife. Just a little delayed here in terms of usage, but what it will do is delay Heretics.
Well, we have seen that late presence in Shower more often than not. That late lurker, be it Benji, be it Boo, but it is going to be there. Zeus nullified so quickly.
Yeah.
Krax makes a wild play, but it was never going to go too far. Too many bodies on the site.
Big investment just to remove the operator here, but it's behind enemy lines now. Nobody from FUT can recover it. Most notably being Charles himself. King
30
Charles
seconds
Neddington,
left.
of course it is.
All right. Well, going to stall out the plant at least. Where's that all from? Okay, Woot's already take away C-Ned, and we're down to just two. Mr. Fallen and Yellow Jay. What are we doing?
I mean, a lot of respect shown here on this round. The orbital strike.
It's not even classic.
And, yeah. You've spotted here, nobody's going to swing onto that until either the near side takes effect or shot rings out. And yeah, it might look like this is Heretics cleaning up, but that is a ton of investment.
Yeah.
On a round where it's just the operator saved, I think a Guardian?
I think a Guardian with Krax, yeah. Seems a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just, I guess, very conscious of not throwing away around. Maybe anticipating investment around the operator, but I'll have to go back and check exactly how the money looked.
We somehow managed it.
They did have classics, that's a lie. They had two sheriffs, mate. Not that hard.
I can't imagine they've misread the funds that much that they were thinking there was going to be...
Oh, the flash! Oh, it's just beautiful. I love a little play like that.
That's why you love Krax on the on the KO.
Oh, that's just gorgeous. Pull that out of the bag of tricks. I will be grinning every time. Oh, it's just simply lovely. Show me that flash at the start again. Run this back for me. That was just gorgeous.
Sets Zeus up for another showstopper here in round 9. Actually, everything except Mr. Fallen's right over the top here.
Feels like the first time they put a couple more players behind Shower as well. We've normally seen kind of like, I said, Boo there. Maybe, you know, Benji.
I mean, even this scenario,
position.
yeah, it's not often that there's two swinging onto that angle. Or that deep on the steps, at least. It's usually one tuck close and somebody to maybe play, dare I say, anti-flash to that. But a long time since we've seen Sky's usage on bind, so some of those early round tendencies certainly different here. Yeah, like I said, this round now with basically everything invested from Heretics across those 2 rounds. So in the previous, we did have the showstopper. We have Rien's invested and the pit, which is why Boo and Woot throwing out theirs on the previous. Bigger picture-wise now gives FUT a huge advantage.
It does. They have massive upswing in the balance of the ultimates here. Ned starting to feel the pressure mounting. Right time for this. And Zeus makes it look simple towards one, but he can't really get out from that. And there's no saving him. Ned goes down trying. Rien's battling forwards with 2 for himself. Left low, but still breathing.
To be able to prevent the plant coming through.
Monster on the loose.
Look at the damage. Certainly FUT healthier in this 3v3.
I'm good for 3.
Not so much anymore. On for the ace here.
It's a pretty one towards the end so far from Rien's. Give me another.
And the last ping will obviously show Krax, well, reveal his exact location here on backside. I don't think he's even going to give it across. You don't want to give that morale boost. Hold on to the rifle here.
Lovely last couple of kills from Rien's then. It gets so scrappy and hard fought for in the first 2, and then those clean little follow-ups. He was on 31 HP, he kind of had to be. Couldn't have an extended fight, and here's that start again.
Rough here, because obviously the paranoia lands and Rians has to tuck and just watch the
bro, it doesn't
showstopper.
matter, he's not gonna peek me.
I wouldn't.
I'm off.
I'm
off.
You see
Steve.
Rians find the 4th in the kill feed. I don't care about the clock, I'm saving.
See ya. Okay, well, again, pretty much what round 8 was off the back of that lovely deep flash, but you can't run that every round. That's not something you can ever do. That's not going to be something you can bank on. So the problem is it slips back into what we've seen, a bit of a one-sided affair. It is 6-3, but gotta look at the way it's got to this point. But still not finding a solution to what Heretics are doing.
Caution here.
And Heretics now probably going to shift their focus towards B. He's not been, and I guess have met resistance repeatedly over towards 8. Yeah, scoreline's sitting at 6-3, but Heretics certainly going to probably try and find the easier route to a post plant. Ready though, Zeus, the power player, found this rotation. Now the pit going up probably makes Heretics still think it's only 2 here. We see a clearance out from Hookah.
That's what I'm waiting on. Is there something to swing on this with? A flash, perhaps?
I mean, it's from this position to find value off the KO. I mean, the flash needs to come over the top here.
Yeah, it'd have to be on site almost at this point. Just trying to play him in. And all eyes turn.
Yeah.
Little tunnel vision
Like
on
I said,
that.
they're only thinking 2 here at the pit.
Left.
And the expectation gets dashed instantly. Miniboo going to lose his life. We're down to 23 seconds. They're going to have to blind dash towards the A site now. Mr. Falling can't withstand, though. Falls. See, there's position given away, but the plant's now in.
But kills have come through. It's just Rians and Boo left. They're 2v3 now. Got able to slow things down. Force Heretics a little deeper. Boo still got the molly. Probably going to look to play that a little later here. So if Rians can buy some time, still doable in this 2v3.
Getting very close to that marker though. Time now starting to tick a little faster. Riens does need to buy a couple of seconds. Boo gonna pop the molly down. He's just about in, so gonna get halfway on this one, but he will have to put his body behind the line. And there it is, just on the edge.
Yeah, didn't catch fully. I think even there with the half coming through as quickly as it did. I mean, looks dicey when there's 2 other people tanking that molly. Because like I said, in that scenario then, Boo just needs to find, I mean, maybe a bullet or 2 to clean up this round. Unfortunate here, but FUT.
There we go.
And they're 4th. Still so comfortable in the purchase, though, on the side of Heretics, a byproduct of the string of rounds. Actually, even with ultimates here, they might even find a few of these before this half is concluded.
Certainly could. This hasn't really been the Miniboo show, gotta say as well. I kind of want to see him get a little bit more of a stride here. Zeus, obviously, on the other side has absolutely been lights out for FUT. Stance as a beginning. Looks like this attempt towards the B site. Heavy emphasis down towards long. Jay wants to try and puff up the chest a little. Test this area, or at least make him use some of that U-tilt to clear through confidently.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is in these scenarios, not necessarily a win for FUT. Unless they can find some damage, or like you said, draw out some util. Heretics at least taking deeper control this time around. Might even look to follow through here. That's an awkward ping for Zeus.
Yeah, that's really uncomfy, but the saving grace of the fact that... Are we ignoring Yenajay here? Gets away with more than he should, but Boo still fighting. Seen it on the site. Oh, so close.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds
Snappy
left.
still,
Spike
but
down B.
was a little lost here from Heretics. Rien's now needed in a 1v2. Not gonna happen. CNED walks to smoke with Mr. Fallen coming in as well. And in all that chaos, they looked way better off.
Yeah, I mean, a little lazy on the way in from Heretics. Again, you have to respect the wall and the possibility of somebody doing damage from this very position. Like I said, Benji's there as a late round piece, sure, but if it's not a 3-2 split on B, there still has to be a lot of focus towards Hookah.
Potentially a miss and just expectations on that one, or maybe
Because if
they're
not,
scaling up.
if not, put a smoke in there.
Sure, do something
Just
about it.
Yeah, limit the possibilities. It's so free for Yetajay to work from that spot.
Ooh, here we go. It's quick though.
Didn't catch
But
anything
that-
though.
No, and the ult as well from Boo, finding nothing. So as it stands, man to the good for FUT. What is in though? Mini Boo starting to work his way back up here. God, I guess a little dangerous there, but evening out to 4 apiece. CNET gonna ahead re-ends, but still, you're looking at the site and the time is ticking.
Right here.
Still got the molly, but Boo needs to get out of dodge if he wants to make use of that, or it becomes a contingency plan for Heretics. The spam will come through. Mini Boo falls now. But again, you can hear it ticking away. Heretics have done the hard work already.
Needs to check on this though. That's half achieved. Second attempt. He wanted to get his hand back to that defuse, but Benji, large and in charge, keeping that well under wraps. Keeping FUT under the heel.
7-5. Able to close out here in the first half for Heretics. Like I said, FUT not necessarily forcing Heretics into a rough spot, as I feel as if they did on Haven, like I said, scoreline aside, but we'll have to see if that comes through in the second half, Lauren.
Well, similar scenes to map 1 in the fact of it was 7-5 on that half. Now, we come back in here. I worry where some of those rounds fell. It was very early doors, and then what, that 5-round run from Heretics that went unanswered. A little life shown in the end by FUT, but by that point, it feels like that started to really build against them.
Yeah, I think here the objectives don't necessarily shift for FUT. Certainly being locked out of the second half on Haven. Gonna want to, I was gonna say, draw them into being a little more decisive maybe. Now, I was gonna say, if you can at least find one recovery here. Feels maybe as if you could salvage something in the second half pistol, but just Yetajay and Cracks in a 2v5, Lauren.
It's looking a little unwinnable, but I'm willing to be wrong. Yetajay taking the space over towards the A site, but just simply put, caught drifting as Cracks now 13 HP, and it's just light work for Woot. An in-zone flawless here to kick off the second half and pump them instantly up towards 8. It looked like just a nice old set piece off the rip.
Yeah, and I think probably with the question you'd have had coming into the second half here now, starts to compound for FUT. It's so, I mean, the 7-5 scoreline's so awkward if you lose the pistol and the second. Things can spiral so quickly. Hell, sprinkle a bonus on top.
Yeah.
The options are so limited. And the reason I say limited is because for what you're asking here in the second half, FUT can't really gamble much. They can't take many risks. They have to very safe here. If the pistol is anything to go by, Heretics are going to be the ones to take the fight to them. certainly don't want to be the ones to leave things up to chance.
You're bang on. Now, again though, for Heretics, I guess they can't afford to lose too much. Rien's on the Ghost, everyone else upgraded somewhat, but Benji has been the one that's alongside, I guess you could look at Zeus, to be absolutely lighting it up, and Benji's looking sharp today. Clean stuff, and a quick second round here. As you said, it goes by quick.
Third or fourth 4K today as well.
Yeah, have we seen an ace?
No.
No.
We've seen many an ace denial.
Yeah, true.
Well, after, hang on, it was Heretics. Sorry, which game was it with the 3 aces to kick things off at the start? It was Sunset. But it was Heretics, right? Because it was Benji that got the...
Yeah.
Benji, fishy, Benji. Det var nerd.
I like that song.
Can you sing?
I don't know the lyrics. I'll have to touch base. That's one for the TriCast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who are we trying to casting with that?
No, not us.
Oh, them lot. Any player. Now, previous, or, you know, I can't say future. Have a think on that one, because I want your answer. As we are in the bonus. And, kind of a valuable one at this point. Denying 10 would be huge.
Certainly doable if you look at the inventory here for Heretics. Again, in this scenario now, they don't necessarily have to invest early. Here for them, damage is great. It limits FUT's chances of repurchasing. Kind of getting the ball rolling in terms of a comeback. Zeus forced into a TP, and now FUT forced into, feels like, rather telegraphed A-site hit here. I mean, a ton of damage done there. Well, actually, set Minibu up.
Yeah, he was the one who got tagged. He was barely alive. And this guy's having a rough game as well, 2-11. I've just clocked it. As now we've got the rifles, right? And they need some value on this. They can't be doing this. It's down to Cracks and CNET. They look a little flat here. They look a little lost here. And Rien's leads him around that maze. It's 3 kills for him, and it just feels like they're not in this half.
And the worst thing being 4 survive and get upgrades.
Yeah, God. You can ask for
I mean, Woot falls, but it is 2,600 in the bank. Yeah, this is...
Put a fork in it?
Yeah.
Oh, that was pretty nice. So yeah, as I said, previous player or current day player, who do you want? You
That's such a tough question.
I know.
Let's go, winners!
I need longer. I need longer.
I don't know if you can get longer, mate. It's 5-10.
I've said we've not got many left. Come back to me on the next eco.
They're with.
No, because FUT win this one, so there'll be another one. Yeah.
Mystic Mike has said it. I want to see how this goes down. So what? Oh. Mystic Mike. Don't just raise your eyebrows like that. No one else can. Can someone just clip the TikTok stream or whatever it is, the vertical stream on YouTube? Please just clip him raising his stupid eyebrows.
What's stupid about them?
Well,
watch the eco that they're about to win.
So easily. That's what's on my mind. You'd think he'd be able to do quite well here, but I guess the flash is quite nice with the Prowler to force him away. Then they take the space. No util for you, mate. Bye-bye. But then Woot's got to help him out.
Yeah, but he leaves the back door open.
Can't do that. Dangerous games. That's what I'm saying. You can't leave the back door open.
You can't. You just can't.
Spike down. What's Minibu doing, though? I thought...
Messing with the script is what he's doing.
Told him to relax. Oh,
30 seconds
Charles. Left. He's on for a run. Mr. Nedlington. He's got the palm.
Stimmy. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yes, Jake.
I hate the fact
Wow.
Wow. Is that
wow. Wow.
Oh my God, of course. Of course. Minibu.
Of course it is.
You're going to have to ace this, mate. I don't see it happening, funny enough. 12 HP. It's not happening. Mystic Mike strikes again with the pay save card thrifty. Now you get to answer the question.
I was too focused on that. I think it would be wholesome. I'd say Boaster.
Boaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Like current era Boaster or like early career Boaster?
Current now.
Current now.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair play.
For sure. Just to check back in, a mental round.
Yeah, that
was
ridiculous.
Like, actually,
that was ridiculous.
no business.
Zero chance.
On the back of a Guardian from Zeus.
What
Who, by the way,
doing?
almost loses out on the first contact.
Yep.
The first swing is just like, ah, okay, he's not going to kill here.
How's that happen then?
But gets the fadeaway wallbang.
I don't know if that's a caster. Because it's not really a
Blessing.
curse. It's a blessing.
It's a blessing.
Michael, our patron saint. Bloody hell.
It's rare I'm right twice in a day. You know what they say about a broken clock?
I've heard that phrase a couple times. For now, though, we are back into what should be level footing.
Yeah, I mean, an operator in play here for Mini Boot certainly makes things more difficult. Probably feeling as if they're favoured here in this round, though. Woot's not going to be forced out by the snake bite, but the flash will catch, and 3 quick kills here from FUT.
Back to back. Again, some of these flashes have been just spot on.
That's what you get with cracks.
Yeah, a couple of those. I mean, you look at this. I don't want to say that round is completely off the back of that flash, but it was certainly part of it. We had that one earlier out of showers. That's a good percentile of the rounds you have off the back of some of that individual impact from that utility.
We've got to find a nickname for cracks on the KO. It can't be Creo.
It can't be Creo. Because that's all I had.
Quayo. No, we've got to go with Creo. It's got to be.
Oh,
this
no,
is where we need
awful.
Sue. Sue would be good at coming up with a nickname here. Probably something better than our single brain cell.
That's all we've got left, mate.
Quayo.
I could look at chat, see if they've got anything better. That's probably not a good idea.
No, don't let chat decide the nickname, because then we'll have to say it.
I am checking.
We'll force the Heretics timeout at least. Right, and now, I guess, talking about when you're going to force the adjustment, you're going to interject here with Zilv. Go on.
Cax. Thanks, Zilv.
Thanks, Zilv, for your input.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
What you've done is ours, but worse. That's what you've done there. It's got to be Creo.
I don't know, Cax has got it.
No, it's...
kind of got me, I don't know,
It's
man.
Creo with the QR.
Creo, okay. Maybe. I don't know.
But also quacks, like...
You can't say quack.
Quacks on, quacks off.
No, is it going to be quacks?
Creo sounds like some weird, like, early 2000s R&B artist.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
So that's why I kind of like
Is that why
Creo.
you're going for
Yeah. That's why I like it.
Cool.
But to come back to the discussion, FUT, I guess, now have achieved the objective, right? It's you forced a timeout here.
Yes.
Heretics probably going to be feeling the heat a little bit, but they are up to 10. Still 3 rounds to find.
Right, I'm back in the room.
With finances, look how healthy FUT's bankroll is.
One suppressed.
They have a huge buffer to fall back on. Ultimate's not quite there, but certainly on the edge.
Trying to edge closer. See, he's going to go through. And just slip out of there. So the ult might be the goer on this one. Well, I say that, Benji still standing
Goes
to
down
attention
swinging.
on that. Yeah, I mean, still gets Zeus at that point, and Rien's, I don't think that ult's going to be back to you anytime
No.
soon, mate. So, see what you can do, but don't fancy it.
No, still at least a contingency here. Well, there it was, mini boot.
30 seconds
found very, very early on here. Now Heretics funneling back through a snake bite. Woods found two! He was vulnerable!
How did he get the I mean, the first was already ridiculous. The second, have you done that?
And peak bind gameplay here.
Yeah,
back
mate.
through the TP.
Off with pop. Benji's dead, you're fine.
10 seconds
There's still
left.
paranoid someone's around. I mean, there we go. Mystic Mike, how do we feel about this one?
Well, Benji's down, no smokes left for Boot. So sightline's going to be open here for FUT.
Whose timing could be nasty though. Feels like it's going to like win them the round or be absolutely irrelevant. There's no in between, but
Yeah, he's on a weird off angle from this smoke. The trade's got to be good coming out of this.
it has to be. But Boo's done really well. Nicely
It's
played
not.
by Mr. Fallen. And
oh! Boo baited him in!
That's ridiculous.
That's how Heretics will find 11 here on bind. What felt like actually FUT in a position
yeah.
to pull this one back from the brink. Oh, I didn't catch that actually. It's rough timing for Mini Boot.
One enemy remains.
Yeah, nade in hand.
Oh, that was lovely.
That's how he gets the second, swinging out from the snake bite. And that's got to be a tough loss. Again, won't necessarily impact the finances. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, they muted that replay of Benji. I don't know why. Woot. One of the front lines of this early exchange of util. Knife's been committed. They're going on this one. Zeus wants to gap close. It stands. It's Woot to try and make a stand. Takeaway needed on the cross, but it's just a bit of a brawl. Oh.
So stop again. What I was going to say, does it get posted for Boo? He bides his time.
Just swings out of that smoke. The timing just unreal for him. Now cracks in Yeta J. A tough one, but they're trying to put in a damn good fight. But Rien stops it before it starts. Heretics punching up to 12.
Match point.
We have a pit and the orbital strike to bring in here on the side. We said the funds were good for FUT.
That's right, you tell him.
Not sure what that noise was, but yeah, no,
I was
it
about to
wasn't
be like,
me.
oh, Monk, you've got a mute button.
Won't be a full purchase, but at least we'll have a pit of their own and an old command for Quayo. Just got to say it with confidence.
Quayo. No. Cax. I love that Zilv just comes with all the worst suggestions. Zilv, are you observing today? How are you working? He is observing today. He's just... Zilv!
You got time to listen to us and come up with awful nicknames. A poor attempt, actually.
Well, he's in chat more than anything. Like, I'm unprofessional. He has to do stuff. I don't know. He's managing incredible stuff, Zilv. Very, very talented. Wow. Alts, as you said, there's a couple on the cards. Financially, at least, but have a buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's as close to a purchase here as you can hope for, especially with Heretics on 12. I mean, not necessarily looking flush themselves. They're going to have to round things out with a judge here. We're at peak bind gameplay. Back to the Stone Ages.
Early contact.
Two suppressed.
That's 3 spotted on B now.
That's a big info for FUT to act upon. Now you're hoping... Yeah, this time around the contingency is not left on site. Woot's going to reposition towards Heaven. We'll be able to negate this null command as well with an operator in hand.
Oh! What? That is just silliness from Woot. How are you getting that? I mean...
This is fine, but there is an orbital strike invested to stop the plant, so... Again, this flank has to be... Woot's found another one!
No. There's been
That's the pit!
There's been a... Wait, that was
The
Yeta
pit's
J.
gone!
Oh, it's all gone wrong here. What a ridiculous outcome. Can't wait to see this replay. As just Zeus left a 4. What a final round that was. I can't believe what I just saw Woot hit.
I mean, the first completely blind.
The second
through the smoke. The second is such a crucial kill. So at that point, you're thinking the flank has to pay off.
I need to see it. I need to see it again. Give it in a clip. I don't
If the second's into the pit,
I don't know, man.
That's just
Second PC,
wild,
like
yeah.
what on earth? But again, overall, look, we saw a great performance from Zeus individually, dangerous as ever. But beyond that,
but I mean, a similar thing on Haven though. We saw. I mean, FUT put up really good numbers in terms of the opening engagements here. Yeah. The recovery factor for Heretics just looked a little safer. I mean, even Zeus on 8 First Bloods, 2 for Yetijay, 1 for CNED, and I mean, whenever a team comes out with more opening engagement wins than their round score, you do tend to shift the credit towards Heretics of actually kind of mitigating that risk.
Speaking of kind of like shifting things towards Heretics, I have to say for me, Benji with a really good performance here today.
Hey, that's, yeah. I don't want to, again, this almost sounds like he's not been performing, but one of the best we've seen in a while.
Yes, it's starting to see some stability in that good form, which is a really scary prospect. If that keeps happening, Heretics are looking pretty dangerous. So again, a positive step for them. See on the other side, FUT, probably frustrating there, but it is a learning process with them.
Yeah, because we're talking about obviously the stakes for them individually in this series. But again, I don't necessarily, you don't come away from this feeling awful if you're FUT. No. Not at all.
Yeah, same. It's like, okay, we're starting to actually see really kind of a strong version of Heretics, and having a respectable scoreline seems okay for me. I'm not walking away going, it was rough. No, it was a good game, and Michael. Overall, we do have a treat to wrap this one up with before Game 2 gets underway. It's going to be Boo standing by with Dracos.
It is most certainly a treat. Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypoc. Boo, congrats on the win. How do you feel after that one? I think it was expected. Was it the level of dominance you were looking to show on the day?
I mean, yeah, if we're in good form, I think it was expected, but at the same time, we never expect a win. We know that we need to work for it, and we did. I mean, the beginning was a bit unlucky for us, I would say, in Haven. But yeah, after that, we were kind of rolling.
Yeah. Let's take a look back at Haven. I'm glad that you brought it up, because I want to take a look at round 5. There was one particular round that stood out to us on the analyst desk, and you guys ended up winning the map, so it didn't feel like the right time to bring it up in the post-map. But I want to take a look back at this. We start, beautiful, your setup. It looks like there's going to be some mid-round sight movement, like you might hit somewhere else, and then you just opt to go right back in. Can you talk me through the thought process here? What went wrong from your perspective?
I mean, honestly, it's 5v4, they have low guns. I think even if they don't rotate, we attack on them, we win. But they did the best choice here, where they dodged all of our util and then went with theirs. I was a bit lost. Look, I'm running away on long. Like, I'm thinking, it's fine. And then I leave my guys to to die. So that was a mistake from me. I think maybe we could have had better positions. I think it's a good call, but the way we, our awareness was not good enough. So yeah, I mean, it was a bit sad that we lost it.
When you were talking about some of the early rounds on Haven going wrong, was this a round that you were thinking of, or was there something else that stood out to you that you really want to see the team improve?
I mean, yeah, this went wrong, but it was our fault. There were, I think, like next 2 rounds we executed on them and they get spam kills every single time. Like I think Benji was dying through smoke every single time. And that's what I mean by it was hard and a bit not going in our favor. I think we still won the rounds, but it felt hard.
Yeah.
But after that, it was quite clean.
I think EMEA fans hold you guys to a really high standard. I know you guys hold yourself to that high standard as well. I'm curious, what do you think is the biggest focus point for the team as we look ahead towards champs, qualification, and kind of international competition once again? What is the biggest thing you think the team needs to improve on?
I think the biggest thing we need to improve on is stay the course, which is we have good energy and we need to keep it good. We have good fundamentals and we need to keep it good. And we need to keep having fun. Even today, Wood was not really well, but all of us tried to compensate it, by having fun, making some jokes or something. So yeah, just keep the course. And I mean, if there was one thing to improve on, we need to start the games better. It feels like second half is the half for us, not the first one, but yeah.
In the end, you got the win. But you said Woot wasn't feeling well. I do want to take a look at one more clip. Pansy wanted to see the replay, so we're all going to see the replay now. because despite Woot not feeling very well, he was doing some absolutely diabolical things, especially in that final round. If we can run the clip, what is it like playing with this guy when he can get away with this kind of stuff on a day where he's not feeling great?
Yeah, it feels good, honestly. On this round, I was like, Manibu wanted to open, I'm like, just give it to Wood. Like, he's sitting alone anyway. Like, maybe he does something with it. Like, my thoughts were like, maybe he, like, gets a lucky kill or something, and then he gets 2. One of them is in Viper ult. It basically wins us the round automatically. Yeah, I mean, it feels good for sure. Yeah, I'm happy.
Look, man, respect. I mean, you made the call to give him the op, so I think that's a win for you as well as a leader in the context of the game. Congrats again on your win. We'll see if next week, depending on how Giants win, if you guys can lock first. But congrats again. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, our second map of the day, of course, Big States, Apex, and MCOY. We'll see who can come out on top.
차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 gonna shake that. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 that stock. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave that just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever if I never leave
Damn, boys, that was fast. Who have you got for me?
Well, that's just like you asked for. We have got ourselves a crack squad, the best of the best.
Oh, stealing wins with this squad's going to be plain sailing.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so run it down for me. Who did you manage to get?
Well, first things first, as always, you need yourself a captain. Unfortunately, my first choice of Bone Cold has gone MIA, so we have had to settle for a Vova.
More like our Vova, right, mateys?
Well, anyway, no job is safe without getting ourselves a bagman and a driver. And of course, as you know, Oil Zero, he never runs out of gas.
Okay, I see the supporting pieces are in place, but what about the firepower? Who's actually going to get their hands dirty in this business?
Don't you worry about that. I've got us covered.
It's pronounced Batunax. Batunax.
The text you sent me said battle axe. Blame autocorrect. We'll get back to. We'll get back to.
Anyway, moving on, you're always going to need yourself a man who can get into any organization, an infiltrator. That's why we have got ourselves the Mole. Z.
I mean, clever. I like what you did. Gentlemen, you've outdone yourself. It's a perfect squad for Heist. Now all that's left to do is plant them at VCT EMEA, start raking in the wins, take down MCOY, take down Fnatic, move on to Champs to Paris, take on the entire world. It's going to be effortless, and we're going to be stinking, filthy, rich. I love it.
What?
I mean, what do you stinking, rich, win, steal? What don't you understand? I'm confused.
You said EMEA. You didn't say anything about VCT.
When I said make me a team in EMEA, what did you think I meant then?
Ascension?
Yeah. Well, we'll take the Oscar now. Thank you. Sorry, Oppenheimer, you've been outclassed.
Do you have an Emmy?
No, I don't.
You don't have the Emmy?
No,
hey, we have one between the three of us. It's all good.
Hey, you know, that's how, I appreciate that. That's how we frame it whenever Minnie's on here. We talk about trophies and rings, you know. We keep the averages are how I keep my dignity. That's really how we keep it together. But, of course, now getting ready for our second match. We tried to make a...
Are you going to take that, by the way, then making fun of Apex and Tier 2 jokes and stuff like that?
I'm honestly bored of it at this point.
Yeah.
It kind of is what it is. It happens. We just move on.
We got to do our own skit, hit them back with it. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Well, it's not like, look, I would have loved to cheer for Apex. I was ready to buy the bundle. I was ready to see it all come together, but it hasn't been working. And now they're in a position where it is 100% do or die. You lose here, you are completely out of contention. And it's a miserable situation to be in. I absolutely feel for the players, but I think comedy is like the last thing we have left to ease the pain of what has been a pretty disastrous year.
I would like to say that, yes, in terms of the result, you know, on paper it doesn't look good, but Billy, you know, we've been watching these games, they absolutely should have 2-0 Liquid last week.
Yeah, they look good, and to say that they should have 2-0 Liquid seems like a crazy statement, but like they performed very, very well. Looking at this though, I'm excited at the prospect of KC being on that road to champs.
Yeah, this is the big thing for the Apex fans. Apex winning is not just for Apex now.
Okay.
They've adopted an entire new group of fans, which are the KC fans.
They pay our bills.
Yes, who want to see that win, and if so, they immediately qualify. So. Hey, two teams' hopes and dreams on the lines. Makes sense.
I think as well, you have to feel for Apex in the sense that they just came up from Ascension, so they've only really had a year to kind of put this roster together, especially after their star duelist, Kayak, that won Ascension with them, ended up going over to Fnatic. So I feel for Apex. They were in Ascension Grand Finals of 2023, 2024, make it to VCT, make it to the, you know, the big boy league, I guess we could call it. And then, yeah, it's dire.
But do you feel comfortable rooting for the downfall of Koi? I think it's exactly the same on the other side, no? Because one of them has to lose. And for me, normally every day is about like, who do you want to win? You know, who would you like to win? Yeah. I don't want either of them to lose. I just don't want them to lose. I don't care who wins. I don't want anyone to lose.
I mean, sadly, somebody has to, and that's the nature of competition.
I refuse.
We can't. This isn't like a Care Bears episode, as much as I wish it was. We can't all just like hug and look at the sun or whatever. I've never seen Care Bears in my life. I don't know why I made that reference. Anyway, the big thing that I want to talk about as well is Koi. Of course, the path for them is winning as a start. You also really want Navi to win. Of course, when we get to the Navi match, we can talk more about that. But on the kind of bright side, again, back to Apex, is we did finally see double duelist. It's frustrating that it took this long, but you already brought up the almost win versus TL, and it does feel like it was on the back of that decision to finally play double duelist.
Yeah, we've been screaming for it, and I actually wanted to run through like how they were playing it on Corrode last week, because in my opinion it looked really, really good. It wasn't just about them playing double duelist, it was about them understanding how to play it fundamentally, right? So we can pull up this specific round where they were playing against Team Liquid. Look at the positions of the players on the map. They recognize the ultimates that Team Liquid have going into this round, and I think this is one of the first rounds as well where they kind of get Batu on that deep site on A. I guess if we just play it through, we can start to actually understand what this looks like. You have your strong side over towards A, and then Ollie as well is on his own on B with all that Cypher utility though. And bear in mind, he bought a Spectre into this round to buy full utility. So Apex are very clear on what they want to do this round based on the ultimates that Team Liquid have going into it. You see Batu taking that deep line on A. Apex have already seeked out some mid information as well, and that TP timing from Batu is what's perfect here. Him being on this Yoru has been so nice, and as soon as that execute comes in, you see the ults coming in from Team Liquid. Batu gets a kill straight off of the ultimate. It's just really, really nice. Great fundamentals as to how they should be playing this sort of double duelist setup. And yeah, for me, the timings and everything were just perfect, and it completely stopped Team Liquid being able to get into that site.
Here's my issue with Benny, Batu and Penny, for those that don't know. My issue with Benny is we've seen Batu in a double duelist setup already, you know, previously on their previous roster. And yeah, it was, I think when it was good, it was great. The example you mentioned, I think, is exactly what we want out of them.
Yeah.
But the problem is, that was the only good thing, realistically, that they did on that map, you know, with this double duelist setup. He was so slow warming up to, I think at one point, he didn't get a single kill. He was like 0 and 7, 0 and 8 at that point. Yeah, he was saved.
Insane.
He was saved by the sheriff.
He was insane.
But if you're going to run the double dive, I need to see things like that, you know, more than once. I think 3, 4, 5 times. If we look at the other duelists, double duelist duos we have in the league, the reason they're up there and the reason they make it work on multiple maps is because it's consistent, it's annoying to play against.
But it can be good. Like that round is
it
a
can be
example of like they can actually be great.
But how many times do they do that when you watch Corrode?
I mean,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
The thing for me is, I can understand maybe why they'd be reticent to pull it out, as it clearly wasn't as practiced as we would have liked, but I just wish they had done it sooner. They've given themselves more time to figure out how they want to play with these compositions.
But I like the Batu deadlock. I think that Batu deadlock has the opposite issue. Like, he's so good, but they just don't win for some reason. And he's so on it with util, and it looks great to me. I do like the Benny, don't get me wrong, I am a Benny enjoyer, but you don't know what version you're going to get. And is that the gamble you want to take today?
I think Penny has looked pretty good.
Like, yeah, no, I didn't say anything bad about Penny.
I like,
the any part is not the issue here.
Okay. Wow, okay. So you put them together, just this is like the Emmy thing all over. It's like we have one good player between us. It's still, you know, it's a little...
I mean, again, he's such a good player, but it's so hot and cold. It's so hot and cold, and you can't have, you know, one half the duo doing everything he possibly can, and the other one being, depending on what happens on the day, who turns up.
Yeah. Well, as much as I like talking about Apex, I also want to hear from some of the boys at MKOI. And luckily for us, Yinsu, you already sat down earlier with Mulsi and the tank to hit things up, talk a little bit.
We yapped. You guys loved this so much last week, so we're bringing it back. And this time I'm joined by a returning Sova player, Natank, and a veteran Sova player, of course, in Mulsi. Now, you guys are going to have to try and guess the most played Sova players since 2023, okay? Since partnership. You get 3 lives. If you get one wrong, I'm going to give you a strike. But after 3 strikes, you're out. So let's see if you can get all of them. I actually think there's 11, not 10. So do you want to start?
Yeah, you need to start, bro.
I need to start?
Yes,
No, we need to debate.
You're working together, you're working together, yeah. Give me a name.
I think Mr. Fallen.
Mr. Fallen for sure.
Okay, Mr. Fallen is here, I believe. Mr. Fallen, 24 Sovas.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is one guy who's played a lot more than everyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, go.
Leo, no? For sure.
Yeah.
Leo?
Leo is actually 3rd.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, he's been out of action for a little bit, but it's still impressive that he's that high. Yeah.
I think Rians, 100%, no?
Yes, for sure.
Rians is actually number 1, which is crazy that he's played
they went
this
one year.
much Sova.
They went finals, you know, every time.
Yeah. Okay,
like,
so it counts Masters.
I guess.
No, EMEA only. EMEA only. He's played 50
yeah,
times.
but like they went playoffs, so they had more games.
The best of 5s and so on and so forth. Okay.
This is his 2nd year.
So you have no wrong answer so far. Let's go. Keep the ball rolling.
Okay.
I forgot to play.
Someone for Cloud.
Oh yeah, for sure. No?
Okay, you're kind of carrying right now. Right now in the tank. Mulsi, I need you to pull your weight.
Cloud.
All right. You almost have the top 5.
Jumpy.
But he was playing Breach last year before he became IGL, no?
I think he's still in there, I guess.
You think so?
Yeah, who are you going for? Yumpy. Again, he's carrying right now.
Oh, this guy is GOAT.
Yeah, Natank, I mean, you only went to Americas for a little bit, I feel like. You still keep on with the EMEA law.
I think, like, it's a risky pick, but I think Crashes is still in there because...
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Crashes? You think? You guys agree on that?
They play a lot of Sova.
Yeah, they play a lot and he play a lot of Sova. Yeah,
all right. Oh my goodness, you're running away. You only have 5 left to guess, so
Leo,
you're already doing better than Flyer did last week. Yeah.
Shout out to Flyer. Okay. Other Sova players.
It's me, but
yeah, you should be in.
You can say you.
Actually,
I don't think I played 13 games on Sova. I mean, you can gamble.
We gambling?
Gambling?
Okay. We gambling?
Yeah,
all right, we're gambling. Unfortunately, you're not quite up there, but you're close. You're close, so that's a strike. You got 2 more lives left.
Who was in BBL?
I'm going to give you some clues. There's 2 players on the same team that both play Sova. One of them, probably one of the best Sova players we've ever seen. Maybe all time ever seen. The other one is an IGL.
Who was originating Sova?
Cloud, no?
Yeah, but we said it.
Yeah, think about
second one, no?
Think about an IGL that gave himself the Sova role and let his star Sova player play something else. I feel like it's a good clue. All right, I have to rush you here. I have to rush you. We're running out of time.
Maybe
okay.
Flyer?
Huh? No, incorrect. One more life. All right.
One more life.
Someone that was on Gambit.
Wait.
Oh, Chronicle.
Chronicle, correct.
Okay.
Next one. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that one. No longer in the league. He doesn't play in the league anymore, but you're both very familiar with him. This is kind of embarrassing if you don't get him, so I'm gonna embarrass you. Enzo.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Enzo.
These 2, I'm just gonna come very fast.
You have one more life.
Angel has more Sova games
Shao.
than Shao, which is crazy. And the last one, you actually said his name. I wish you doubled down. What's Trex?
Trex. Bro, Trex
so thank you very much, you guys, for joining me, and I can't wait to see your Sovas in game later today.
Thank you.
See ya.
Well, between the 2 of them, there were some good guesses, I think it's safe to say, but that was...
I feel like you could have done better than
I don't think I can barely pronounce half the names. I don't think I could. I think that they can for sure beat me. I might be the only person in VCT that they could beat at that particular game. But hey, they managed to make it work. Focusing on the matchup at hand, luckily for all players involved, they're not playing anything about guessing the amount of quantity of games of Sova that have been played. Instead, I think it's important that we turn our attention to whenever we have struggling teams, you know, you want to stick to comfort, you want to stick to what feels easy, and I think a lot of times that means talking about the map pool, and I'd love to get your guys' thoughts.
There's not a lot of comfort, unfortunately, when it comes to Koi and Apex. You'll see now behind me, there is one absolutely brilliant map on the side of Apex, that is Sunset. Now, are they realistically going to get to play it? No. And for Koi, they had that one Icebox and decided we're not playing Icebox anymore for some reason, and then proved me wrong on Lotus with a new composition that actually didn't look bad. So they have 1.5 good map, and Apex is the same by winning on Corrode last week. But is that enough? Can you rely on 1.5 good maps?
It's very clear here what we can like theorize what we think the bans are going to be, but just looking at the graphic, you can kind of already tell, right? They're just going to take away the one map that they know each other is good at, and then my hands are tied.
Flip a coin.
Yeah, just like, where do you go if you know that your best map has been taken out? I know that Sue, you kind of thought that Lotus could be an even thing.
But honestly, if I were Apex, I think I'd ban Lotus. Like after seeing Apex's Lotus last week and how much they struggled, I would just ban it. Yeah.
My question is, what are we? How much can we take from this? Because both these teams have lost so much, right? I don't want to like mince words. They haven't had great performances, but is there some hidden information amongst this sea of O2s on where the priorities might be?
Fantastic question, because some of them haven't just been like abysmal losses. You know, it hasn't. It looks bad for them, but some of them I think they could get away with, which is why that Lotus for me is so scary. Because the win that Koi had was really, really, really impressive. Albeit Casey's Lotus, whole other conversation, but it was convincing. But the way that Apex played their Lotus against Liquid, I just think it's bad enough. They should just bin it.
I hear you, but I think if they're going to continue, so if we get to see Koi's comp that they changed to, and Apex are going to continue playing the comp that they played, they're kind of direct counters to one another, because you have that very explosive composition from Koi, but then you also have a double Sentinel coming out from Apex, and like we said, we enjoy watching Batu on the Deadlock. We get to see Batu on the Deadlock on Lotus. So for me, stylistically, those compositions actually clash with one another and could be a good ante.
So they ban Icebox. That's the only other way, right? They ban Icebox and then we don't get Sunset.
Also, it feels like you guys are describing a very close matchup to me, but the fans are very okay. Well, it was 80% in favor of MKoi, and the Apex fans have started to strike back. Still, 2/3 of the vote. That's a lot of the vote. Do you have any aspirational words for Apex to, like, I don't know, maybe shift the fans in their favor? Because it's not seeming good.
Listen, Cairo and Haza might not be here to cast their game today, but we're still here with you in spirit. Like, I'm feeling full bias now. You need to be able to win this one. If you do not win, you're gone. you're gone. You don't even get the chance to play in Ascension. You need to win it.
And only one of them nearly 2-0 Liquid, and they should have 2-0 Liquid, which means we wouldn't be standing here with such a large loss streak, so I'm also on the side of Apex. You guys are wrong.
We'll see if it can happen. The fan vote continued to go in favor of MKOI, but it is now do or die for Apex. Will this be their last match? Will they fall down, or will they rise up in the pressure, under the pressure? Let's send it over to Walker. Here we are getting ready to take a look at the maps ahead of this, again, crucial elimination match for Apex. Boy, of course, get the win here. There's still some hope, although it's not entirely in their hands. So pressure on both sides to perform, and now finally, the Vetoes, Lotus.
What a surprise. We definitely didn't see this one coming. The Ascent pick, though, what do we think?
Yeah, the Ascent pick, I actually don't mind it. I think for me, I'm intrigued to see if Apex kind of stick with the composition that they were running. Because of course, last time we saw them play Ascent, we actually saw Mozzie on that Sova, and they did play the double duelist on this Ascent. I did like when they were running the Deadlock composition, but of course it was Mozzie that was playing the Deadlock on the Ascent previously. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see, do they continue with that double duelist that we've been hoping and praying for, and the one that I've been shouting about as well?
Yeah, and of course, Apex, they start on defense on Lotus this time. We don't have to sit through that very questionable attack side we saw last week. This is great news for them. For Koi, though, they are favored on map 1. I'm going to come out on a limb and say they should be favored on map 1, but I need to see them not crumble 2-3 after they win a very important map 1. Last week, Baddy G was looking like prime Mako on map 1, and then turned into freaking CNED on Na'Vi on that Omen for the next 2 maps. So I need to see them have good mental, resilience, and also stamina. Winning one map doesn't mean you've won the series. So even if they won map 1, I'm a little bit concerned about Koi's form going into 2 and 3. And speaking of this Lotus, Billy, you mentioned about the comps. I'm in the camp of I like seeing the Koi comp. I want them to stick to it. And this time around, they'll start on attack. We get to see some of their cool attack stuff, because on their defense, they paired the recon with the stun and the neon war. They were taking so much space on A. They had little traps for B as well. And for me, it was a very enjoyable defense display. So the attack would be cool.
I think for me, when I'm looking at their Lotus comp, again, like it comes down to proactivity with utility. I think from watching back, the kind of way in which the Sova is being utilized, I understand it needs to be buddied up with the Neon. But again, on that defense, yes, the drone was being used to kind of clear B main and things like that. They were using it to fight Rubble as well, with the dart as well kind of going out. But a lot of the time on their defense, it felt as though it was being mainly used for conditioning against KC, which is all fine and well, but Apex, they're going to play a probably slow approach to their attack with them having that double senti.
Yeah, I also like the way that they were shooting unbreakable arrows. I think there were so many times they caught KC with their pants down where they were either paranoid or stunned, where they did not have the means to break the tank's recon. And I think that is going to be so crucial into this one. And also great news for Apex. There should not be a Vice on the other side. The way that they struggled against Nats' Vice, albeit it is Nats, you know, one of the best players in the world, but they could not find any answer to that Vice, and it was just sad, almost like flaccid, the way that they play that attack side. Starting on the defense is going to be much better. They don't have to worry about a lot of their problems from last week, so I'm hoping that there won't be any drastic comp changes.
All right, agent select.
Okay.
My circle kind of as expected, it seems.
I tell a lie. There will be drastic. There will be. If you can't beat them, join them.
But honestly, I'm really nervous for Koi in this one, because I think even though they are favored, at least in terms of the fan vote, it's like, it feels like this composition, as good as it can be, requires you to be so proactive, requires you to do so many aggressive moves. And I just look at Vice, I'm like, That character just you sit back on that agent, you just get so much passive value. It's a lot of burden of execution on the side of Koi.
I think from Koi, what the glimmers of attack that we did get to see, they were stunning off the back of the Silver Drone, primarily on that C-mount space. But if you do have a Vise coming out from Apex, probably not really going to contest the C-mount a whole lot of the time. They're going to have that as a hard anchor. I think for me, I'm happy that they're leaning to the double duelist. I am a little disappointed that we're not going to see the double sentinel though, because I did kind of think that kind of counters what Koi are playing. But of course, Apex probably expected to play Lotus this week, so they've been...
My head hurts because Apex chose to start on defense. I thought they would...
this comp.
Yeah, but also, great news for Koi. I have seen this film before, and they definitely like the ending because Casey played this comp last week. I mean, minus the Cypher and Vice is the only difference, but they've already beaten this comp one time. It's not going to be anything too much of a problem for them to be able to think of something on the fly against that Vice as well. I hope to God Apex have the greatest game plan coming to this.
I think that the good thing that we can look at with them starting on that defense is we can even compare it to the Corrode that they were playing, right? Olizera being such a great site anchor on the Cypher on Corrode, but of course he's jumping onto the Vice here. It allows Penny and Batu to be able to take space in other areas of the map. That will be able to force rotations out of Koi. They'll be able to generate information a lot quicker. So for me, I'm not mad about Apex's comp.
All right, we'll have to see which comp will reign supreme as we send it over to our casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Love the Reddit opinions from you here today. It's been a lot of fun. It's time to get in to our matchup for today. This is going to be an exciting matchup because no matter what, things change for one of the teams down on that stage. A win will be secured here.
Yeah, it's like Koi have at least managed one in the past, which is nice, but for Apex, you are looking at the first one ever, and of course, the first within this stage. It does kind of feel like the coughing baby versus coughing baby scenario, but one of them does have to come out on top, and I'm hopeful that we're going to see the strengths of both of these sides. Because I think that when it comes to their own map picks, when it comes to their oon prep, these squads have looked good, and then when they go into the opponent's choice, they get blasted.
Well, let's see how things fare today. We could well have a map 3 on the horizon with how both of these teams have performed. A slow burner, perhaps. Let's see if someone can come out of the gates kicking as Apex look to secure their first W.
They've always finished second last, which means they need a win.
All right.
There you go. Positive energy.
The law of FUT,
the law of FUT, negative.
There's a law for everything. And an opening duel going Fialu's way. That's the battle axe of Batunax already on the floor, and quick trades when the re-aggression comes through. Immediate punish, and Apex left with just that Vice that was a big topic of conversation. Olizera in a 1v4, and he won't even get a shot off.
Yeah, solid start for Koi. Of course, we saw this map already when they played versus KC, but it was a dominant defense that kind of got them off the mark, and then we didn't actually see as much from that attack side because of it, but ultimately, I think you go into both these first couple of maps, as said. I think when the prep is there, when they've had the opportunities to sort of build into matches, that's where you see the strengths of both of these sides, and there's definitely been gaps elsewhere. I think it also comes down to just some of the individuals stepping up. Like, we've had high-flying performances from Batty G at times, and then falling off in the next couple of maps. The same can be said for the likes of Olizera as well, so definitely a lot of potential. For Apex, of course, the story is that they lose this match, they are done. And even if they win it, it's still fairly troublesome. For Koi, I believe a victory versus a Na'Vi who had lost would still put them in the with a chance. It's a weird scenario. We don't want to talk about it unless we get there.
Well, we shall see what the future holds. For now, the Classics, a big feature of the previous game. They won out many a round. The rifle's being recovered already, so the chances for Apex certainly above 0. But for how much longer will they stay that way? Penny does very well to find another. Olizera with the Classic is making this a bit more competitive than it really should be. And in the end, Movistar Koi get out of here with 2 players alive. A big blow to their economy early on.
Yeah, it's a damaging round for sure. It is one that is going to make this bonus round quite a bit weaker than they would have liked. In fact, a lot of investments just back into pistols in this round, but yeah, realistically, weren't having that much of an expectation for the side of Apex, and they have managed to at least make that one look a little bit more competitive. Now they'll come in with a purchase of their own, and as you can see, the buy for Koi is not great.
No, this is the problem, right? They've decided to allow the damage from the previous round to show its face, to show its true damage here and now. They'll take 3 pistols, allowing them to still fully invest into round number 4 should they lose this. They could have come in with a real chance to compete on almost equal footing. Let's see what they do to try to bridge that gap as they attempted to play towards this door, split into the C player and cause a headache. Instead, a C's nade has put a bump on the road early for Movistar Koi, with Monster soon falling. It's now a 5v3.
Changes to the composition already, showing their strengths. Molzy, of course, picking up that fade, allowing for combos. It's something we've seen a lot from him and his utility. So good with supportive util, and then Batu as well. Now being able to be that little bit more aggressive as he's no longer playing that deadlock. A huge change in compositional setup. And although baiting out the wall is nice, that clock is starting to get a little bit low for my liking.
Yeah, where do they go now? That's the main question. The door open, the steps made, the slide in. It's the C site take that Movistar Koi have settled on. Numbers lost, but they did recover a rifle, and already it's taking one down. That's Molzy out of play. 3 versus 4. And that rifle on the tank still looking to draw blood, but it will be his that spilled, leaving Filu with most of the pressure. And he won't deliver much. A recovered weapon for Flya gets them another. They fall like dominoes, and it's Apex standing tall with a round in the end.
Yeah, you know, it's a decent round, I'd still say, for Movistar Koi. The fact that they come in with 3 pistols and they still bring it down to their opponents having 2. But I really like these sort of combos. And as I said, that's where I feel like... I feel like right now you look at this composition and Apex are playing into the strengths of their players. Like, Batu is an explosive duelist player. Yes, he can do other things. Yeah. Do I want to see that? Not really. I'd like him as the explosive duelist. Is Molzy fantastic with supportive util? Yes, he is. Perm on an agent that can combine with that rather than, I believe he was playing the KO before, which, at least in terms of initiators, is that little bit more aggressive. Definitely fits their roles. Still allows for the flashes as well that they were hoping for. And well, if Batu gets an operator a little bit later, we could be in for a treat.
Can't see the overpeak with the spike here towards the mound. It could be a big mistake from Movistar Koi, but the door opens up, and that sends Olizero running for his life. The flash buys him a bit of space, but he doesn't know there's a player already wrapped. It's Batty G to take him down. The advantage now there for Movistar Koi. The plant soon to follow. Molzy, he might be about to take a big risk. They want to draw the eye of Movistar Koi to allow this flank to really find value, and they've done well, but Revolva's still falling.
No chance for any support from Molzy as he's been forced back by the ultimate, and that's almost into just a save immediately. A quick response from the side of Movistar Koi. And I'll be honest, it seemed like from Olizero there was a little bit of a lack of awareness. Like, you know that a lot of the time, even if the thorns go up, there's high potential somebody could have got past. And there, I don't know, maybe just, there's a lot going on. Maybe he didn't hear the TP, but I'm pretty certain there was a shadow step across.
Yeah.
And that was what left the opening. So it's something he's definitely going to have to be a little bit more aware of going forward, because those thorns, unlike his wall, are not a wall.
Yeah, I mean, either he used the shrouded step or literally ran through the water, which is less forgivable if you don't hear that.
I think I saw him on the map teleport. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Either
go.
way, you'd expect that to be heard.
So these are the standings, for anybody wondering. Of course, they are the 2 teams that are currently 0-3 champs points. I think there's like a 1 in a billion chance that Koi's champs points end up mattering, and I think it still would have to have them getting all the way to the very end. So I don't think the champs points are as important as them just making it to the playoffs. But I think at least for Koi, they win this, they beat Na'Vi, and I think that's all they need to do to make playoffs. It sounds easy, but when you have 0 wins, nothing's easy.
It doesn't sound that easy, to be honest.
Sounds easy to some teams.
Sure. Sure.
Teams you expect to see in playoffs, maybe.
Movistar Koi playing pretty direct. You can see them from barriers up, blitzing towards this A angle. Apex took space elsewhere. They've got pistols, so this is their chance to group up, to play this as a team. The gate crash already used to bail out of that dangerous situation. That heaven control seized by Movistar Koi will be difficult to wrangle out of their control. Although they pushed them back with the Prowler, there's still quite a fight remaining on this site. That's an awkward battle, but one that ultimately goes the way of Movistar Koi thanks to Filu. And this round cleaned up nicely. Block me, bro. You block me. Let me out.
It's only going to be the one. Not too much damage. An impressive start from Movistar Koi, and
fly with me.
I'm guessing we followed the dart there and it went off into the abyss. I think that was what we just witnessed, but it went so far that we couldn't even see it.
Couldn't go with it. You're going down.
It was just a ruse, you know?
Follow.
He actually made them look out of the map.
Yeah. Oh, can I break that? It's on bind. I'm not sure. They might just have ignored it.
He's actually sending it to the next map. It's gone off to Ascent.
Yeah, just you wait for the pistol round. They're going to be like, whoa, where did the recon come from?
They're in spawn.
4-1. This is the buy up for Apex, though. This is their chance to bounce back. And I mean, you don't want to see this map slipping away. Sure, this isn't their pick. It is their opponent's pick. Ascent may have more hope for Apex in putting up that round, but putting up that win. This is a solid start. Batu even contributing. It's Penny with the double, and it's Movistar Koi left in a 2v4.
Yeah, they've done well there. Hold on to the B part of the map, expecting that aggression. Monster should be able to upgrade at least, and I'd say he was one of the players that, when we saw the Koi changes, I was excited to see, and at times he has definitely delivered. One of the better players in terms of individual prowess, and
whoops,
yeah.
Oh, he made it.
He just about. I don't know how. Skinnier than I am, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm getting.
I'm not. Yeah. I think one of my legs alone would have got caught in that door, but
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Unfortunately, they've been given nothing. It's been passive from the side of Apex, even going to use that dimensional drift just to get them the information. The information is that they are on the site, and they will still be there.
You don't expect to see respect from Apex here with like a showstopper thrown through, but actually they do. And with low HP, Penny was easy to pick out of the sky. That's almost fed into their hands, but Monster still has a big clutch to try to connect. And it's Avova to clean up the final two. A bit more of an investment than I expected from that defensive side, considering the 4 versus 2. Movistar Koi still make it very competitive.
Yeah, it's especially from that position, it's a more costly round than maybe expected. But I guess for Apex, you're looking at this as like, okay, we want to try and build up as many of those defensive side rounds as possible. Clearly having faith in that double duelist to sort of get them that extra ground when it comes to the attack. Especially when you bear in mind that they're playing up against no Sentinels. You kind of think, okay, the attack side should be solid for them. Although we know that with the aggression we've already seen, the double duelists definitely can work on the defense, and they're setting up for another early aggressive A-hold. But Filu has already picked Penny straight off the bat.
Yeah, 4 players towards this A-hold and an immediate punish, followed by Movistar Koi just bailing out. Apex continued their aggression. They push down towards Rubble. They're actually getting extremely close, even with that smoke going up. Avova might just try to thread the needle here, come up behind them. The thing is, you're waiting for contact on C, and the drone going up, that could be the contact they need. Avova stays, holds his ground, allows a rotation. Now 2 players on the C site, soon to be 3. Apex, they've got the right read.
It seems like with the Thorns, they're trying to sell the idea that there's only one player here. Within they go, but they pop their own flash and peek off the back of it. It's an, I was going to say easy couple of kills, but the last one definitely wasn't easy. Olizera looking for a little bit more, but instead they're now being flanked on. Now Avova has to be careful. He doesn't over-peek in this scenario, but I guess he gets away with it. It wasn't a necessary fight, but the man advantage sticks with them. And I don't know if Flyer realizes that Molsey is still just sat around this corner. The swing is an easy one, and Apex, well, it definitely got messy in the mix, but they do get themselves the round.
We got to think about that. Molsey's the guy coming in from Waterfall, so you expect him to be maybe backside, maybe still Waterfall, not to have gone so deep, but it's this push inside the smoke to play aggressive, knowing that they're probably going to have a util dump. A big execute into sight, utility, ultimates coming their way, the Hunter's Fury to clear all of those corners, the relay bolt in to cause disruption, so they get ahead of it. They fight the utility into the back lines. And that really caught Movistar Koi off guard. It caught me off guard as well.
Yeah.
Like that's a very aggressive stance to take, but you need that kind of innovation sometimes to get the upper hand. 3-4 now. That gap closing in on Oh, Movistar Koi, but they find the opening. And that's last round of overplayed aggressive in the late round. This time he starts it out that way, and they'll lose their smoker.
Well, more interesting as well, that's back-to-back rounds that Filu has got the opener on this A side of the map. Last with the operator, now here, peeking aggressively into Avova. We saw it on Lotus as well last time out. When he was playing well, this team looked incredible. Flyer, wow, it says he's jumped out into the open and been picked off easily, and now Penny has arrived to the party as well. 2 rounds in a row where Apex have started with a massive disadvantage. 2 rounds in a row where they're fighting it back, and well, that's another ult sent in right at the end of the round.
Well, this is it. You look at someone like Avova peeking that early, it looks like a huge mistake, but then you glance at what they're actually looking at in terms of numbers, where their players are distributed. And it was 3 players behind him on that A site. So yes, 2 rounds in a row where you've seen Movistar Koi find the opening duel, but 2 rounds in a row where the site that they decide to execute on has the numbers, where Apex have the read, even despite being a man down. This time, obviously not playing as aggressive, sitting back on site, playing those individual duels, working together then when the swings come through. But this has got to feel tough for Koi. They're finding openings. They were finding openings, running into stacked sites afterwards, and now they lose the man early.
Poison's off.
Yeah, they haven't been able to convert 2 rounds while having a man advantage. Let's see how they do with a man disadvantage. They are going to get the site for free. Now, bear in mind, over the last few rounds, Apex have expended their ults, well, I would say in scenarios where it wasn't almost necessary. Koi, on the other hand, have been holding theirs. Viper's Pit thrown in, Rolling Thunder available as well for Flyer. It might be a disadvantage, but they're in a good spot, and actually, they're going to send it in just to disrupt, but Batu has managed to hold the line.
He dodged the Rolling Thunder far enough to the side that it doesn't hit him, and now he's ready to fight back. Already a 2-man advantage, but playing through that pit can be deadly. It can cost you players, but Batty G going down puts pressure on Monster. They know he's out of the pit. He's got to jump back in, but the spam is there to greet him. The defuse underway, and they dive into the smoke to close this out. Time close, but not close enough. Apex, they were down and out 4-1, but now they've got the lead.
They did well with up against what was a tough pit to break back into. I think the Rolling Thunder, I don't mind the idea. Like, you're trying to get ahead of their retake, but instead, when you already have a disadvantage, you end up losing extra personnel and then fighting back into that pit. You mentioned it, they sort of forced back that positioning, and that was enough for them to make that retake stick. 4 rounds in a row now for Apex. And well, for Movistar Koi, they're going to take themselves a pause, see if they've got the counter.
Well, that's exactly what they're looking for, Movistar Koi. See if they can figure out how to play against this.
That jersey's really cool, the black jersey. I really like that.
Yeah, no, it is nice. Hopefully not dressed for the occasion. This could be Movistar Koi down and out. No chance of making it to playoffs, although for Apex, you know, I think we've talked about the fact that they could make it on 1 win. There's like a multiversal possibility, but the probability skyrockets to a no.
Well, it will come down to relying purely on Na'Vi not winning any more games.
Yeah.
Which, when one of them is against Koi as well, you kind of think if you're not gonna beat Apex, you're probably not gonna beat Na'Vi. It's not a rule of thumb.
No,
like,
but
it's not
I mean,
definitive.
it's a good guesstimation, Tom, I have to say. I don't think you'll find many non-Spanish people who disagree with you on that. So that's always a good sign.
I do know quite a lot of Spanish people, though.
Yeah, no, you've angered a lot of people here, Tom. I'm just saying,
okay.
The non-Spanish ones, probably okay with what you just said. Well, 5-4. Apex have the lead 4 rounds in a row. Movistar Koi looking for the counter. Let's see if they have it up their sleeve. As with 120 on the clock, it is a much more tempered round from Movistar Koi. We're looking to split the B site.
Yeah, the wall is definitely going to make things more awkward. Even baiting it out with the thorns behind could be more of a problem. Already though, Molzy is going to manage that opener. It's the first kill of the round, but that has not been definitive by any stretch. But a second one, he doubles up, does well from there. They've crossed paths, and only one of them's noticed. Batty G and the tank combining. And while the jump down has not watched at all, how does Batty G come out on top of that? Oh, That was a Red Bull clutch, by the way.
I'm not sure it was the counter, but it certainly counts towards a round win. 5-5 now, and that's a round that I think Batu's going to look back on and kick himself for. Diving in with the shorty like that, it is an ambitious play, and it leaves his teammate isolated. A blast pack peek from Penny, but he is put in the ground, and although Batty's low, he's got a head peek angle, so it doesn't really matter that much for him. It's whoever hits the headshot, and he was the one to win out that round. 5-5. As we start out the next, Movistar Koi have a chance of taking back that lead.
Decisions were made. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with them.
No, they were the wrong decisions.
But we'll see. All right, maybe Batu can make up for it here. An aggressive position. A 1-2 punch in combination with Olizera. It's going to stop that drone being shot. Now this bait is all to just try and keep Batu in position. He has also put through a TP to escape. Instead, though, he goes peeking, and the tank is just waiting on the other side. Surprise, surprise, the guy you knew he was there was there.
After a timeout from your opponent, Sal, there's only one round left in the half, so probably ill-advised, but I think at that halftime, the discussion is going to be Batu, calm down. That's 2 rounds in a row now where he overplays his hand, and the punish is clear. Look at this entire side of the map, man. Closest player just now coming to Waterfall. It's wide open for a C-take, and even if Olizera gets here, he's going to be one man. With none of his utility, remember the wall and the thorns placed towards B. It's a big problem because the Hunter's Fury has caught him, and Batty G sprays him down. Death being dealt out by Movistar Koi is now a 5v3. It looks like they might have their lead back.
Showstopper available, but unless something gives the game away. Oh, that makes it interesting. Malzi's managed to find one. He's looked good in these retake scenarios, but well, that's not gone to plan. Filu with a quick double and a Vova. Yeah, he's caught in no man's land, being spammed on from multiple directions. Movistar Koi, after the pause, have managed to retrieve their lead. And I do wonder if that Batty G clutch is going to come back to bite them.
Well, that's it. I mean, that's guaranteed equal at the half because of Batty G and his performance in the previous round, because of this one here. Isolating that aggression from Batu, seizing back the space, and the Hunter's Fury revealing a player, damaging him, and leaving an easy pickup for Batty through the smoke. 1 round left to compete for in the half. This could have been Apex, bouncing back from 4-1, taking a resounding lead at halftime. And instead, they're on the road to recovery, looking for even Stevens at best.
Batu up close. Again, it's a scenario where I feel like if he goes any further, it feels like him overplaying his hand. Monster, if he was to walk around this corner, would surely be dead to rights. That should be an easy pick. And now they've lost a lot of the map. This becomes quite a bit more difficult for the side of Koi. You have 2 choices: try and re-clear everything, or gamble that hit. And whoa, a fantastic reveal from Molsey will help them out.
Oh, he stepped into the stun. He thought he'd waited it out, but the timing just a little bit off. Olizera's lost his life. Deep fight from Filu, but he's got no backup. The rest of the squad going towards B. Avova's caught, taking his weapon back out. He can't get a shot off, but he gets the info. He knows that that plant was coming in, but now you start to suspect, why hasn't it been planted? They must be taking space. They must be clearing deep, and Apex have that read. Look at Molsey pushing alongside Batu. They'll be here a little bit late, though. Those players already crossing the steps, making it towards the site, but Avova's done just the same. He was spotted towards B-Link, now embedded himself deep on this site. They've got knife out as they go to clear it, but finally Flya suspects something. Spike down, 12 seconds.
10 seconds
the clock running very low. They need to get that pick now. They need to plant immediately in the time. It's too far gone. The round is done as long as they hide. And running that clock down to its last 6-6 is secured.
Yeah, it's definitely not the prettiest way for them to get that one done, but it will end up level. A back and forth half all the way through. And then our first map is competitive. We'll find out if that continues after the break.
1 enemy remaining.
Welcome back, folks. 6-6 at the half. It is as close as I guess we expected it to be. A map 3 could be on the horizon, but two players who've been showing up so far in half number 1, and we don't expect to go anywhere, are Filu and Penny.
Yeah, that's always been the case with these teams, is like when they've been performing, it feels like these two have been a big part of that. Filu having a rough couple of weeks to start things off, but last week on their map victory especially looked very good, and Penny, well, ever since he sort of played those matches for Liquid, has definitely been on the radar once again, and a player with a lot of experience, and I think in these sort of crunch moments, that is going to have value. Currently both topping the charts as well, so it's whoever sort of takes the biscuit in the second half that could go home in map number 1.
I think it's worth, well, maybe it's not worth mentioning because we're already into the pistol, and the opening pick is found immediately. That's Batu, who is going to be dropped off rip. The aggressive peek on A was to cover their hand being played towards this C site. With the player spotted on B, the door opening. I don't think this is going to be quite a free push, and you can already see that Monster's got the backup of Batty G. They're waiting, ready for this C play.
Oh, Monster under pressure, but he's managed to do well. Still sticking it out at the back of the site. His support has dwindled, but more is still to come. As they look to swing in, okay, never mind. Apex have managed to steady the ship a little bit. A few low players, the wall placed deep, and even a smoke around the back of it. Both players coming in from the same angle as well. It means there's a likely isolation, but wow, I'll say the cover wasn't the best. It doesn't matter. Olizera has managed to find one more and leave it all on to fly up. The leader of this ship, a ship that could soon be sinking if they don't manage to turn this back. The pistol seeming done, and yeah, just finish him off, Olizera. It's not worth the risk, not when there is this much on the line for you and the org. They'll just take the lead instead.
I think he saw just a flash into a negative timeline.
Apex relegated from the lead because of failed knife.
Like 13-11 game in the end. Everyone looks back to that. He took it out for a second. He switched to it. No.
Knifing him on it, knife him!
No, Batu, listen, you've been taking enough risks, brother. Calm down.
You've taken enough risks for the whole team.
Yeah, calm down, my guy. We know Batu would have went for it, but Ollie's got a good head in his shoulders. Makes the right choice. A 4K for him in the pistol. A solid start to this map, and 7-6 on the board now. The lead back in Apex's hands. But for how long? This is a classic buy, but even with their classics, Apex managed to do a lot in a similar round.
There we go.
Thank God. Okay.
4th time's the charm. And oh, he go away. He should be dead. He should be dead in this round. I don't know how he's getting away with this. It really does. It feels like when like a parent tells their kid, like, stop running, otherwise you'll bang your head, and they just keep doing it and they don't get hurt. That's Batu, except last half he did get hurt.
No, he got hurt a lot.
But he's still doing it.
He was certainly damaged here. I like this. You've just seen the decoy sent up. You've seen the orb be taken outside C right here. And that's keeping so many players in position. 4 around this C site. Everyone that's still drawing breath on the defense is sat there waiting for the aggression to come in. Meanwhile, Apex, having pressured A, found a pick, rotated back, pressured C. They now go A. The little double fake, and it works out wonderfully. 5 players alive, a spike plant, and only classics against them.
The only thing I'm upset about is that Olizera didn't plant the spike. That's it.
Yes,
because Malzy was on 0 orbs and is now on 1 after planting the spike. And Olizera is 2 away from his ultimate. So 1 would have actually
going
made
into
a difference.
The buy round where they're going to have rifles, and also there's
it's all right though.
Pistol in play.
Spectre.
Well, look, they've actually made the decision now. Now they value the orbs, not in the plant, because I guess no one was thinking, but now they value the orbs. Olizera is going to take the pistol. He's going to go hunting deep. He's in the wrong spot though. Maybe there's 1 orb to be claimed there, all timing dependent. Movistar Koyev made the decision to go down to the spike, and there it is. Ollie gets 1. He needs 1 more for the next round, but none up for grabs.
That's okay.
As everyone dives into the spike. They could still, especially on this map, you could end up farming them specifically towards this C site. It's much easier to pick up those orbs in the early round.
Yeah, him getting that extra kill. I'm sorry. What, is there just a constant look to flame the tank's utility?
Bro,
this is
after his Vice last week, I mean, I think 80% of those thorns went on a roof.
We watched the dart go out the map earlier. Now we're watching that. Like,
Well,
someone has a vendetta versus
Just stop
Natank.
missing all your util if you don't want to be made fun of. It's a simple process, man. You know what, Natank? You're inviting it at this stage.
You're only saying that because he forgot Enzo earlier, aren't you?
I am. I saw that. I saw that little clip, and I will never let you live that down. How dare you?
Wow. Aggressive take already. Olizera has managed to get the ultimate, but is playing a little deeper. And Penny was just gone aggro. Managed to find Batty G playing alone. That'll be the plant and the potential for this ultimate to go through. You can see he's trying to play close to the angle so he could clear all of them as they make their way back into the site, take those weapons away, and maybe even just end the round. Already, though, no opportunities for trades. Now it's going to be taken. I love it. Olizera leaving it late, and now they have to just give up the round. That is the perfect timing for the Steel Garden to come in. You don't have time to wait for those guns to come back out. And what, are you going to try and retake versus 4 with Classics? Absolutely not.
No. Not with those big weapons in your back pocket. That was really nicely done by Olizera, because you see those first couple of fights go down, and that's where players panic. But that would have given them enough of a window to fight back in afterwards. He waits, pulls the trigger right when he needs to, and that's going to get 9-6 on the board.
Yeah, of course. That's already worth mentioning. How important this match is for both of these teams. For Apex, we know that the story is they lose here and they are out of not even just the running, but of the league. Like, that is it, done and dusted, at least with a victory here. It throws some turmoil. I think they're still in a troublesome spot based on Na'Vi's position and, of course, the fact that they, I believe their last game is versus Fnatic, which...
easy win.
Saved the best till last, of course. But already on their opponent's map choice. Making those changes, having the expectations of their composition. I do wonder, though, if it could be the same story for Kai on the next map.
It's the right read by Batty G. He knows that was a decoy. Presence on the A site now after that. This is where you start to think, if you're Movistar Koi, well, these players, they've done the same thing we've seen before. They've rotated away from C. They're going for the A control after that initial fake, and a lot of players would push up. Maybe Batty G would if he had a weapon that wasn't a judge. Now they've got Batunax. They're still, look, he's still sat in this corner.
Yeah.
If he continues with this level of patience, it looks like he'll get a reward.
Especially now, like when you've got Filu that deep on the other side of the map, you've got 2 players holding the cross on B. I would be very angry if he did move at this stage. There's absolutely no reason to. And with Apex, well, it feels like they've almost been pigeonholed into either a C or B take because of how much control they've lost.
That's a panic react as well with the snake bite. They fake this out perfectly, and there it is. The trigger pull, but the TP in gets at least one. Monster still to be dealt with. The smoke, they run through it. They find the pick as well. Apex, boots on the ground. A plan to come through. No ults. They're miles away from them. On both sides, indeed. That spray, it comes close. There's damage done, but Apex are still drawing breath, looking for that deeper fight in the tank. It's not a missed piece of utility. It's no utility. He's caught with the bow in hand. Taken down, and the numbers equalized. Apex look to play this together. It's Olizera and Malzy running the clock down, but then they separate. It's a big play from Ollie. The flash lands. Malzy the one to find the kill, leaving it to the 1v1, but Flyer gets there first.
It's a round that's close, but it really shouldn't have been. I feel like up until the actual execution in that, 2v4 at the end, it was basically a done deal. You had the initial pick coming in for Feely, you had the judge position as well with all of the Viper utility behind it. And even though it ends up as a 1v1 trade for Batty G, it's sort of like, I feel like Monster continues to go forward. And that's sort of the spot where I want to just see them go, okay, we now have a massive advantage. Let's just play as a pack.
The sad thing there as well is you look at Olizera's flash and where it was placed, it led to his death because there was this small gap. If you're hugging the wall right around here, you're going to be safe. It's not going to blind you, and that's exactly what ended up happening. The player could still see, swung out wide and took him down on the aggression. If it was wider, it might have been broken, though. There's always trade-offs to these things.
Yeah.
9-7 now, 2-round gap. Rolling Thunder online from Movistar Koi. And they've been doing pretty well here on the defense. That last round, a trap play by Batty G. A lot of patience on display.
Are they going to go back and try and re-clear this? Because that was the problem in the last round. I said, I feel like they got pigeonholed. What? He just jump peeked, and I don't know if that was a pre-fire or again. He's continuing this push forward. 10 HP, and the stun is sublime. The supportive utility of Flyer gifts him an opener that Filu never should have had. And I feel like I've said that a few times this map.
I mean, you could slow-mo that second shot coming out of the Outlaw as well. It almost took him down. A bullet would have been enough to the chest, the leg, or anywhere in between, but somehow he gets out of there. 10 HP, a man advantage. Movistar Koi, as said, they can feel pretty content to play retakes here with that Rolling Thunder. They can go for the disruption.
30 seconds
they
left.
Want to. Rotation underway from Penny now. It will be commitment, full commitment to this A site. It's red. The Rolling Thunder buys them a little more time. 20 seconds. One player passed it, yes. But that door now closing. They need to go. They need to move and get past Flyer. Okay, they'll get past everybody. Olizera doubles up, finding so much value from that deep position. And the spike won't be kept off the site. This round should be done and dusted. Monster, he's looking to compete, and Batty G's on his way.
Again, a 2v4 scenario. We see plenty of these throughout the map so far. I think that damage maybe being unconfirmed has sort of slowed them down, and Olizera is on an absolute tear, continuing to pretty much decimate his opponents. This map has been all hills, but Monster is still going for this, still attempting this, but getting past Penny was always going to be difficult. Around it again. For Movistar Koi look very good, but it's one player just getting past that Rolling Thunder. And I don't know if we'll see the timing. He literally stepped past it by like a millisecond, and both players on that site were just like, oh, well, there's no way there's anyone here.
Enemy remaining.
You saw him there confirming the kills, but it really is that cloak and dagger sneak through from Olizera that grants them that success. He's now 17-11. This has been a great half from him. He came out of the first with, I think, 10 less kills than where he's at right now. Bottom of the board. He was struggling. And somehow it's here on the attack side that the Vice is really finding value. 3 rounds in between them. Movistar Koi, a team that have led at numerous stages throughout this, their map pick, are stalling out. And with classics in the hands of most of their players, it's looking like Apex may be on the home stretch, about to claim their opponent's map pick.
That's unfortunate as well that their economy has now been broken off the back of it. Not really going to be much to play with in this round. A nice shot from Filu does actually land. And wow, a second connected as well. I said there wasn't much invested. The one thing that is this Marshall, and it is finding tag after tag after tag. It is absurd how much he's already managed to do with it. Another tag. He might just take this all on his own. Goes back for a third, and he's tagged up Penny as well. A Marshall play that might have just completely turned this on its head, or it should have done. Yeah, ambitious from Batty G, but you can understand it. Trying to catch someone with their back turn, and Penny's planting, but he is somewhat isolated for now.
Boy, 29 HP, those classics, they're going to be pretty deadly against him, but Penny, he grabs himself a triple in this round. He's given them a real chance. It's Evolva now in a 1v2, recovered rifle for an tank. He spotted them as well, but the paranoia is going to keep them back. It could even give a kill. Evolva TPs, causing confusion, isolates one, doesn't land the shots though, and it's Movistar Koi in a round with classics that we'd already counted in Apex's favor. Somehow, they've pulled off the heist. They've stolen the round back with a pay safeguard Thrifty.
Yeah, this is just nuts. Like, this is just one guy. Like, the rest of the team are not particularly close. They just left Filu there alone to try and do absolutely everything. And I think he hit every player bar one and killed 3. Like, that's not what you should be able to get away with a singular Marshall on one side of the map. What an individual performance from him. And well, currently 18 and 14 at the top of that board. One behind, of course, is Olizera, who's still fragging on the other side, but that feels like a cardinal sin of a round to lose.
Without a doubt. I mean, that we start out that round, man, I'm already thinking 11-7, big comeback needed. And that's the thing, for those players as well, when you see the game start to slip away, it can be demoralizing, especially when you're 0-3, which is the case for either of these teams. But when you have that round, where someone pops off, that's like the rally cry. You're back in the game. No matter what the scoreline is, that's the round that kickstarts your momentum. And it's a pause from Apex, as they very well know what they could be facing. Movistar Koi could steamroll back into this game, and they need to stop that momentum before it starts. One round, a blip on the radar.
You know what's going to be funny?
It's going to be tough. What's that?
If Filu now gets 0 kills with an operator. Because I felt like that's the most like, you see someone like pop up with a Marshall, they're like, I'm feeling it with a sniper, I'm going to buy myself an op, and then gets instantly one-tapped. I'm also wondering why Olizera doesn't have a gun.
He's going to buy one. He has not bought a gun.
Oh, never mind.
He knew he was going to go down to the 100 Fury, so he didn't buy a weapon.
Immediately die.
Generational play. Unbelievable thinking.
He has the read.
He saved the money for the next round, knowing he died to an ult. Wow. Olizera thinking 10 steps ahead.
Yeah, never critique the tank again, by the way.
Yeah, my bad.
That was a sick ult.
My bad.
Now Flyer flying back in. This is one of the rounds for the ages.
What was that, man?
Well, there you go.
Movistar
Koi, back on the horse.
If you call a timeout and one of your players doesn't buy a gun, like...
No, do you know what it is?
What are you
He's got the
saying?
steel garden, and he didn't want it to be an unfair fight, so he was like, I'm going to steal their gun,
level playing
and then I'll also play with my pistol. All of these theories are brought to you by the We Made That Up Foundation, and yeah, you know what? It worked out, because at least now he can buy a gun.
If we're in a post-game interview and they're like, yeah, it was because we knew that we'd have a rifle for the next round, a steel garden, or even... Just, I hope whoever's interviewing says shut up, because that's the only...
I don't think anyone will try and justify that. Mistakes were made, but it kind of, because they got wrecked so hard, it kind of helped them out a little bit. Penny already dead. Olizera, he now has that hero rifle, ult available. They had themselves a few ults going into these last couple of rounds. I think all 5, and now 2 of them have already disappeared. Weaponry not in their favor. The flash is going to leave Monster completely blind. Flyer trading things out. In fact, already getting his 3rd kill of the round, but it's over. Somehow, big brain play. They're going to destroy the economy, and now comes Avova. Big brain stuff from Apex, intentionally not buying to bring, just big play from Avova. It was a big play from Avova.
He didn't even pop the steel guard, man. He didn't give it down.
You don't need it.
They just took the 2v2.
It wouldn't have been fair, because he didn't have a class.
This is an ideal steel guard moment right there, and he says, no, I'm in there. I'm taking him down. We're swinging together. And you know what? If Avova's feeling it like that, why not? But this is Valorant hell.
Yeah, it's one of the games of all time.
11-9, Apex, they bounce back after, you know what, if you didn't watch the previous rounds, good for you. Don't look back. Only look forward. 2 rounds now needed for that attack side to close this out. Still have the steel guard thanks to Olizera, not using it in the previous. A smart play that worked out for the round. Nightfall takes in backside space. Nade doesn't do much for them there, honestly, just slows Penny down, but they'll get the space in the end. And Olizera, he's been domed, so there goes the steel guard.
Deploying drone.
Wow, advantages in this map have meant but very little. Ultimates not really going to be a part of this one unless a From the Shadows goes into the spawn. Filu is dropped down with an operator, managing to get the close position of over again, and somehow, come on, now Penny has managed to catch a quick double from the sidelines, even reposition it completely, and he's going to clutch it out now! These rounds don't make any sense, but Apex don't mind!
Match point. Party's over. Let's show them out.
I feel like I'm going to have an aneurysm. That was unbelievable. You had the TP out from Batu. He doesn't even clear the broken door, doesn't clear Hobbit. So it's a free pick on Monster. They've got numbers rallying back through and a wraparound from Penny. Grabs a double. He then knows where Monster is from him taking down. Down Batu. We're trolling, Seamos says, and I think he's right. Movistar Koi, 3 rounds in a row needed now to close this out. Apex, they've had the counter so far. It's
the counter's been
unbelievably crazy gameplay.
It's not sustainable, but it is working here on their opponent's map choice. And the tank, he's trying to get aggressive. There is a lot of counter utility in the way. And in case you're wondering, the Steel Garden is available this round.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is. He hasn't used it.
He hasn't farmed back up the orbs. He's had it the whole time. Certainly a good moment to throw it in. Could be the last round, but we'll see as they take the space late. Batu will swing into 2 players.
To be fair, from your perspective of the Spectre being bad, if he uses it, it might upgrade Flyer's weapon.
It definitely buffs Flyer, but you got to respect the Stinger as well on the tank. Reveal goes deep. They see a player further back. They don't know about Filu, and this is all just an attempt to bait them into Filu so the swing can come in from the tank afterwards. Great damage combining that Guardian with the Stinger, but there goes the Steel Garden, and now you've only got a Classic to work with. Good luck, Filu. That Guardian ain't going to be around for much longer, and there's no Guardian to keep him safe as the tank gets isolated. Both players left to fight with pistols, and a 5v3 for the map.
He pulled his gun out with half the ult left. I think he got the timing a little bit wrong on that one, but hey, it's not looking good. Flyer with the Spectre. It's going to be on him to clutch this because, I don't know, but there you go. See, because I knew the Monster was just about to die. A 1 versus 5 for the greatest clutch of all time. And Oli Zera's going to be there to put it down. They've walked in, found an in-zone flawless for the final round, and they have taken their opponent's map choice. Apex look to cling to life as they head into Ascent.
Well, that was certainly some unusual Valorant down on the stage. Plenty more crazy rounds coming. If this series, if this first map is anything to go by. Ascent up next. We'll see you there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need. Even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk. I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite being my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. Cause I'm a pop love. Yo, how about now? นี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวกProblems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนกูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? When the hook don't sleep, don't yeah yeah don't. When the hook don't sleep, don't yeah yeah.
It might have been messy, but at the end of the day, Apex take the first step on heisting their way a little bit further into the VCT. I think I might be the only person who was happy with that round and that map overall, because you both had a lot of critical opinions. I gotta say, you're both very negative. It seems like you had a lot of critical feedback for both lineups after this one.
I think for me, I was critiquing Koi a lot because I wanted to see the value coming out from them playing this double initiator, you know, being proactive. That's the kind of things I was saying. I was excited when I seen Apex comp. I was excited to see them play double duelist. I was excited to see them not being afraid to get Ollie on the Vise. For me, I was optimistic.
And for me, this was my G2 versus PaperX, running it back in Toronto, but no G2 or PaperX playing on the server. And all I can say is Apex, they had the counter. They had the counter. And Billy, honestly, who would have thought Seaside was so free?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
No way. Koi playing a Sentinel. Seaside's never going to be free. Yeah, I think if we take a look at round 15, you can see the value that Apex are getting with this double dive composition. They can go for direct site hits because Koi do not have a Sentinel, right? They get onto that site for so free. They're able to take CT. They're able to trade off of one another as well. It's just so nice seeing that come out from them, especially considering, you know, it's a team that have had 2 new additions, so seeing the trades come in are really nice to see them synergize. But further on into the round, we actually do see the Steel Garden is committed here as well later on into the round, just to make sure that they actually secure it. I think it just looked really solid. It looked well drilled. The synergy was there. I think for me, it was just a perfect example of how they were playing the double dive.
Yeah, great call from Molsey. No need to mess about, you know, when you know the weaknesses of your opponent. But it turns out that Koi also kind of had a counter into the counter that they were facing, identifying that C was weak, and then just making sure, I mean, Batu, 7 times first death, not the greatest ever, but a win is a win. Recognizing that maybe C needs a little bit more reinforcement. Obviously, they don't have a Killjoy in this or a Vice in this scenario, but they stick Batty G there with a Judge. They get 2 massively, very important kills right here. They're able to eventually finish the round off, although it wasn't the cleanest round in the end, but they still managed to win it. But then I don't know what happened. You were positive, so what happened in that last 5 rounds? It just felt like we were living on another planet.
I think I'm positive because I saw absolute chaos, which is kind of what I wanted. I wanted absolute, complete madness. I wanted players jumping through smokes they didn't need to jump through, getting double peeked on corners they didn't need to peek before anyone had even started diffusing. I liked
throwing a 5v3.
Throwing a 5v3.
Love that.
Yeah, I think there was. Look, I'm not gonna lie, it was messy. And for me, as someone who's relatively new to the sport, to understand how messy it was is not a good indicator for both these teams. But I want to shift our attention now forward to Ascent. Surely now the optimism before Apex starts to set in. You have to believe now, right? Is this the 2-0? Is it possible?
I was always believing. Like, I don't know why you say, like, oh, we have to believe. I've been a believer. I've been a believer since the start of the year. But it does feel as though we're finally at a point where Apex could win their first series of the year, which is insane to even say out loud.
And great news, both of these teams have not won Ascent yet. Somebody has to win, so they can add Ascent into their map pool as a potential going forward as well. But again, you know, are we expecting the Heretics comp? You know, are they going to just run it back with Benny here? Surely, right?
You would think so, right? I mean, I kind of like teed it up beforehand. Like, do they go back to having that deadlock when they've had that in this kind of iteration before? But the double duelist is working out for them. We've all been shouting for it. I think on Ascent, it will look really good as well, especially when you consider how close they were against Team Liquid, right? It was not a tough loss whatsoever.
Oh, I love it. It's Heretics versus Fnatic. Sorry, I'm just running it back with these references. But again, they lose to Fnatic on Ascent. They're like, we'll just copy their homework. But the question is, Natank, Yoru, I'm just really living for this. But Natank, Filu, where do they land in terms of double duelist duos?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, we were seeing Filu get a lot of value from that operator on Lotus, so I think him being on the chamber, you know, that was just a warm-up before going into this Ascent. But I think it's so funny that they do quite literally yoink the comp from whoever has beaten them, and now they decide to play it. I think Fnatic have been so good at making this composition look really, really nice on Ascent, but it's just have Movistar Koi fully understood how it should be played.
Yeah, and the tank has added another agent under his belt that he hasn't played yet this stage. And in fact, he's never played Yoru before. That leaves me a little bit worried that he's debuting this at such a critical time. But this comp, for me, is the best comp right now on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree with that considering how strong Fnatic have looked with this comp. So that's why I'm going back to the point of, do Koi have the kind of facilities to understand how this comp should be played? That's what we have to look out for.
Can they execute? Taking somebody else's homework, you got to respect it when you're at the bottom of the standings. We'll see if it pays off for them as we send it back to Mitch Mann and Tom Bates.
Thank you, Dracos. It's time to get into the game. Map number 2. And I would almost challenge them. It can't be as crazy as map number 1. That was some ludicrous Valorant down on that stage. As we get into Ascent, I'm expecting a return to normality. What about you, Tom?
I like optimism.
Yeah.
I don't have it, but I like optimism.
I seen the tank on a Yoru and I think normal. Normal Valorant is
he has picked one of the few duelists that still has lineups. Different types of lineups, but they do still have them. So we'll see if he teleports into any precarious positions.
The TPs. What scares me looking at his util usage the past few weeks is the team flashes. We could have a team flash counter where we tally up each one. Because I feel like there's going to be at least one that leaves us
Your
scratching our
optimism
heads.
faded incredibly quickly into a very toxic stat line.
So to be clear, the optimism was all fake. It was for the cameras.
Oh, okay.
I'm not optimistic. This is going to be crazy, but I like crazy.
Oh, already pressure being put in. Monster kicks things off. Natank alongside as well. Back on that duelist role, something that we talk about quite a lot. Nice work from Molzy with the spam, though. At least makes things a little bit more interesting. The problem is Olizera has already been dealt with as well. With a spike planted and a couple of players already back towards main. This is not going to be an easy fight with no smokes.
That's the thing. Oh, one bullet left here, Molzy. There we go. The reload popped. He evades the recon. It does reveal him, but he can't be spammed. That's the main thing. Penny on the walk through, caught by a monster. It's all Molzy. They know where he is. No, Tank. He wants one more. One more spam kill. He's got to be running out of ammo at this stage. He's already taken 2 wall bangs. And there it is, his 3rd of the round. You talk about his Yoru. We have questions. We don't know what to expect, but at least in round 1, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it was always interesting with the Tank because you go back to his days on Mates, and when he did play a duelist, it was normally not the Yoru. It was actually his teammate in Takas that would be the one to do that. So I'm excited to see sort of what prep he's put in, what ability he's going to have on this. But I do think in more explosive roles, that's where we really do see this man bring his value.
Well, here we go. Barriers going up, and it is Classics and a Sheriff on the side of Apex. Remember, they started 4-1 down on the previous map. Movistar Koi's pick And there were a couple of flip-flops in momentum. They end up closing it out 13-9. So not seeing them online early, it doesn't mean much. We know that they can bounce back, especially with this being their pick. This is a round I want to see Movistar Koi win pretty cleanly, and mainly because they've got all those rifles to work with. They've invested heavily. You want to see those carry through to the next.
Something to note, though, I feel like both of these teams, when they have sort of like heavy prep to almost counter their opponent's composition, that's where they thrive. And when it's something they've played before, that's sometimes where they struggle. For now, at least, the surprise factor of the pistols has got nothing. I feel like we're back in the pistol round again. Mozzie is in exactly the same place. He's managed to clear out Flyer. Okay. And you don't really need to fight this man right now. He has a Sheriff. The spike is planted. There's a good chance it will go off. And thus peeking the man who has nothing to lose and everything to gain wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, every pick is so valuable. Natank down on 21 HP. He has to survive this round. They want all these weapons through to the next. It's already huge damage. 21 left on 2. A shot landed by Mozzie. This could be very costly. It's down to 42 HP. But Movistar Koi survive with 2 players still. We said going in, we wanted to see them carry a lot through, and it ends up being not only costly, but needlessly costly. They took all that space for free, and then gave up duels they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, these
2v5.
Yeah, these are the sort of fights that do, feel fairly unnecessary. I guess it's the attempt to try and farm up the orbs, but hey, it's only really Ballsy that ends up gaining. He's a couple away from having the Hunter's Fury, and now they're the ones that come in with the rifles. An aggressive start to the round over on this A side of the map. Okay, well, I was like, they're gonna double swing. Everyone's dead. That hasn't worked at all. And yes, that was the team that has the full buy that has just lost 2 players immediately and have left those guns to be retrieved.
It is quite the call. You know that you're up against probably 3 pistols after the damage done in the previous, and the option is to push them.
Yeah. All of the defenders currently over on the right side of the map, so the read is impeccable. Monsters now won another fight against Mozzie, who's pushing top mid. They were looking for information. It really does feel like the wrong team's on the bonus round right now. Nothing is working out for Apex, and the patience of Movistar Koi has paid so much in dividends. They have a free B site. They've even managed to retrieve a couple of the guns.
4. They've got everything to work with, Tom. They've got all the rifles. Filu's dead, but that was the man without one. The problem with dying in pushed up positions is that it's even easier to take the weapons off your body. To upgrade, Ollie's Era, great map out of him, but you know, best of luck with this one. Ends up with 3, keeps the economy modest, but it's not about that. This is a huge loss for Apex.
Yeah, it's been an incredible start to this map so far, and while the man of the moment, we don't even have his newest agent on the board right now, which is Yoru, because it isn't something we've seen played so far, but 7-0, and this is sort of the value he's bringing. Sure, there's been a piece or 2 out of place when it comes to the Sova, but the fact that he's been able to flex onto the Sentinel, he can play a solid duelist, as we can see, 7-0 in these first 3 rounds. It's something that really does bring value to this Movistar Koi team, and if Natank keeps this sort of pace up, we could be going to a very quick map 3.
I like the fire and squad adaptation here from Apex, playing 4 players on mid, having the Marshal there alongside Sheriffs. Huge damage, a body shot from both will take you down. That's what ends up netting them that opening pick, but the rest of the fights are going to be very tough to find value in. Never mind! I should have asked Mozzie. He's picked up a double. Now, those weapons can't exactly be retrieved, but this is the kind of jailhouse Valorant we're expecting to see. A full bare-knuckle brawl as Apex come in with next to nothing, do so much damage, and now they can recover at least some of the weapons. Priority for Avova is to pick up a rifle, but the rest of the squad quickly rotating. They're making their way all the way back to this B site, knowing that the rotation's going to be pretty long for Monster. He's trapped. It's an isolated fight now just on the back. Spam! And he's down! The site taken! Monster needs to run, sprint into that site, and they'll catch him with a spam! What is this game? 1-3 for Apex.
I genuinely think, other than that last kill coming in with the rifle, I think that is 7 of his 8 kills are with the Sheriff. I think Molesy has genuinely got all of his kills except for this very last one with a Sheriff so far in this map. It sounds dumb, but it might actually be worth him just playing Sheriff because he is 8 to 3. And well, they only have 1 round, and it's because of him.
Well, the Molesy has certainly managed to sneak his way to the top of the board. He's infiltrated the top of the scoreboard, 8 to 3. In terms of his KD, it was Natank who was leading before at 7 to 0, but he has now been sent to the Shadow Realm. That is an honestly outrageous round from Apex, but it's certainly not the first we've seen in this series.
No, they've won a lot of clutches in the last map. That was ultimately why they were able to win it. Luckily for them, Natank still have his ultimate online. Hunter's Fury's gone through on the other side, which will keep some of the players locked into position. Natank's already been dealt with, but he did take Oli Zera with him, and now that Steel Garden, we were waiting to see it used in the last map. It's going to be brought through, but actually for Molesy, that's an upgrade. And for Batu, I guess. No, he should not get 2. He should not get 2 with a classic and a smoke. Maybe you don't use the Steel Garden. Never mind. I take it back.
I'm having a tough time understanding how these fights are going the way they are, Tom. Seen a lot of Valorant. What the hell was that? I've not seen a lot of Valorant like this. I'll tell you that. If this was my rank game, I'd disconnect.
Okay.
It's Batty G, 1v3, he's picked up the first, he taps the spike, trying to goad them into a fight, and he has, but they're coming down the stairs.
No.
He's caught one off, isolating one by one, but in the end, Avova wins it out. Oh, my head's hurting, Tom. It's 2 to 3.
This is fun.
What do you reckon about that shock dart now from Molesy? What was that supposed to? Destroying a camera of the Cypher that is not on the other team, or?
It's a distraction.
Oh. Distraction.
Yeah, I reckon. Honestly, I reckon he just winged it and was just hoping that he'd catch someone.
Yes, Jack. Jack Igo.
There you go.
The man with the plan. There it is. Boom.
And that was what put the fear of God into Batty G for him to miss that final shot. But yeah, it is. Batu manages to get 3. 2 of them with a classic and a smoke as the solo remaining defender. Definitely interesting. Oh, he hasn't found it. Oh, no, wait. He gets the job done. Gets the job done in the end. It's not the greatest of buys. Flyer, however, is relatively close to the Hunter's Fury. It can always make things interesting and, well, not so interesting now that the spike has been dropped solo outside of the B side.
You always make things interesting. He's dead. And
He's
the spike's
dead.
on the floor.
The spike is there as well.
That's tough. That is tough. Batty G could ult to take it, but if he did that here, he would be a madman. One for the ages.
No.
Tank.
No,
all right.
No, this is
I wasn't familiar with your game. They've now
Uh,
recovered this to a 2v3. There's rifles to be picked back up. There's a TP for Batty G if he wants to take this elsewhere, but in goes Batu, and out goes Batty G. Avova through the smoke will land the final kill. And Apex, they win out the round. It's clean, squeaky clean, no problems. Everything's going according to plan here.
Ready.
Nice.
And we just forget the next 2. Yes, yes, yes. See, look. There, they got all 5 kills. Easy peasy.
Bingo, bingo. I'm flashing for you. Flashing. 3, 2, 1.
All
boom.
good. Very nicely done. 2 players that died. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, they've still got a decent amount of economy. Operator now bought up for both sides. Bilu going to be picking up on the attack. He said it. When he has his good games, he seems one of the best. The players in mid were just smoked off, and because of that, I feel like Penny's push was definitely a gamble. Very easy kill for Bilu to start, but then the Tunk has gone down anyway, so it ends up just being a trade. He has been the main sort of hero for the squad thus far. Batu also with his ult online could potentially just go looking for information.
Take flight.
Definitely does seem like a mistake to not put the recon down early towards short or towards the back of mid, just knowing that, you know, if they go for that play, it's going to be smoked off in mid most of the time unless they're making a big blunder. And if they do that, your player on short can't see the smoke. So you got to communicate that super quick to cancel that play. Penny takes the risk here. He steps out. But I do think a bit of utility, a drone, something like that would have been nice to see thrown in there. It brings us back to a 4v4. It's Movistar Koi with their sights on the B site. Good damage done here as they manage to take Batu down to 50, but Ulta's going to be active, and that spots a lot the dimensional drift, but it can't keep Avova alive. The backside now under threat. If Batu commits to it, he is less than half HP in a battle for his life, and he'll only land the one. Hunter's Fury online, and Filu still fragging. This one's looking done.
Well, if Mosey switches to a Sheriff, I favor this to him. With a rifle, not so much. And Filu getting that operator has definitely looked like a different beast. He started this game incredibly quiet, but as normal when you see that chamber coming on the attack side, that operator is a pretty big part of it. Oh, come on, man. Come on. It's not even the tank anymore. It's just a deep thing.
It's just Sova on these teams. Malsey had his moment.
Somehow this is Bambino's fault.
Yeah, I think you're dead on there, actually. Now that I think about it, I don't know how I didn't see this before.
And he probably will watch this back.
I reckon even Malsey's shock dart was his fault.
Hey, you know.
There we go, DRX, and it's over, just like that. But there's still another leg to it, and they've given the leg away. That spam has been seen, and continuing to aggress here would be a big risk, perhaps a big mistake. They're spamming from inside the smokes. The shock dart's too deep. They don't expect on the side of Movistar Koi that Apex have gone this aggressive, and they will make it out of there. But no shortage of risks taken here to start the round.
It's a terrifying prospect now, though, with Hunter's Fury available still after the last couple of rounds. Single pick off the back of it. Even the from the shadows could cause them issues. But for now, the defense are paused. Batu just trying to make the hold onto mid, but the full rotation coming in for Movistar Koi. As the likelihood is this B site hit, but there are still two players ready and waiting.
Decoy. Make that three. Batu close by, ready to assist. Razorvine destroyed immediately. It won't stop that push out. Natank takes the space, takes the fight, and eliminates Avova as well. Malsey, he's under pressure. The push can come down anytime now. He knows it, but he's hiding behind the boxes. Lands himself another before he falls, but Alizera is left alone against Natank, Monster, and that operator on Filu again. This round looks done. They're building up in favor of the attackers, but it looks like Alizera is going to go for it.
Yeah, they've attempted a fair few of these clutches, but this... Oh, that one's free. The swing, I was going to say should be an immediate trade, but it isn't! And now it's caught Monster as well. Maybe having an expectation of where Natank could be. Still watching and even hearing the step down, knows roughly where he is, but it's the maneuver of Natank. It's not the prettiest fight, and it's definitely not the greatest hold. But Movistar Koi are going to get the round anyway.
Oh, it wasn't even close, mate. That 1v3.
Can I add a bit more fuel to the fire?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you know who another team that Bambino was on?
Who's that?
Oglu. Sorry.
Come on now.
Had to go back to it. I wanted to call back.
He doesn't deserve that.
No, he is. I genuinely believe he's he's a fantastic assistant coach / analyst, depending on the role. Well, it's going to be Apex taking themselves a pause. I think somewhat necessary one. There have definitely been some very scrappy aggro rounds. But one of the sort of shining lights for them so far has been Alizera. Was had a high-performing first map, and of course on week 3, on this map in particular, was playing incredibly well. I think they're going to need a little bit more of that if they're going to be able to take this one over the line.
Well, we saw a spark of it there, a 1v3 almost won. It came down to the 1v1. It came down to Natank, who's currently 12-4, leading the charge for this Movistar Koi side. He was the only one able to deal with Alizera. There's still plenty more to go for Apex. So as we said, they started 4-1 down on the previous map and managed to win it out 13-9. It was over on the attacking side where they really found their form. For Movistar Koi, they do come in here though with a big advantage. 4 ultimates online to play with. Apex don't quite have those safety nets. This round has a lot of dangers for the defenders.
Yeah, that potential for ult combination. Oh, the dimensional drift immediately being used. Instead, going to teleport up short. I was thinking, are they going to use it with the Hunter's Fury? They are. It was just a bit of a ruse initially. It has managed to be dodged. Filu, though, already picks up that opener. The tank still here, shoots it his own.
It's a pre-fire, it's a pre-fire, it's a pre-fire. It's okay. It's all right, don't worry about it. That could have been anyone. There he goes, finding Malzy in the end and leaving all these Zera. 1v3 failed and a 1v4, not even close. 6 on the board for Movistar Koi. Flawless execution. And as we said, those ultimates were online, 2 of them used to great effect. That's going to be in the replay.
Well, maybe it won't be. Look, it's a good round. I won't lie, that definitely tickled me. You can't even trust yourself sometimes.
American sniper, wrap it up, wrap it up.
To be honest, to be fair to Filu, the second he pulled out the sniper, it's looked like a different game for him. Definitely been picking up a lot of openers with that operator, and they are struggling. He's even got the tour de force in his back pocket if they were to need it. Now, Malzy has a Sheriff. So, from what I've learned so far, because I think he only has 2 kills other than what he has with the Sheriff. And well, their guns are going to be taken away, and they're still going to have Sheriffs.
All these errors certainly making it work, and we know Malzy's good for a few. What was that from Monster? That was a little bit of a shaky play. All these error gets punished, but those picks definitely worthwhile. They're slowing down the push now. Movistar Koi have a decision to make on whether they commit to this site. 50 seconds, plenty of time to go back, but they'll be giving up weapons that will definitely be retrieved by their opposition if they do flee the site. It's going to be a commitment. It's going to be a push. Yeah. 2 players awaiting them wherever they go. It's the bait from Malzy for the close play out of Batu. They're running the clock down, waiting for that recon. Here it is, though.
Can't immediately use flyers in, but already a pick back and forth. That's not enough for Movistar Koi in this scenario. Malzy at the backside, but this time he's going to miss. They managed to retrieve a rifle, though, but they are winning these fights. They're doing well with those stronger weapons, at least for the start. And while Movistar Koi, they were looking at real danger when they pushed into this B site, but somehow they recover. On one thing I'm a little bit confused by, I don't know if it was just that they were trying to slow them down or what, but so they get into that advantage. They use the drone and the paranoia, but I can't believe
that was not in this round.
I can't believe you put that in there.
That was from the round before.
I was finally over it as well. I was over it, but
I think it's Mel on replays, if I'm not wrong, and Mel, there was no need.
There was absolutely no need for that.
That was
just having a great game. That just caught me off guard.
I don't know what you were going to say. Do you remember your point?
Yeah, something about them using both the paranoia and the drone and not doing anything off of it, but it's at this point, it doesn't matter. Malzy, Hunter's Fury is going to get that opening ping. The tank has been a big part of their aggression, and just look at the position of Penny. Like, this is not somewhere you normally check. To be fair, Baddy G does clear that. He doesn't win the fight, though.
Okay, we're in. I can't even say it. I was going to say a 5v3. It's now a 4 versus 3. The Vova down and out. Being challenged deep on short. And the push continues further into enemy territory. Apex giving up that mid control for just a moment, but it's being watched on the other side. There's a gap. There's a gap right now, and Movistar Koi are going for it. They're exploiting this perfectly. All these arrows going to come out to peek, but he's being held. Still grabs one before going down. Close play by Malzy. Punished as Flya finds another. He's on 15 health. And a reveal sent through, but Batu heard where that came from. He heard that player stepping back towards the market. He's going to be here, ready and waiting. The door closed.
Also just the time.
And he also knows Flya is 15 HP. Look at him change into the classic. Just one shot to the body needed. And he's waiting for that plant to be tapped. Time will ultimately decide this round. All Batu has to do is swing in and confirm it, and there it is. 4 on the board for Apex, not without a struggle.
Yeah, I'd like the mid-round there, actually, from Flyer. You get caught off early. There's some aggressive positions as well that you're not prepared for. And then Monster, I think maybe thought he was a little bit further around the wall. But I like the fact that he uses a shock dart to actually still get rid of Olizera's utility, so that you're maybe thinking, okay, that came from somewhere else. That came from mid, that came from elsewhere, and thus maybe give you that little bit of a gap, which it did. Now, if Apex can get this back to a 7-5, it's definitely not a done deal. We know that they've pulled off some impressive attacks, as they did versus Liquid in their match last week. Even though it ended in a loss, it was the defensive side they struggled with. So if they get to 5, you might not be too unhappy with that.
Limbo. Fly has spotted the trap. That'll be dealt with a shock dart sent through. Good read by Penny. Knows that's the decoy, but the real one gets him anyways. The tank taking the space now. There's the spam giving away the position. The tank is shredding them. It's Movistar Koi 5 versus 3 thanks to those double openings, and it's all about him. No utility, nothing else to talk about. This guy is just feeling it here and showing his depth as an individual. Movistar Koi of this round tied up in a bow. It's 8-4, surely.
Well, Molsy's in his prime position again. And he's actually getting pushed. Fly up. Oh, he's going to go peeking, and he's going to manage to win that fight. It will be an in-zone flawless to close out the half for Movistar Koi. A very strong lead as they will now look to head into the second half.
Thanks for helping me take out the trash.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4. Movistar Koi in the lead by quite a bit at that halftime. And Tom, you have to look to a player like Natank. We highlighted him coming in. His depth, his flexibility with his agent pool is really commendable. It's something that we look to most of the top pros in the world and say that's got to be something that you're able to do. And here on the Yoru, he has far exceeded even our highest of expectations.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fantastic sign, and I think Filu being alongside him as well, having that chamber on the attack doing well. Now the expectation is that he should be even better, especially if that operator is picked up once again. Of course, for Apex, we know that with their setups and executions, this is where you expect them to thrive as well as they did versus Liquid, but repeating that might be difficult.
The first challenge, dealing with the Yoru on the other side. It's Batu who's already thread the needle, but he just quickly puts a bad Flya, doubling up on the angle. So they keep the trades going. Apex may be a man behind, but they'll grab themselves the spike plant. The problem is there is a man behind them very early indeed, and it's caught them completely off guard. Moles, he doesn't stand a chance, and now it's all onto Avova the flash. Perfect! And another highlight round for Natank. He's won them this one.
Yeah, I feel like he should be playing this duel more often by the looks of it. Putting him and Filu in positions where he can sort of be that more aggressive, take space, and then allow Filu to be more of that sniper at times. I think Flyer as well did a fantastic job of just getting back in to try and help out the teammates.
Let's go!
And while for Movistar Koi, This map is a necessity. Of course, there is the hellscape of the multiple 1-4 tie-up, but realistically, they'd much rather go into that Na'Vi game with an opportunity to win.
Wow, without a doubt. I do agree, it'd be great to see an tank playing this duelist, especially Yoru more often. Just have to hope he's taught Monster his Razorvine lineups. Then goes the dash. Penny, he's blinded up at the reveal, still gets him the kill. Staying alive inside the Cloud Burst, regenning shields, but they don't regen that quickly. He's down immediately. The force buy for Apex falling flat as they've been kept out of the sights. The gates holding strong. They're sent to look for space elsewhere. That space won't be found easily.
Doesn't really need to over-aggress here, and while Batty G is waiting on the other side. Leaving a low Batu. And well, now just a low Batu. It's another multi-frag round for Flyer, starting to step up into this defensive half. And while they're going to be over the moon with the fact that their opponents decided to force buy, because they have made that look very easy.
Perhaps too easy.
Silence.
The opening pick still went to Apex, right? With Penny getting in towards that site.
Enemy remaining.
Being able to take all that space, being able to win out the duel. But the rest were kept back by utility. Movistar Koi, they have the counters. And for Apex, they're in a really rough spot now. 10-4 down. You're looking at a likely 11. So they come in with Malzy's best gun for most players. 4 Sheriffs and a Classic.
Nearly not. Looking to overface, but Batty just happy to sit in the corner, and the spams are close. But they didn't really achieve anything. Sure, from the Apex side, they'd love one of those cheeky pistol rounds they've managed to steal away a couple of times throughout this series thus far, but you can see how passive this defensive side is actually being. Like, you've had Natank at times rotating around the map, but when you have the sniper locking off into mid and short, and seemingly a good read on the scenario, although you look at the attack, they're so spread out. I guess the duelists are going to try and sell the fake, but they haven't baited out any of the utility just yet from Monster, so he can just sit back.
That's a freebie for Filu.
Gun here.
Ollie Zera caught on the other side. You're seeing contact on both sides of the map. Now you've seen Omen is over here on B as well. I mean, for Movistar Koi, they're not going to rotate. They'll sit in position, still having the chamber trip, waiting, and as soon as it's triggered, Filu springs to action. That's the spike down, and you know, they saw Vova earlier. They got a pretty good idea where he's coming from. An in-zone flawless for Movistar Koi. They are now on the cusp of taking their opponent's map convincingly.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised at this stage if they don't. I don't think we're seeing much from Apex on their own map choice. And realistically, I think, again, if you're going to go for these like late round heated switches, you've got to have the utility being broken. You've got to get rid of the wall. You've got to get rid of the traps as well. And it was all left until the last like 30 seconds. We'll see if they're able to do that now, but I like this again. We're seeing this aggression from Filu. He's been revealed, but the second he does, he's immediately out of there.
Two more. That's all that Movistar Koi need, and we'll be going to Haven with a fair shot at a win for either team. That'll be the map that separates the 1 and 3 from the 0 and 4. Filu sent back. That Outlaw not going to find easy picks with everybody having the full shields to work with in this round. Apex still decide to go back. Not pressuring that short angle, expecting rotations to come through. But the patience from Movistar Koi, especially with this setup towards the B site where they still have that Vice Wall, they've got their Flash and their Razor Vines to work around. I'm surprised you don't see that little bit of a shift with Flya moving to cover that mid angle. And I think we might see that soon now that there's already a rotation to top heaven. It's a lot of space to give up for free.
We got the read right though.
30 seconds
Look at the position that's currently Oh, this is... He got the kill in the end. The job got done. And they managed to keep the advantage, and the tank was the snake in the grass. It's not pretty, and Malzy's going to capitalize. None of those are going in a frag movie, that's for sure.
Maybe Malzy's.
He's got Hunter's Fury, but still within the sight. The rotation from Flyer is so far away. He's going to get there in 3 to 5 business days, only just making his way up short. But luckily for him, Monster's gone a little bit early. Finally breaking that wall. He's there, has been spotted. It's disjointed though. But Monster is just about quick enough on the trade. It's not the prettiest of rounds, but Movistar Koi are not going to care. They are up to 12, 1 away, and 8 in a row needed for Apex. Yeah, but we knew it. We knew it was coming.
See it ever again. It's been that part of the VOD. It's here though, Malzy walking back, and he's right. 30 HP, the most value you're going to bring is inside main, playing with the Hunter's Fury, but he doesn't wait for his teammate to be wide around the corner so they can pick him for free. 1 shot and a fadeaway. What can you do about that? And I think this is where Apex need to sit back in this timeout. It's their last one being called. Obviously, Movistar Koi 12-4. They haven't called a timeout. They haven't needed it. But they need to sit back and talk about those fundamentals, because there's a few moments here, like, look at the round before. You're on the A site, 2 duelists. They're looking to pressure to fake out that site so the B play can come through. And what happens? The second the first duelist peaks, Ollie's arrow swings in on the opposite side of the map. Well, now they're not going to think, oh, it's a push on A, because they've just killed who could be your lurker. But what the reaction from Movistar Koi is to put a recon in. See, there's another player there. Now they just sit in position. And I think looking at these last few rounds, there's been a lot of moments like that where it feels like players are a little too eager to make a move before they're all on the same page.
Last week was the week of chokes. This week not looking so likely.
I mean, they're 0-3, but they're not gentle mates, so I think Koi can hit 13.
Damn, it's rude. It's rude.
But true. They've grounded in reality.
Yeah. Taking shots on days they're not even here. 12-4. Movistar Koi have been dominant. Flyer, I guess we definitely thought they were going to be hitting that B side this round. An early pop of the ultimate. Hasn't really found anything, especially with his opponent having the counter, but it does mean that Filu has got an incredible amount of space. In fact, he's even supported by Natang, so they really thought that this was going to be that B hit, maybe after a couple of failed A takes already in this half. And while a late rotation back from Malzy, maybe they are correct. But honestly, for Filu, he can just take the shot and leave. So I wonder, surely there has to be something that goes through. And there you go. It'll be the drone.
Oh, but he sticks around. The headhunter giving him that chance to fire a little bit quicker before bailing. The space taken on mid, they're aware of it. They know what they've given up. Good read by Movistar Koi to close the door. It's going to be broken, but now they know for sure that someone's there. And Batu's too busy breaking the door. Penny's hiding in the corner. The tank gets a freebie. They just fall back to the B site. I mean,
seconds left.
No advantage garnered. And the idea to move towards this A site, Tom, you can see it in the corner there. It's the Vice setup that's waiting for them.
Yeah.
There's no easy way.
All of the YouTube, they've got 20 seconds. They've got 20 seconds potentially left in this map altogether. Batty G still here. They're making a move towards him. He's done damage and they haven't cleared Monster yet. 10 seconds. Spike is on the ground. And Monster's still here. Got to bait him in, but he has a flash of his own. That is map over. It has not been pretty whatsoever for Apex on their own map choice. And Movistar Koi have just absolutely battered them.
A sensational comeback after the first map fell out of their hands, slipped out of their control. Now it is a map 3 on the horizon. Haven is where we'll close out this series and where one of these two teams will find their first win of the stage.
We need to don't stress that much and honestly play our game. Like, that's all. We are stressing more against them than we are stressing against Fnatic.
I mean, I just think we're playing, like, really scared, to be honest. Like, these rounds where I'm watching us, like, hide, and then it's weird because we're playing scared during the, like, normal round, but then we get into a retake, and we overfight. Like, we're fighting without each other, you know what I mean? Like, it feels really, really weird to me. We just gotta play the game that we know, the game that we play in practice. That's it. It's nothing special.
What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? Try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. At the start of this match, we said for Apex it was do or die. It turns out it's do and die. Map 1, they did it. Round 2, they died. So we'll see what map 3 looks like, because MKoy on map 2, oh my gosh.
No, Tonk.
Oh my gosh.
He's got a TP.
Yeah, I don't know if he's
ITP.
wearing Gucci, but they are certainly Gucci. This was a disgusting map from Koi.
Honestly, sometimes when you copy others' homework, it's okay. It's fine. That's what you need. In the beginning, though, I felt a little bit, you know, Billy, like, oh no, they haven't really copied the homework. But then when they started to run all the Fnatic stuff and, you know, Filu doing his Alpha cosplay, it was so nice.
Alpha
So
cosplay
nice.
is crazy. No, I think Natank and Filu looked absolutely insane on this map, right? We mentioned Filu's op going into this round, and he just looked so good. It looked so natural for him. He went 6-0 in opening engagements, which is crazy. And Natank as well. First time Yoru, and it was just so good as well to watch. So I was honestly really impressed with the both of them. I feel like Natank was just building a highlight reel throughout that whole match, and I think as well he's shown how much of a valuable player he is by depth of his agent pool again.
He was so confident. I haven't seen him that confident in a long time. I think there were some shaky performances, but I love the confidence. And like I said, I love the homework stealing. There was a round that we've seen before. We've seen before many times, albeit on a very different team. And they just utilized their win condition perfectly. They had Filu walking down Cat with an op, I think it was. Here we go. We've seen this before. You can change the name tags to Alpha, yeah? Put in the exact same trip. We get a drone in mid. Natank, albeit this was a very audacious peak coming in. I think maybe Apex played a little bit too scared on A there, giving them all the space in the world. He gets this kill, TP's in, prime kayak techers, prime. And then he has the audacity to swing and kill the other guy on side as well. And honestly, they've won the round. And this is how we've seen Fnatic win over and over and over again. So I'm so happy to see them just replicate it play by play.
It's the confidence, right? It's the bounce back. I think from Apex, though, on their attack, I was a little bit disappointed because they're playing against the Vice. They have a Yoru. They were never really able to deal with that Sentinel utility. So I expected more from them and recognizing the kind of changes that they had to make to their approach on the map by looking at that composition coming up from Koi. But as we look ahead to Haven, this is unknown territory for Apex, right? They've not played it this stage, so we can... you're saying,
But wouldn't it be so poetic, Billy, for them to save their chances of being in VCT on Haven of all maps.
It would be
That's
nice.
quite like full circle.
It is. I quite enjoy that, and this is the point where now we can sit and theorize. You know, like what are they going to play? Are we going to see a double duelist come up from them again on this Haven? Because of course we don't know what they're going to play. We could speculate the Penny Phoenix. We saw it at Masters Toronto when he was subbed in for Team Liquid, and it looked great.
I also think Koi are not going to run the same comp again. Again, they copied someone else's homework with that comp. Yeah. And it just, nothing went right for them in that KC game. So I think
to be fair, don't give homework stealers a bad name. You know, probably it's not something you should do in school. But if you don't have any idea what's going on and the guy next to you does.
I like it. I really like it. But I only get tilted when people steal a comp and then don't actually steal the homework. But I like it when they steal the whole package, you know. They get the understanding and so on and so forth. But I actually wouldn't hate a Phoenix.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate Phoenix either. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, of course, when we saw it in Toronto, it was
Koi.
It was okay.
Koi.
It was paired with the Neon, which is what I was thinking for Apex. Batu, not a whole lot of experience on the Neon, so I think for me that's interesting to think about going into Haven. Who did you want to see on the Phoenix on Koi?
Deadass. I know Penny's Phoenix, you know, very well respected, but there are two players who are better than him on the server right now on Phoenix, and that is Natank and Batty G. I think Batty G is the best Phoenix player on that stage. I will stand by that. He has, not to bring up Mini again, but I'm pretty sure he made Mini throw up or something. He made Mini really
Oh, yeah,
stressed.
because they started to lose when he was first starting to coach.
But at one point, Batty G...
It's hard to keep track. Mini is constantly throwing up. It's really not much of a claim
he needs
anymore.
to get help. Not for that. But I do think there's a lot you could do around here, and the fact that Koi looks so confident, this is one of the times I wouldn't hate something a bit funky, because they're confident.
I mean, they've changed their comp the 2 times that they have played it, so let's have a look and see. Yeah,
okay.
Well, here we go.
All right, we've gone backwards a little bit. Do you like this?
I mean, I don't mind it. It's still copying the homework of others, which is okay, but it is kind of strange to me that they've decided to regress and go back to the composition that they were playing. I think it was week 1, one of the earlier weeks at least. And Apex, we are going to see a Neon on the server, but it's going to be Penny on the Neon and Batu sticking with that Yoru. For the love of God, I need Batu to stop giving away that first pick. I want to see him actually thrive on this Yoru, because from what we've seen these past couple of maps, he's not playing it in the way that we kind of illustrated at the very start of the day on the Corona.
And I want to see if he can take Mini Boo's homework and actually be able to fool Natank, because Natank is having a day.
Natank looking incredible. Batu needs to step it up in this final match. Let's send it over to Mitchman and Tombiz for the call.
Thank you very much, Dracos. The final map of this series, Haven, about to get underway. This is one that I'm excited to see from Movistar Koi. We saw them the other week and we've quoted it a few times throughout the cast so far. CMOS famously said, they don't have the counter, they don't have the counter, they don't know how to play against this, they don't know. And then got 2 out of the next 13 rounds. That was up against Ang though. This time, it's Apex that he looks to take down. We'll see which team can count up the most rounds.
Yeah, he also got rid of that comp, so...
Which is weird, though, because no one had the counter for it, but
anyway,
I think they did in the end.
Moving on, I'm looking forward to seeing Natank continue on the Duelist. I think that he was so good in the last map. Now having that shield as well to basically give him that extra fight in the opening duel, I think it allowed a lot more space for Filu. And in week 2, yeah, they played versus Fnatic, and they brought it pretty close. They lost 13-11. So if you lose 13-11 to Fnatic, it should be a walk in the park versus Apex, right?
Well, one man that will be hard to anti will be Natank. This guy was on fire on the previous map, and now in the ISO, hell, he could take down multiple players at once. Now you're looking at him being able to isolate you in a 1v1 where he's got a shield. That's not going to be pretty. Not for the players on the other side. Apex have challenges. And as well, Batu. Billy brought it up there towards the end of the desk. Batu Nax 4-12 in opening duels so far in this series. He has been decimated in so many of those early fights. We need to see a recovery on that.
Okay, well, Flyer in the pistol once again. Starting off strong. Doesn't have a lot of support, though. Needs a little more, and that's exactly what he'll find. 3 already to his name. Molsey will be able to get the trade, but no Sheriff this time. It's only going to be that classic or upgraded Ghost. Savova's got walkabouts and what. He wanted to make a hero play. Instead, he's left it all up to Molsey.
Well, Malsey's at least dodged the paranoia, but a few shots need to be hit, a few bullets need to be dodged, and he'll break the shield of Natank, but he takes that personally. An immediate response, and Movistar Koi starting out this map with their best foot forward. That's a 1-0 start.
Not the best of looks already for Apex. The IGL of Movistar Koi being able to find 3 isolated fights. Okay, one with a little bit of luck in the mix, but he was the solo holder of that A site, and they haven't been able to capitalize. I'll also say as well, like, obviously for Avova, you understand the need to play that aggressively in the post, but he had a really rough last map. Just not there on the board. That can't happen again.
Well, after that defense, I wouldn't be surprised to see Natank jumping on Flyer's shoulders after the game, because it looks like the man is a human wall. They couldn't get past him, couldn't get through him. Oh, I won't get him this time either. I thought that could have been the end of him. Saw a great shock in the previous, now a shocking display as they come running at him yet again. 2 before he finally falls, but players are quick to flood back in and fill that space. They've got Natank, they've got Batty G, everybody they need to seize that site back in response.
Yeah, an interesting second round purchase as well. Normally you'll see teams go like 3 rifles, a couple of pistols, or like a little bit of a mix, but that was 5. I think just so worried about what has been going on in some of these low buy rounds, they've just said, you know what, we just want the conversion. My main worry was the fact that Flyer goes down, because that was a phantom into enemy hands, at least for a second, but not too much of a problem. Keeping 4 on the board. And well, a pumped up Movistar Koi. We're now looking at Apex and saying, okay, they have never, since being in the league, managed to get themselves a victory. In a lot of series they've managed a map. Is this just going to be a repeat of that story?
And this team is likely going to the Tier 2 after this season concludes. They need the stars to align for that not to happen.
If they lose this map, they are in there. That's it. It's done.
It's guaranteed. Even if they win, the chances are still looking pretty slim.
How do you mean? They got, was it Fnatic next week?
Easy game, yeah. They should be able to get the 2-3.
You know, they both got orange logos. Maybe they'll help them out a bit.
I'm not sure about that one. The reality is, going out in a series where you could have won it, where you took your opponent's map and then really fell apart on your own, that's going to sting something special. They already got the advantage in this round, and they won't let it slip away without a serious fight. We're back to a 3v2. Oh, that's spam. Damaging.
Yeah, Fire does have the ultimate as well. He's going to try and utilize it here, even in combination with that vulnerable. It's connected onto Olizera. Now the push has a lot more risk about it, especially with Natank still being healthy and having that shield online. The double tap, though, likely to run out. But they still haven't planted. He was waiting a little bit longer just to see if there's any sort of mistake. Even still, though, now an ult comes in for Malsey as well, but he's playing in a little bit more of an aggressive position. Has to be a bit careful, but has Avova for support.
Oh, they double revealed him, but couldn't get out wide enough to actually get the wall bangs in. It was being watched by the low HP Olizera. And 2-1 we go. Apex winning out an essential round. And it looked very competitive, but remember, this is up against a squad who invested pretty heavily into round number 2. But they still have credits for the coming round. In fact, they have a lot of credits. There's going to be an AWP on Filu.
Oh, Avova has just matched his kills from the previous map.
You know, I think you've complained a few times at me for being toxic.
That's not toxic. He's improved. It's positive.
Oh, it's a positive spin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's positive. He got 3 kills in the last map. He's got 3 kills in this round, so he's back.
Yeah. It definitely came off.
I get nervous in this match watching where the darts go.
It's good.
This one's fine. Oh, very good, in fact. Has managed to already give the information. Penny diving in, and it is just a blitz of the back of the C site. Bear in mind, you might have looked at this and gone, okay, was this a low buy? Did they have pieces missing? No. This was a full investment after the bonus from Movistar Koi, and well, now it comes down to just saving.
Yep, they're already going for the call. The tank didn't move from that A-long position, even as the spike was being planted. Fly is, in fact, going to join him. They're juggling the rifle all the way down C-long just to ensure that They've got a little backup. Batu wants to fire a shot, quickly take out his rifle, but there's not going to be anyone there to challenge him. This is a very passive play from Movistar Koi, and a good call as well, considering where we're at. We said they bought up heavy into the previous. They did some damage, but weren't able to get it across the line. They come into this one, and it is decimation with that early Hunter's Fury from Flya. Having been put through in the previous, it's not there to delay, it's not there to stall. And Apex had their own on Malzy to completely clear out that site. See it here. It finds a pick on backside with Batty G taken down. And oh, we didn't get to see that live, but Batu saw the very tip of a barrel. That's a disappointing one for Movistar Koi. And look where it leaves them. In terms of economy, in terms of investment, this is going to be a shaky round for the defenders.
Somehow, though, there always seems to be a little bit of extra hope in these rounds. A tank having one of the rifles. I wonder if Flya may have to juggle his rifle over to a teammate already tagged to 45 HP, and the early aggression has been spotted. And well, Penny almost just used as bait initially, but he's the one that ends up finding the kill. Batty G also desperately low. This round is looking incredibly good, at least thus far, for the side of Apex.
It's all about Flya in this corner. A Flya on the wall. They can just walk by him, it will be heavenly, but I see the spike shifting in the other direction, moving towards the C site. They've even seen him as well, the shoulder poking around that corner. Alizera grabs one, finds the orb, and he might be dead to rights. I think Filu's, he's committing. No, Filu's going to get him on the fallback. Easy pick. But in the end, it's the C-side hold that matters the most.
Bucky.
We've got two players here. Bucky up close to stun in, avoids the decoy. That could be huge. There it is. The Bucky firing up for a double. And Malzy left alone. Batty G desperately low, but Filu's completed his flank and finished the round off.
Nah, it's huge from Movistar Koi. I said it at the beginning, there's always seems to be a little bit of hope. But the funny thing is, the two players who had the rifles at the beginning of the round did absolutely nothing, achieved nothing. The tank was immediately taken out, and I think it was Flya after that, and it's the death of the tank that actually gifts the rifle over to Filu, and he's able to take over that round. Also a solid read as well. Like Monster being in position late in the round and just patience. I feel like a lot of those plays go badly wrong when you see a player panic. And Monster was cool, calm and collected. Even still, the economy of Apex is good enough to invest. They're running straight into the hands of Natank.
Aggressive play, but they didn't clear their corners.
He doesn't even know where he is. He dropped his gun.
Batty G gave them the advice. He said, check your smokes, and it's actually their wall that they run through without looking left. The tank completely halts the push, stops the play, and leaves Alizera. 1v4 spotted out as well. This round is done. The guy's got a firing squad on his right, and I think he might be about to spot it, but yeah, he's seen it, but 39 HP. You're not getting much done here. Might even just go to save.
This stage.
Not getting out that way.
39 HP.
Oh, he is.
Steps have definitely been heard. But yeah, it just comes down to the save. And while for the opposing side, they set up wonderfully for that. Just a solid position and quick rotation. And the tank has definitely been out of this game so far, but just being able to find a couple and then get so blind multiple times, he ends up dropping his own gun. Yeah. it's funny, but, you know, it's not going to be too funny for Apex in this scenario. That was a full buy reinvestment, and they barely did any damage at all.
Yeah, and the worst part is giving a tank that ultimate to play with in the next, if even. Considering there'll be some weak investments, a decision to be made. Alizera, if he saves this weapon, he's going to have a fair bit of cash to work with.
Yeah, they should have a buy.
They should be able to invest. Penny is one away, right? I'm not misreading that. I think so. Yeah, one away from having his ultimate. So an investment can take place, but you'll be immediately
That was an S tier, bro. Anders would be proud of that Noya, by the way.
Oh, have to let us know. 4-2.
Just let us know. Seal of approval?
They do have rifles across the board. Light shields, though, but that's not really going to play too much of a factor. The operator's still in hand for Filu. No outlaw purchased up just for this. An immediate press. And they're doing it again. I respect the call from Apex. It went so horrifically wrong in the last round. They're going to attempt something of a similar manner. And they baited. No, I thought they baited the ult, but it actually catches out Molesy. It's going to be that 1v1, but he wins it anyway. You'd expect the tank to take that all day long with 2 chances to bite at the cherry. Batty G holding the line, but he's only going to manage 1. Now Monster being revealed. Wait, again, you'd think he'd lose that duel, but he comes out on top. I don't know how he's still alive. I don't know how he's still fighting. Eventually put in the dirt by Molesy. This back and forth continuing, and now Filu rounding the corner. Could have had 2 for 1. I think he even thought that he did. And now Avova. Oh, he got all 3 kills in 1 round. He needs 2 more.
They're grouped up. Swapping out the weapon. It's Avova catching the jump. The Red Bull clutch for Apex. They did everything right. They played it together. They took the rifle instead of the op. 1 jump peaked, but he corrects instantly.
It's got to be so painful, especially for Monster. Like, and especially the fact that you almost feel like Filu thought he had both. That is a beautiful little transfer. Well, Vova is going to give them a 3rd round. Still, a purchase for Movistar Koi. They made a huge amount of cash in the low buy round and managed to keep the last one very clean. Back and forth of sorts with Penny on a Bucky, but that is because that overdrive's available.
Deploying drone. Take flight.
This is very close.
He's got cover. He's got cover. It's all a bait. It draws them in, and the tank's the one to take the kill, but Flya can't get out. He's trapped. Paranoia's perfect. That stops the short players from taking the space that could have been theirs for free. Lined it up, I think, by the Yoru flash out of Batu. Does Apex now back off? Well, at least for now. It's a freeze, and it looks like they'll take the late hit back in. We've seen this many times before, but Movistar Koi haven't moved. If Apex try that A hit, they'll be walking into a lot of numbers.
Yeah, you can see the rotate back from Oli Zero because they do need to at least put some pressure elsewhere. Otherwise, there's no reason for a rotation, especially with a Cypher on the board. You can have that cam on the B site. You can have some deeper trips. Now, there is definitely a gap where they could just walk into the C site. The plan is to just try and sell this ruse. And that is what they're doing, but it hasn't pulled any players. They are all still sat as a 3-man stack. In fact, Batty G is actually going to start pushing forward up short and taking ground. This actually starts their rotation, but instead, he now catches Molesy and keeps another player here.
Textbook adaptation from Movistar Koi. They play that beautifully. Not panicking after seeing the reveal. The trip broken inside Garage. And as a result, they've got themselves the round. It's that push-up from Batty G. You can either rotate off-site and leave it light, or you can start that flank early, and it's the guy that can move past the trap wires that goes for it. Oli Zera loses his life. Avova barely holds onto the rifle, but the lead extended in favor of the defensive side. I love this play from the defenders, because plenty of teams would just have panicked after seeing those 2 separate agents on the other side of the map. But Movistar Koi make the exact right play in this scenario.
Okay, yeah, I think that flash...
I'm full flash.
That flash might have caught. It's definitely been a bad day at the office for the double duelist. Penny and Batu. It seems like a different story from the first map, and again, this has been the story of their season. Like, you see the light of this squad when they come in with a new composition, have the counter to their opponents, and they seem like they're thriving. And then when it starts to go wrong, it is such a miss. And the unfortunate truth is it looks like the experienced players are the ones that are getting this over the line, with Molesy and Avova stepping up to at least give them a couple of rounds. But without Penny and Batu, this is going to be a defeat.
Yeah, we need to see the tides turn in their favor. They are only 2 rounds behind. We've seen many a game where the defensive side can gain that value from the double duelists, but right now it's not about the comp. It's about the fights they're taking, swinging in the other direction every time. Batu 1-7, Penny 2-7. This has to change. Based on what we've seen before, it will. But how much runway will they give Movistar Koi before that happens? Because this game already night and day compared to Movistar Koi's last performance on Haven. Calm switch up, a change of approach, and great calls across the board have led them to this 2-round lead. And it should be 3. Sheriffs, classic, and a single rifle in the hands of Penny are all that stand between them and doubling up the rounds that their opponents have put on the board.
Mosley's going to get 2 kills with the Sheriff, and then he's going to get a 3rd with his Hunter's Fury in the post plant.
Okay, we're going to be investigating Tombiz if this one works out.
Take flight. He is
too powerful to be allowed to live.
He's alone, which makes me a little nervous, considering he has the spike. But this B site is relatively open. The solo defender of Flyer, but he's had his moments, especially when there's pistols on the other side. Already under some pressure. And with that rifle for Penny, it's going to be a problem. That's the opener they were looking for. Already the plant in, but post plant's going to be a bit awkward because they've kind of been locked into the side. They're looking to just play the close range of those pistols.
Dimensional Drift's the right play here, getting them the information. They've seen players walk through the cage. Batty G's ready for the fight. Natang thought he was, but Penny is the hero of the round. They gave him 1 rifle. They thought it could make the difference, and it looks like they were right. A pay safeguard thrifty, thanks to that man. And as we said, it was only a matter of time before Batu stepped up, and they certainly chose their moment wisely.
Yeah, they really needed that. They get them back in, although like the scoreline is definitely looking quite close at the moment. I think just the way in which they were losing a lot of these rounds, like very cleanly, not getting into them in a matter of speaking. I'm off for Penny to just take over.
Let's go! Come on!
See, they're pumped up, of course, for both of these squads. For Apex in particular, you're talking about the question of survival in the league. For Movistar Koi, the survival of this season. Slightly different stakes, but still, for either side, as important as ever. Batu is going to be there to go through all of that Cypher utility, but it leaves a lot of kill trips.
It does, but they should be well aware of what's in play. Certainly one of them being stared at as we speak. Be broken quickly. The second doesn't even get the reveal off before it's destroyed. Some of that early danger dealt with. Hunter's Fury put through. I thought this would wait a moment. Post plant perhaps, but Malzy's fired it in right here, right now. It's going to get them a tag, but not much else. A small bit of delay. But Movistar Koi still in a position to fight back through. Batty G priming right now for the paranoia. It fires in. Peak in heaven as a result. Drop out for Filu for free. Catches Batu. This is looking scary. It's looking spooky for the side of Apex. The Hunter's Fury not online. It was used earlier as the smoke fades. So too do the chances for Apex. A wonderful retake by Movistar Koi, and it guarantees them 6 at the halftime.
Yeah, I feel like that first pick into a site can always be the more awkward one, but they use the clone wonderfully. Monster even spams his opponent through it, just creating that little bit of additional space for the drop down to come out of Filu, who again has been having a bit of a quieter game. But in moments like that, just that little bit of additional footing can be enough to turn things on its head. And while after such a huge round in the previous, to be able to get themselves back into the game, it is an immediate response. But interestingly, the pause is actually coming out on Movistar Koi, clearly realizing, okay, we don't want this back and forth. This is where we need to stamp them out.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, they're still going to be up against a full buy. But the big ults are gone, and they have a chance to get theirs online coming into the final. And the tank could have his already, even in this round. They need to discuss exactly how they want to close this out, because we've seen it before. A decent lead from Movistar Koi, and it slips away. They're not willing to make that same mistake here. And also, after that round loss, you almost bait Apex into the position where they might go too hard on the mistakes that were just made. Apex playing a bit too aggressive. Olizero looking for the fight before they drop out of heaven. And the ult being used by Malzy so early. Batu losing his fight in hell. So much went wrong for them there.
But that coach cam, I'm not going to lie, that didn't fill me with any confidence. It looked like Odorous was pleading with them. Like, it genuinely just seemed like, guys, please stop making these sort of silly mistakes. I imagine that he's probably watched them 1,000 times, plays those scenarios in scrims, and and letting them slip. Aggressive positioning. It's a trade out, but with Molzy going down, I feel like obviously the tank's been fantastic, but losing your Sova this early in the round is normally problematic. A lot of space on A though. There is a cam. Oh, there might not be for long though.
Like the attempts to spam, but not quite landing. Just damage done. Nice
they're
position.
not checking this.
They're going. Oh, I thought they cleared it. They thought they cleared it. But all these arrows somehow gets away with one. Still, there's two players here. They can actually stop this, but Penny adjusts so quickly. The wraparound from BattyG only gets one. Textbook trading from Apex. And a 2 versus 1. The damage that Batu dealt earlier onto Monster. It sustains deep into the round. He's 48 HP. A close fight that he wins! And a round that goes his way!
No.
Oh, that's gotta be soul-crushing for Apex! They did everything right up until that point, but it's Monster to guarantee the lead with the Red Bull clutch.
Last round.
I have no idea how he comes out on top there. Like, it's a solid read on the second player, but again, you just talk about the sort of disjointed nature of some of these players. The fact that he gets an isolated fight and then is able to just pivot to close out the round. Like, these are sort of unforgivable mistakes, and while for Apex, they really are unforgivable.
Been on that number for a while, Tom. 2 kills for Batu. We talked about his opening picks, but right now, he is struggling to get anything done. This man is being outclassed. And we've seen many a game where he's been the one taking the helm, leading them to victory, but right now, he's gone missing.
There's a lot of pressure placed on their shoulders. All his errors, lurks have had their moments, but not quite had the desired impact in this round. BattyG under a little bit more pressure than maybe expected. Penny looking to lead the charge and will succeed with an impactful double. One duelist has now started to step up to the plate. The Hunter's Fury looking to try and clear somebody out. That's going to do a lot of damage. Penny gone.
He brought him into Molzy as well. There's the pull. Batu not getting the decoy down. He didn't have it to work with, but he wins the fight. A big duel for Batu. He's flashed, forced into a duel. He can't back off. He does damage. Molzy tries to help, but loses his life. Not like this. Not again. Both players so desperately low. The spam, he runs out of ammo. Avova's gonna run. Flee for the hills, but it's okay. He's got his smoke down. It's a one-way. They have to challenge him. They have to face into him, and with low HP, it should be an easy fight. He keeps creating distance, keeps running the clock lower, but Filu gets him in the end. I think the time is certainly there. And this of all rounds should have been the one for Apex. But it's 8-4 for Movistar Koi.
I feel like some of those bullets just faded into the abyss. I don't even know where they disappeared to, but while if Apex are going to survive in VCT EMEA, the next half is integral. Don't miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, we know that Apex and Mates, their days are numbered, short of a miracle, but for Apex, this would be a special sting. Going out of VCT EMEA without a single win under their belt. With Fnatic next week, hell, it's not looking like they'll find one even when they're down and out. This is their chance to at least have their heads held high, to at least have a point under their belt before they leave the region for the Tier 2. But for now, it's not looking like it. So many of those rounds could have been Apex putting numbers on the board, but so many slipped away into Movistar Koi's grasp.
But Movistar Koi, different story. A win here puts them in a position where if they defeat Na'Vi, playoffs would be on the cards. Very different look to where they were just a single game ago, but as we've seen over the past couple of weeks, it's never over till it's over. A pistol could put things right back into contention, but you have to feel that the pressure right now is mounting on Apex's shoulders.
Without a doubt. It feels like the same old story for them. For Koi, a team that we've seen thrive off that momentum. Maybe they'll be put to a stop here. It's Apex with the pistol round under their belt. A quick crunch on backside.
I find them.
And a step in the right direction. Now just 3 rounds behind.
It's still a long road, but it's one where they've started on the right foot. You can't really expect too much of an investment going into this one for the side of Movistar Koi. You're not going to want to gamble too much away from this one. Now it is worth noting that when they did play versus Fnatic, it was the attack side they struggled on a little bit more, but it was a game of 7-5s for the most part.
Cutting through.
At this one, the expectation for Movistar Koi is literally nothing. Like, they have got so little to play with in this round. Maybe they get a Vova just because he's only got a pistol as well.
There's the reveal. He's free for Olizera, farming up with the Spectre. Taking down so many of those unarmed opponents. And it's Monster. He'll get the first. Batu not looking the right way. Another gap exploited immediately. A big weapon given over in the round that's in it. A lot of players that could be taken down with one shot. Monster even needs the space to reload it. And I like how careful Apex were being. In the end, they'll take him down without too much falter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as they retrieve that outlaw, which they will. It's only a sheriff that was lost, so really not too many problems at all. And then they'll have the couple of rifles that should be bought up alongside it. So a pretty decent position for Apex to fight from, even though this round is still favored to Movistar Koi. And if they do manage to take the bonus, game
time to jump.
2 rounds in it. As you said, game on if Apex can find this. If not, the slope will steepen, but it's still a climb that we've seen done many times before. No doubt that Apex's heads are in it. They're motivated more than almost any team in VCT could be. Survival in the realest sense. Sometimes we say that talking about champions runs, playoffs runs, but we're talking about staying in the league. Stakes never been this high for the squad. This could be the time to put a win on the board, but not in these battles. It's Movistar Koi lighting up the kill feed.
I think this is where the likelihood of this double duel is taken over is a lot higher. The 1-2 punch of the tank of Filu has been ever devastating. Now, bear in mind that even these Guardians can be upgraded going into the next round, so we may still see something thrown at this. Monster is waiting very patiently, and well, it's not the greatest of duels for him. Now that rifle will go into the hands of Penny, looking to try and keep that into the next round. The rest of the players still looking to try and push this one. They found Filu, but there's Flyer. A double combo. They're making this one nice and costly at least, but the round at this point is too far gone, and Penny has decided he's going to save the gun.
I mean, they would have to be trolling to give it away at that point, and that Movistar Koi is long gone. A 13-4 victory on the previous map, and a victory in this round that matters, putting them 9-6 in the lead, just a couple steps away from securing their first win of the stage.
Enemy remaining.
More importantly, maybe not for them, but terms of the grand scheme of things, eliminating Apex from the franchise, they'll be one of the few teams who can say that they're the ones with blood on their hands.
Yeah, maybe some will enjoy that. I don't think it's
on this Movistar Koi team. I think there's a few that will enjoy that tweet going out.
Maybe. 9-6, 4 rounds away from their first victory this stage, but also putting them in a position where they can genuinely challenge for a playoffs position. The Movistar Koi, that does still come about if Na'Vi lose their game versus KC, so there'd be a world where they could still make playoffs anyway, but I'm sure the 2 wins factor would be far nicer for them. Of course, I believe as well if Apex
deploying drone
were to win this one, it would put KC into the playoff stage, so they might have an extra team rooting for them in this scenario. This round, though, Flyer's ult available. It looks like A site is the target.
Good read, though. Look at the rotate. It's underway as we speak. Avova's going to be there to back them up. Has Paranoia to work with as well. Early flank possible from Penny. Hunter's Fury put through. It's Flya looking for scalps. Dealing damage already. It's a double pickup. It's the ISO vulnerable sent through that makes one-shot kills possible. And Flya onto Penny closes that flank gap. This round, a lot of posturing, a lot of playing for that map control, setting it up, but once push came to shove, it was over in a matter of seconds.
He's been really good with these ultimates. We saw it a couple of rounds ago, or like earlier, where he managed to get a double again. And I feel like every single time we've seen that Hunter's Fury come into play, there has been impact. Oh, Lizera, there's no choice but to try and just save this. And yeah, it's something that has been such an interesting combination of bringing in that ISO. I think most people just saw it as that run and gun agent, somebody's going to put a shield up and basically just look for those frags. But I think that vulnerable really has become something quite valuable, especially with the addition of the suppression coming in as well. It's such a strong ability when used correctly, and I think this is another scenario where, yeah, it's just perfectly placed alongside some good positioning as well.
I mean,
couldn't agree more.
I hope he says more than that in the tactical pause.
Took the words right out of my mouth there, Tom, I have to say. I've got nothing left to say now. No, but
if there's one thing to remember Denita by it.
But it is so annoying. That undercut goes through, puts you fragile, an immediate Hunter's Fury. And he's right. It's frustrating to lose the round, but like, what do you do?
There they are.
What do you do in that situation? There's not much. They made the read, they rotated in, they got hit by a Hunter's Fury, taking 2 players down with an undercut. It's GG, at least in that round.
Yeah.
The game's still to be played for, but this round, only 2 rifles to work with. Apex not on site when the push comes down. They're blocked out by smokes. They're trapped in heaven. It's Malzy who has to stand his ground. Batu flashes through to open that door for a fight, but it doesn't work, and with Ollie falling, this one again looks done.
Enemy remaining.
Already through the edge of the smoke, and another picking up. Apex looking deflated, and Movistar Koi just continuing to grow into this match. A solid read in that round after Flyer was pressured by so many players. They knew there couldn't be much of a defense, and even with the quick rotation of Batu, it just wasn't enough. Bilu starting to really strut his stuff over on that attack side. And while Apex, this is the most important pause that has ever been taken in the org's history. If they turn it from here and somehow manage the miracle run into the playoffs, it will give them a chance to play an Ascension. Danito's going to look like a genius, but it really does feel like a stab in the dark, an absolute last-ditch effort. Odorous is the one that's trying to get them back on track.
And it must feel strange to call what you know could be your last timeout in franchise, your last moment to speak with your team who are at the top of the game. They may soon be ejected from this system, sent to the Tier 2 with no chance to defend their spot, no chance to fight an Ascension and battle those upcoming teams. heartbreak for Apex. And now just a few rounds away from their nightmare becoming a reality. It's Movistar Koi. Economy looking fantastic. With 2 rounds to go before they find their first win of the stage and send Apex out of the league without a single win under their belt.
Whatever it was said has got to have made the difference, of course. Simos and Bambino given the same opportunity, probably smelling blood in the water, their first win. Doing a lot of damage, bear in mind, Mates took a defeat to them in the last stage as well, and that was enough to put Mates into the other group, which might end up being their downfall. So technically, they might be able to claim that they eliminated both teams from the league, but that might be a little bit of a stretch. This A site, again, they managed to bypass a lot of that utility. Olizera patiently waiting for somebody to walk into those trips, and well, instead he'll catch Flyer just before.
It's a valuable opening. They have to be careful not to give this away, and it's Penny! Jumped on by Filu! Oh, the shorty pick, but there should be a return.
Yes.
It's Malzy's Hunter's Fury, still a pulse left in it. It doesn't clear deep enough under.
30 seconds left.
They're in that 4 versus 3. The numbers in Apex's favor, but that has not stopped Movistar Koi before. They're playing off each other. Shield active. It's going to buy some time or force an unfavorable fight. Shield destroyed, so is Natank, and it's Olizera up top, breathing life back into this game for Apex.
Such an important round, and one where I feel like his decision-making especially was on point. Like being able to basically catch one initially. Come on. How many of these are there going to be? Malzy's job as well of just keeping them all honest while they're trying to get that plant in.
Guys.
Olizera trying to get them pumped up as well.
Now it's time for the miracle.
Yes.
That's not, I'll be honest, if I watch this back and I heard my coach say, they'd be like, oh, come on, man. We're only 4 rounds behind.
4 down. Nah, I kind of agree with him, though. With how things have gone, they do need a miracle. Penny fails the opening, but does a lot of damage. The tank has ult, though. He can counteract this. Just fire straight through. It's the AWP as well. Now Herd, but the quick TP, they've dodged it. That ult falls flat. Quick peek in from Olizera eliminates the low HP Natank. The backside held for now. That's a wall bang headshot from Monster. And Movistar Koi, they're doing so much damage. Apex just found a round win, but now it's flipped on its head with Batty G's flank. It's Batu alone. 1 against 3, they heard his TP. They know exactly where he is. Filu's taking a risk, but he's playing so late, and with the rotate to the A side, the backstab confirms the round. 12-7, 5 in a row needed, and Tanito may have been right. Apex need a miracle.
Yeah, especially when it was a quick attempt at a pre-take, but just fantastic work from Monster, being able to hold the line. And in the meantime, the spike was actually going back the other way. Guys, they realized very early on that there was going to be a retake on that site, and just pivoted away. Even if some of those kills had gone back in the other direction, they wouldn't have been on the right site. And what is left to try and hold them in position, try and keep them alive? It's 3 rifles and a couple of pistols. For Malzy, maybe that pistol will be an upgrade, but nonetheless, they're going to need a hero. And while Batu pushed deep down into middle, have to see if he can be that guy.
You spoke at the start of the map about the pressure, and now with 5 rounds in a row, needed, overtime required, and victory there to even stay alive, to keep their dreams from turning to nightmare. Now, the pressure more than ever on these players. Batu's had a rough run of it with one of the few rifles they have. He's aggressive in mid, and he'll find his pick. No gate crash. Not even one online to put down. He has to just walk out, and for now at least, it seems he's safe. He'll even find another big round from Batu.
It's not been his game, but every round at this stage counts. Filu on the cross, that is a... the tank even trying to help them out, it seems. mean, still 30 seconds left, and they are starting to really run out of time. Still have the credits to go for this even in this round and the next, but they are getting revealed. They are in a crossfire that should be unstoppable. Filu trying to hold on, but Batu really has stepped up into this round and has Olizera there to help out. It has only been singular rounds, though, in their streaks. And for Apex, they need 4 more in a row.
Bloody hell, Batu's almost doubled his kills in that round. I mean, that was a massive one for him. The first here in mid, catching one on the retreat when he gets swung by Flya and swinging in to close out that pick that his teammate failed to.
4 more, guys. 4 more. 4 more. Let's go.
Step by step, round by round, Apex look to bring us to overtime. A big danger lurking, though. The big gun in play here for Filu. The operator. Oh, it's an early peek. Batu's got his confidence back. He's feeling it. And the early duels that he gave away, so many throughout this series. He's claiming one, but penny falls.
Damage has been done to Filu. But with that operator, it may not matter too much. Taking out the smokes on this map in particular is definitely going to be an important factor. Tank as well on the tank is...
Oh, there's a barrel.
What? Wow, has Mosey lost that Joe? That could be the nail in the coffin. That could be a huge problem. It leaves a pretty big gap. And now he's managed to get another. This might just be the undoing of the entirety of Apex. Olizera is going to be revealed. He tries to take the swing, and now Batu is all that's left to save them. He's got to try and win versus 4 to keep his team in the league. They know where he is. They've made that read. Hunter's Fury should be there to deal the blow. And even if he gets past, there's another player just sat behind. It will be Movistar Koi to take their first victory of the stage and keep their playoffs dreams alive.
When you rise from that tier 2, you make it through Ascension, you set foot on the stage in EMEA, you dream of your first win. For Apex, that dream never came true. This is them out of the system, out of the partnership effectively. They'll play one more game, and maybe they can find victory there, but it's against Fnatic, and it doesn't get much tougher than that. Leaving the league without a win, a series under their belt.
It's definitely a tough one. It's a negative scenario for them, but for Movistar Koi, it could just be the start of a run back. Of course, I think many will look at this victory as something that really has to be a build rather than the job is done. They've beaten the team that was unsuccessful throughout, and then will have to go on and face Na'Vi for that opportunity. But I'm guessing they're going to feel a little bit hungrier after that one. And I think, as you know, like, you have to talk about the fact that this is a squad that without that win, the pressure is building. Now that it's under their belt, maybe that can ignite the fire beneath them.
Yeah, perhaps Movistar Koi may not be playoffs locked in, but it has made that a possibility. On the other side of the stage, we'll be sad to see them go. One more game, though, for Apex. One more chance to put a win on the board, Tom. And you know what? Fnatic always choke towards the end. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Well, for now, it's time to send it down to the stage after their first win here in Stage 2. Patty G's W in the franchise. Let's send it down to the man himself alongside Yinsu.
Now, many players dream of winning trophies. I dream of being able to finally stand next to you on this stage. Patty G, interview you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
It's so amazing to be here, you know, finally winning game. Finally, I can stay here and speak a few words, you know. We don't have to pack our stuff and instantly go away to the office, sad, you know. So finally we got it. I'm super happy. I think we showed like really good resilience today, and I'm happy we took it. Even though it was really hard after first map, you know, we should have get it. Should be 2-0, but whatever, we take it. What we had to take, and we are going for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the dream stays alive. Now, for the people that have just started to watch VCT maybe this year, they don't know that you've been waiting a long time. You know, the reason I emphasize standing on this stage, us having a chat, is because, you know, maybe once upon a time on Vitality it could have happened, but you had to wait 3 years. So
yeah,
this must be special.
I'm that old already, you know. It's been years. You know, I remember like my first games in VCT, you know, when I was like 19 or 20. It was an amazing experience. Unfortunately, it was from home, so that was like one thing that I did not like. I had some opportunities to nearly be here, you know, but it was like really, really close. At the end, something fell off, but finally I'm here. I'm happy to represent KOI with these guys, you know. Even though like the scores are not always showing that, we are working really, really hard, and I'm proud of every one of our staff and the team that we are doing whatever we can to actually try to get some wins, you know?
What's the secret behind your smile? Because you smile when you lose as well.
Well, you know, I think being here is a privilege. I work many years to be here as all the players sharing the stage with me, so no matter what happens, I'm super happy. Oh, I got even like tears in my eyes right now. I'm super happy that we can be here, we can enjoy the championship and the challenge here, and you know.
You make us happy. I'm so happy
just
whenever
share,
I watch you.
like, be happy about every moment, you know. It doesn't matter how it goes. Of course, we all are competitors. We all want to win, but if something goes wrong, we just reset, go tomorrow, work even harder, and thankfully today the score showed that our work paid off.
Maybe you can also share some words, because your opponent today, it's a bittersweet moment. I know you don't like moments like these, you know, because what it means for Apex is that they will no longer be here next year. So will you be able to share, you know, some encouraging words for these players to make it back to Tier 1?
I think just do what they do, you know, work hard. Like that's the VCT EMEA. There are, even though all the players here, all teams are amazing players, you know, that sometimes like someone has to lose, you know. I think players should definitely stay in Tier 1, you know. Just grind, and see you soon, hopefully. Maybe I'll stay next year, maybe not. We'll see how it goes. If yes, then I hope we're gonna see and share the stage together again.
It's brutal. It's brutal. And very last question. You mentioned Na'Vi. I think you're on like a tour of meeting old friends. Of course, you used to sub in for FPX a long time ago. How are you feeling about playing up against Angel and Shao next week?
Oh, amazing, you know, like, I think there could be not better match for our playoffs than me facing Na'Vi right now, you know. I'm super happy about it, like, I love them, and all the time I spent there was, honestly, I learned the most from the journey with Na'Vi, all the FPX, you know, so I'm really happy that we're gonna share the stage together. I think their time is next game, so let's see who's gonna win, you know.
Okay.
They share the stage too long, you know, sometimes, so maybe the young blood can take over, you know.
You got to show the young.
100%, you know, 100%. I think we can beat the experience.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. And very lastly, your friends, Coach Simos and Flyer, are currently sitting by with Billy and Dracos at Postpone. You want to say something to them, throw this over?
Simos, I hope this interview is going to be really spicy, you know. I know you don't like them, but bro, don't stop yourself. Share the juice and enjoy the big couch.
Yeah, to the juice.
Thank you very much, Insu and Batty G. Simos, any juice you want to share right off the bat?
I mean, finally the first win.
Yeah. that's kind of a fair position to be in.
Yeah.
I have some juice.
You have some juice?
I don't know if you've seen the meme recently of your coach time. No, it wasn't a timeout, of like the coach booth against KC last week.
No, I didn't watch.
Where you were shouting like they don't have the counter. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
they won a single round after.
Yeah. Do you want to like talk about that?
I mean, like when we played KC, I would say like we had the perfect read on them. Like we know they are a heavy flooding team, and we knew exactly how to play Lotus against them. We played basically a perfect counter comp to stop like a double duelist. I feel like today like we completely trolled, I would say, every single possible situations. And I think we had the perfect read again on how to play against PaperX comp, basically.
Okay.
The decision to not play Passive Sentinel and play Viper plus Sova comes from the idea of basically regaining the space as soon as possible the moment they take something. I feel like Sova is a really strong counter against Cypher and Vice, and that was the main idea I decided to use. G2 team, of course, with Anders already showed this type of comp, so like me as someone that likes to look around, understood that this comp is actually could be potentially best in slot.
Okay, I like it. You already answered like a lot of the questions
I was going to ask about this comp.
If you ask me about the game, you can talk for hours.
Yeah, okay.
How did you feel about the performance today, Fly? It was a bit up and down. We heard from Batty G that you feel like you guys should have 2-0'd. Map 1 was a bit of a struggle, but then the next two were super dominant.
We should have definitely 2-0'd. I mean, the first game, I would say we got into the mindset of like playing to not lose. Like we had a really good first half. We had a good start, even like 4-1. And I think after the 4-1, we had a couple rounds where we started playing like bad post plans on attack, and then when we swapped to defense, we were playing really retaking and solo and just like scared, you know. So we were, like I said, we were playing basically to not lose rather than to win. That's all.
Yeah. What was the transition like behind the scenes going into map 2? Was there any words of wisdom you shared or anything that really sparked the team to get right back on track?
I would say that we were pretty comfortable on Ascent. It's a map that, I mean, Fnatic showed how to play it. We just readapted into our style because, of course, we cannot copy one-to-one the best team in the world. We created new ideas and we adapted well into Double Duelist. I think the match was pretty easy in terms of like ideas and execution of how we want to play the comp.
Yep.
I believe like we won different situations because we were shooting better at some point, but the execution of the game plan was good, but the execution individually wasn't the best. And even if the score is 13-4, like it could have went even more closer.
I want to stay on the kind of composition theme that we're going down here because we saw a lot of replicated compositions coming out from you guys today. How much of that is your own input, and like how do you decide on how to make the compositions better? Is it yourself, and even yourself as well as IGL Flyer? Feel free to answer this.
I mean, I play in his system. I mean, you heard him talk for the last 5 minutes already. He knows everything about the game. So I just play under what he tells me to do. I think most of the comps, like last week, for example, we had a set game plan against KC because they played the double Phoenix on every map. So like we were playing anti-flood comps, and now here we just went more into comfort, and that was his idea.
How do you make them better then?
I would say that like I prepare comp based on the opponent. And for example, like when we played the Fnatic, we knew exactly like what type of comp we would have run against Fnatic. I would say like every game is a different input. I'll try to stick most of the stuff, but KC example on Haven went wrong, for example. So like it can happen, you know. The risk it was worth, but it didn't pay off. Okay,
that's interesting to hear that it's like a almost direct anti-approach.
Yeah,
it's something that we really see a whole lot.
In my opinion, at this level, if you play teams like KC, Heretics and Fnatic, you are forced to have an heavy anti and force a game plan. They are extremely good at playing their game, and if they force their own game plan and we don't know how to counter it, we lose. So most of the game plan comes from heavy anti-strat and comes from like understanding what are the weaknesses and find out what to do against them. Shout out to my assistant coach for all the antis.
Yeah.
I like the anti-strat idea overall. Does it put you in a position where you feel like you as players have to have deeper agent pools generally, or are you guys always playing stuff that's comfortable? Because I mean, imagine if you're constantly trying to anti-strat, you need to be able to pick up new stuff on the fly.
I'm personally, most of the coaches prefer to play comfort. I don't believe in comfort. I believe in best in slot comms. Whatever is correct to play on the map, it has to be played. Of course, you need world-class players. Yeah. That's the basic. But the risk is always worth, especially for us that we come from an history that we have all losses.
I mean,
so like we have nothing to lose, you know.
I would say for me, like as a player, it's more so like he definitely has the comp ideas, but the comp ideas are still in realm of our what we can play, you know.
Yeah,
At least I can flex onto the recons and the flashes, and then Nathan can also do the same, basically, and duelist. So we have the option of playing double duelist, double initiator comps, and it works good for us.
Yeah, definitely seeing that flexibility on stage is cool, especially in a match like this where the stakes are so high, and obviously the adaptation between maps 2, maps 3. The other thing I think we have to talk about is Na'Vi, right? You're kind of preying on their downfall, and if there's no downfall, then that last match becomes especially important. I want to ask you about anti-strats, but I realize now...
I can answer easily. Yeah. Na'Vi is the hardest team to anti-strat. Potentially, you cannot anti-strat them. Angel is one of the best in-game leaders still in the world. And like he's basically untouchable in terms of how I approach the games. Like he's able to make stuff on fly and have one of the strongest mid-rounds call in EMEA. So like anti-stratting Na'Vi is not the key. I would say to beat Na'Vi we need to be fundamentally on point in terms of aim, in terms of comms, and in terms of understanding how they play. Of course, they are a type of team that relies a lot on KO. So we know what KO comps means. We know how to play on waves, and we know exactly what to expect from them. It's gonna be hard. And we hope for the best.
Yeah, dang. Anything that you're especially looking out for when it comes to playing against Na'Vi? Mid-rounds are an intense thing. I think there's a lot of teams who, from talking to you, Billy, are willing to just pick a site and go. There's not a lot of mid-round movements. I think we saw some of that today. right? When Apex were winning, just start a site, pick a site, go. So how do you react to those mid-game movements?
I mean, for me, I mean, it's all different. Like, I think that going to the Na'Vi game, obviously we know, like we said, Angel's gonna be a super heavy mid-rounder. He just plays super on the fly. I'm trying to be more similar in that style as well. Like, I'm trying to progress and get into that area. Like, he's helping me, like, teach me that, you know? But yeah, I would say the approach in general is just like on defense when you play against them, just playing your own game, you know? Like, we're gonna have different game plans, but like, it's kind of hard to have a set plan against it, you know what I mean? It's super on fly, because like I said, they do random stuff. They're gonna have like conditioning and then go into something random, you know? They definitely don't pick a site and go. They like more play like end around in like 40 seconds.
A team that can play 3 waves until they can play late round.
Yeah.
Like they can play late rounds similar as Fnatic and Heretics. Not the same exact, but like they can play like as a world-class team.
Yeah.
So for sure, when you play against team that is able to play late round, you need to be really, really good at managing the space and understand perfectly how the utility works to bunker the bomb site correctly.
I mean, you talk about you needing to play better, but it feels like there's a lot of pressure on everyone to really understand what is and isn't cleared. It feels like the game of Valorant becomes 10 times more complicated the second it's not about hitting a single site, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think as well, I'm glad that you kind of mentioned how much you're learning from Simoz's IGL as well. How do you feel as though your growth has been on this IGL role, especially coming to EMEA, different region for you as well, the step up to Tier 1, and how are you kind of implementing your new teammates, this new version of Koi that we have?
I mean, I would say like the last 2 years before I came here, when I was in Tier 2 in Americas, I was definitely like always a top Tier 2 team, but I didn't get any better. You know, I think I was the same player from 2023 to 2024. So like, when I came to Europe, even at the start of the team, like the games here, like stage 1 and kickoff, I didn't have great results because I think like my style does not fit in Europe at all. And until we got him, I didn't learn much at all. But now I'm starting to get into the flow of like understanding the game and like how it should be played and like these slower approaches, like, you know, how Na'Vi play, for example, you know what I mean? And he teaches me all of it. I don't know how he learned all of it on his own, but you know, like he's actually extremely smart. And implementing all the new guys as well. Like, I love playing with all my new teammates, obviously. But they all come from his system. Like, Filu played with him in Tier 2. Batty G played with him in Tier 2. The only new guys are Monster and the Tank that have to play with it. And for me, I think I'm extremely like a systematic IGL. Like, I can just kind of fit into whatever his idea is.
Okay, and do you think Natank was expecting to play so many different roles and agents? Because we knew he was joining as Flex, right? But like, he plays a lot of different agents.
Yeah, he expected.
I mean,
he knows that whatever I need,
he can do. He can shoot.
So I guess the question is, where did you learn? Like, where do you feel like you grew the most as a coach to be able to teach so many people Fly, to be like, I don't know where he learned it, I don't know where he got it from, but he's teaching me everything. Yeah. What was like the moments that led to you feeling like you're the kind of knowledgeable person?
I mean, I'm type of person that work a lot. I outwork most of the people, I would say. Let's say that Valorant community has a lot of resources, I would say. There are people that are really smart, that make streams and for example, me, Anders, those people like are S tier in everything they speak about. So I just open the stream, listen, and think like about the game. And I would say like most of the knowledge comes from the start of the game, when actually Angel and Boster made sure that Valorant could be played either heavy default or heavy execute. So like I take a look around and I get my own knowledge.
Dang.
Pretty much.
I like it. A lot of praise for a lot of different people in the scene. I got to respect it. If we could take a quick look. I know we shared the standings earlier, but just the last quick, more or less, it's like a pseudo goodbye to Apex, I guess. Hearts out to Apex, obviously.
Sadly.
Will play against Fnatic last week, which I think is... in some ways, it's better, because I think if they had beaten you, obviously you would be here, and that would be very sad, but also playing your last elimination game against Fnatic, I think, would be...
It's not very fun.
No, would not.
Yeah.
would not be fun.
Yeah.
So shout out to Apex. Any final words? I feel like you're like the queen of the Tier 2. You've watched so many of these players come up.
No, I feel really sad. Like, I feel sad that they were only really given a year opportunity, and now they don't even get the chance to go back to Ascension, to defend, staying here. You know, like, they're right back to Tier 2. They're right back from the beginning. And I think as well, like, ending the note on having to go up against Kayak, your star duelist that ended up leaving you to go to Fnatic. Like, it's just, it sucks. It's obviously very sad.
Forgot about Kayak.
That's really rough.
As a final thing before we end the day, predictions for one particular team. Now, a lot of people would say I could have you predict TL Fnatic. There's a lot of things. I actually just want to know, Gentlemates, can they win a 13th round?
Of course.
Is this just,
Bro,
is it going to happen?
These guys shoot hard. Like, they shoot so hard. When they get to 12, they shoot, and then the guns turn off or something.
Gentlemates are actually amazing.
In practice, they're insane.
Yeah, it's a team that is actually amazing. Like, I like their style. They have their own identity. I think, like... it can happen to choke. It can happen that bad performances, but the team is actually good.
In my opinion, I think they lose a lot of games just because they get into this point of like, it's like the same I was explaining earlier, you know, you play to not lose. Like when you're really not experienced, I think you just get into that mindset super hard. Like I'm gonna play passive now and like hopefully my team wins me the game, and everyone gets in that mindset. But they shoot super hard, and I think they just played against good teams that know how to win rounds. So when they get
comeback is so dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just what happened.
Hell yeah. I'm excited. I mean, fingers crossed. This is because, like, I've been here for a very short period of time, and that is the one story that has been universally true since I've gotten here. It's Gentlemate's close, but not close enough. But for you guys, I really hope that, actually, for the sake of the league, I low-key hope that the Navi match is a banger, and you guys are, like, neck and neck. But for your sake, because I've met you before, I've met most of the guys on Navi. Screw them. Hope they lose. Hope you guys make it through. Whatever. I'm only here for, it's fine. I'm only here for 2 weeks. As we say goodbye, and thank you both again for joining, and congrats on the win, let's take a look at the Herman Miller end-of-day highlights. Thanks for watching VCT EMEA, and we'll see you all tomorrow for, Gentlemates. Let's see. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Is this the return of Charles Neddington? What? You know, he's got to show these kids. Oh no.
Oh no.
And simply not a chance in hell. Some of the strong suits from Heretics here showing today, Oh, it's all gone wrong here. What a ridiculous outcome. But what a final round that was. I can't believe what I just saw with him.
They've walked in, found an in-zone flawless for the final round, and they have taken their opponent's match choice. Apex look to cling to life.
Nice, Nathan. Well played. Nice, guys. Nice. Now wrap it up. Wrap it up.
It has not been pretty whatsoever for Apex on their own match choice, and Movistar Koi have just absolutely battered them.
What are we doing?
Nice! Guys, behind you, be careful!
There's another player just sat behind. It will be Movistar Koi
take their first victory of the stage and keep their playoffs dreams alive.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing